Check, test, hello, test, audio testing, check.
Good morning. I request you all to be seated. We will be beginning soon.
A very warm good morning to all of you. My name is Anuja Malhotra.
I am Ryan Satish, and we are your hosts for the day.
It is our honor to invite you to welcome you all today as we celebrate Atree's 25th year anniversary. The theme for this event, Life in Lives, represents our journey over the last 25 years and also our vision to integrate the goals of environmental sustainability with those of human well-being. We have a bunch of exciting events lined up over the next 2 days, and we are very happy that you could join us in this celebration. A couple of housekeeping announcements. I request you all to please keep your phone on silent mode throughout the event, and our volunteers are around should you need any assistance.
On the occasion of our 75 years of independence, Sandesh Kadur, Fellis Creations, in association with Echoes of Life, present Wild India. I request you all to please rise for the national anthem.
And I now call upon Dr. Ravikant, Acting Director and Senior Fellow at Atree, to present the welcome note. Dr. Ravikant has over 20 years of research experience working on population genetics and applying molecular tools in the context of tropical forests, conservation, and species recovery. I warmly invite Dr. Ravikant to present the welcome note and formally commence the day's proceedings.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to welcome all of you who have gathered here for this event. Atree is celebrating a milestone, having turned 25. This event is a culmination of year-long celebrations, and your presence here at this celebrity event makes it special. As we mark this moment in Atree's history, there is so much to celebrate about this institute. Atree, for few, is a think tank. For some, it is an academic institute. And for others, it's a grassroots organization. We are all in one, and this event will showcase our achievements over the years, as well as discuss about the challenges that lie ahead and need to be addressed. The 1990s was a historic decade in India. Economic growth increased as policies were liberalized, and there was rapid urbanization, liberalization, and privatization, and globalization led to rapid development. The Indian GDP rose from $266 billion in 1991 to $3 trillion in 2019, almost 110% increase. The purchasing power parity rose from $1 trillion in 1991 to $12 trillion in 2019. While the reforms opened up our economy and led to technological innovation, it also led to rise in consumerism. This also led to rapid development and brought in huge environmental challenges. Rapid urbanization led to huge pressure on our forests as well as our water bodies. A number of species were endangered because of the destruction of their habitat. While at one hand, rapid economic development resulted in unbridled destruction of forests, wetlands, and grasslands, on the other, and concomitantly, was born an institute to address these challenges. Yes, Atree was born in 1996 out of a fundamental belief that these environmental challenges of biodiversity loss, conservation for sustainable livelihoods, and socially just development need to be addressed. Atree envisioned a society committed to environmental conservation and sustainable and socially just development. And its mission is to generate rigorous interdisciplinary knowledge for achieving environmental conservation and sustainable development, to enable the use of this knowledge by policymakers and society, and to train the next generation of environmental leaders. In many ways, 1996 seems not very long ago, but a lot has changed in the last 25 years, both in the country as well as globally, be it related to environment, human health, or rising climate change impacts. Our very survival is at risk, as well as that of entire ecosystems, and more than 1 million other species. The biodiversity and pandemic crisis are in a deadly lockstep with the climate crisis. In the last 25 years, Atree has been in the forefront in addressing these challenges and making the case that we must rethink and reimagine our relationship with nature. Because preserving biodiversity is directly related to the social, economic, and environment well-being of the people. Atree has worked across the Indian landscape, not only to conserve biodiversity and ecosystems, but also to ensure livelihoods of people. Maintaining biodiversity, ecosystem functions, and associated ecosystem services in a changing environment is a huge environmental challenge, as is identifying the scale and intensity of human use that is compatible with the conservation of biodiversity and ecosystem services. The emphasis at Atree has been on developing governance models that enable participatory management and a more equitable and sustainable approach to conservation. In the last 25 years, Atree has been in the forefront on cataloging and monitoring biodiversity. 90 new species have been described using integrated taxonomic methods. These include ants, dung beetles, wasps, mollusks, amphibians, reptiles, fishes, and plants. We have created a consortium to catalog biodiversity and conducted studies to understand the evolution of the flora and fauna. We played a major role in the nomination of Western Ghats as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Long-term monitoring of vegetation and phenology in the protected areas of southern India is being carried out in the last 3 decades. We have also developed the first ever map of semi-arid savanna grasslands for the country. Attempts have been made to understand what combination of governance regimes, economic policies, cultural changes, and biophysical measures will lead to better forest governance in South Asia. This means more sustainable, equitable, and livelihood-enhancing outcomes and a strong democratic processes. Atree has also been promoting enterprise-based conservation and livelihood enhancement among the forest-dwelling and forest-fringe communities. We have been involved in training and providing technical support for recognition of forest rights and in community forest rights management. We have been employing a problem-driven, multidisciplinary approach to generate knowledge that can explain the causes of inequity of access, unsustainability, pollution, and the vulnerability of our water resources. We have generated evidence on effectiveness of decentralized wastewater treatment and in enhancing water security and developing design principles for deployment of nature-based solutions to address water quality. As part of climate change mitigation, we are focused on renewable energy, waste management, and sustainable consumption. Our One Health approach is a collaborative, multi-sectoral, and transdisciplinary, and working across at the local, regional, national, and global levels, with the goal of achieving optimal health outcomes by recognizing the interconnectedness between people, animals, plants, and their shared environment. Atree's community conservation centers over the past 2.5 decades have been engaged with research pertinent to and usable by local communities and provide a space for local communities to engage with us. Our regional initiatives work closely with local communities to generate knowledge and contribute solutions that are pertinent to and usable by them. Under the recently launched Alliance for Reversing Ecosystem Service Threats, acronymed as ARREST, A growing partnership and of reputed institutions has been there to design and implement an ecologically and socially responsible restoration. Atree aims to enable successful restoration of degraded natural ecosystems at scale. For this purpose, Atree, along with its collaborators, have been involved in co-designing, testing, and demonstrating sustainable land use management practices for mobilizing restoration of ecosystem services and enabling policies for enhancing livelihoods, biodiversity conservation, and to meet India's land-based international climate pledges. Atree has also been a major partner in the Biodiversity Collaborative, which has developed the blueprint for the National Mission on Biodiversity and Human Wellbeing. The Atree Academy is now well-known for its interdisciplinary PhD program. And now we also offer a master's course in conservation practice for students from different diverse backgrounds, as diverse as economics, management, wildlife biology, and sociology, among others. The Academy provides an opportunity into cutting-edge research on natural and social sciences through Atree's community conservation centers in the Western Ghats and the Eastern Himalayas. The Academy also offers certificate courses that are designed for professionals, practitioners, policymakers, and advocacy groups that work in the field of environment conservation and sustainable development. Since its inception in 2009, the Academy has awarded 35 PhDs to scholars. The students have worked in 50 research projects spread across 3 biodiversity hotspots of the country. It's a matter of incredible pride that Atree has been developing, grasping great value systems and accomplishing more than what we have ever thought of. There are a lot of individuals who have contributed to its growth and pushed us to the peak of progress. I take pride wholeheartedly in saying that we have the best, talented, and remarkable people with passion to conserve nature. So with all their efforts in the last 25 years, Atree has been honored with numerous awards and recognitions. Among them include the 2019 UNESCO Sultan Qaboos Award for Environmental Conservation, the Distinguished Service Award from the Society for Conservation Biology, the Roitaro Hashimoto Asia Pacific Forum for Environment and Development Gold Award for promoting ingenious use of plant invasives, APJ Abdul Kalam Award given by the Karnataka government for environment conservation, to name a few. The think tank and civil societies program at the University of Pennsylvania has ranked us as one of the top 20 environmental think tanks globally, and we continue to be ranked as number 1 or number 2 in Asia. For the last 2 years, we have also been ranked number 14 among the water security think tanks. All this has been made possible only with the support of our generous donors who believed we could bring in the change, our collaborators who continue to work with us and provide all support. As we look ahead, we aspire to continue our engagement in India's environmental conservation and sustainable development, in biodiversity assessment and conservation planning, in restoration of our degraded landscapes. We will continue our efforts in the One Health approach for surveillance and disease problem solving, in managing invasive species, to support healthy ecosystems, in the restoration of our water bodies, and in sustainable agriculture. With these words, I would like to once again extend a warm welcome to everyone here, our donors, our trustees, our advisory board members, collaborators, students, both present and the past, friends, the press, but not the least, the ever young and dynamic staff at Atree. Before I finish up, I need to state that we need to continue to invest in nature and focus on prioritizing the pursuit of sustainable, inclusive growth, and to prepare ourselves to fight ongoing threats such as climate change and biodiversity collapse. Let's have a wonderful celebration. Thank you.
I was a seed buried deep. As days went by, the sun warmed the earth and water seeped into the soil. I burst into the sunshine. I put forth a few leaves. Out came my first flower. I kept a close watch on things around, seeing, observing. Curious to know what lies around and in the great beyond, I sent my roots deeper and my shoots higher, seeking the new, the different, the odd, the oft excluded. I grew on my own terms and the world cheered. Over a few summers, my trunk grew and supported more branches. Each branch grew and became self-sufficient. Many a creeper climbed alongside me, embracing me, growing with me. I became home to many creatures creatures of various hues. Some came to learn, leaping from one branch to another. Some climbed on my branches and made friends with many a busy squirrel, communed with dragonflies, hung out with bees and wasps. There was a constant buzz in the air, as everyone here had a mind of their own. Some came seeking new ideas, exchanging new realities, constantly evolving. As my canopy expanded, my roots entered the wood wide web, and I could nourish many smaller worlds, bridge many a gap. They still come from far and wide to sit under my shade, discuss worldly matters, and seek solutions. I have seen many summers, a few droughts. Friends have lent a shoulder when times were hard. I have learned to be resilient and seek deeper connections with the world around me. Some call me a large living microcosm. To others, I am Atree.
Thank you, Dr. Ravikant. I would like to inform you about various events happening around the auditorium. We have Let's Play. It's a kiosk full of fun environmental board games, environmental reels, which are happening in the multiple halls around, where we will be screening multiple wildlife-related films. An audio booth called Who's Calling, where you can test your calls from the wild. We have an art exhibition showcasing life and lives, featuring 12 different artists. In addition to this, we also have stalls which have dishes from edible insects. Thank you. Next up, we will be handing over the session to Dr. Asmita Sengupta, one of our newest fellows. She will be in conversation with the ones who started it all, our 3 founder trustees, as they reflect on 25 years of conservation science at Atree. Over to you, Asmita.
Thanks, Ryan. And being a part of the organizing committee of Atree at 25, I would like to heartily thank you for being here today. It truly fills my heart to see all of you here already. So I have to add to my list of pleasures and honors today by having the sheer pleasure and the absolute honor of being the one given the responsibility to call on stage our 3 founder trustees. First off, Professor Kamal Baba, our founder president. May I please request you to come on stage? Professor Baba is an evolutionary ecologist and a conservation biologist who retired as Distinguished Professor of Biology at the University of Massachusetts, Boston recently. And the most recent addition to his endless list of accolades is his election to the US National Academy of Sciences. Next, Professor Ganeshaya, might I have the honor of having you on stage? He jumped across the traffic to reach us on time and thereby preventing a heart attack at my end. So Professor Ganeshaya retired as Dean Postgraduate Studies from the University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore. He's now working as an INSA senior scientist at the same university. He's also a very well-known and well-loved novelist and columnist in Kannada. And wonder of wonders, Professor R. Umashankar was already here on stage. So thank you for being here, Professor Umashankar. He was a professor and head Department of Crop Physiology and School of Ecology and Conservation at the University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore, and thereafter an ICAR Emeritus Scientist at the same. He is currently a senior professor at the Department of Bioscience and Bioengineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Jammu. Welcome all of you. Professor Umashankar, please let me know if I'm audible.
Yeah, you're audible, Asmita. Thank you.
Thank you. So two things at the very beginning. When you hold your mics, please hold them close enough to your mouth because otherwise there may be an issue. To long press this to switch these on. Yeah. So two clarifications. First of all, I deliberately kept the introductions very short because A, you three are far too well known. And secondly, if I were to get into the list of accolades and fellowships and awards, I think we would have taken away the entire technical session. I did not want that. The second thing is I wanted to have some notes for my conversation on my phone, but at the last moment, I decided against it because I thought the first ingredient of having a good conversation is when you keep your phone as far away from you as possible. So I jotted down some of my notes on my way on the cab. So yeah, here I am with my trusty set of notes. So I'll start with you, Professor Baba, and we'll start at the very start, at the very beginning. So what was the primary motivation behind the foundation of an institution? I should say very specifically, an interdisciplinary institution like Atree.
First of all, good morning, everybody. And thank you, Asmita. And thank you, Ravikant, for a very good summary of what has happened at Atree during the last 25 years. I think our journey to Atree, to the formation of Atree, they started sometime in early 90s. I think at that time, Dr. Umashankar, Dr. Ganesha.
Professor Baba, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you just hold your mic a little closer to your mouth? Yeah.
Dr. Umashankar, Dr. Ganesha, and I had started work in Biligiri Rangan Hills on extraction of non-timber forest products. And I think that project involved ecology, economics, and society, obviously, the Soligas. And then very soon after that, there was another project on enterprise-based approach to conservation, where I was joined by three brilliant people, Dr. Sharad Vede, Dr. Murli, and Dr. Balachandra Ganesha. And they argued a lot, but the result was that we came up with very good ideas in terms of how to integrate economic aspects with the social aspects and ecological aspects. So I think those ideas help us in sort of shaping Atree very early on, that it was going to be an interdisciplinary institute. The decline of biodiversity has not only ecological dimensions, but it also has economic, political, and social dimensions. And I think it was right from the start, we were viewed as a very different institutions. I also want to say that you refer to the three founders. I think Atree has hundreds of founders. There are more than 1,000+ people who has worked for Atree during the last 25 years. and probably hundreds of students who have gone through Atree. And I think they are the ones who really are the true founders of Atree. And I do want to acknowledge once again, I think the role of people I mentioned already. So the Passetti who joined us very early on. So I think there are more than 3 founders of Atree.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Baba. But given that this is me in conversation with the 3 stalwarts, I'll have to come back to the 3 founder trustees again. So Professor Uma Shankar, I have a slightly personal question for you. How is it that the 3 of you, 3 biologists for that matter, came up with a vision of having an interdisciplinary institute like Atree?
Yeah, first of all, good morning to all of you. And I'm sorry that I'm unable to be there today. I'll be there tomorrow. And it's a really joyous occasion. And I just heard Ravi speak, and also the movie, I would say fantastic. It sort of very nicely summarized the journey of Atree. Am I audible, please, clearly?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So once again, congratulations to Atree on its 25th year. And I wish it much more success in the coming years. Now, since you asked me the question, Asmita, I would like to be brief and just mention the early days of how we 3 came together. So that puts in perspective to the audience that may not have heard the story already. Ganesh and I, we were working at University of Agricultural Sciences on pollination ecology and a number of aspects of plant reproductive biology. And unknowing at that time of people like Dr. Baba, who was at UMass Boston. Of course, we might have read at that time, but it wasn't very strongly imprinted in our minds. But an occasion arose when I went to the International Botanical Congress in Sydney to present the work that Professor Ganesh and we were doing at Bangalore. And that's where in my presentation, there was a gentleman, a very renowned pollination ecologist then, Professor David Lloyd from the University of Christchurch, New Zealand, who heard my talk and apparently was, I think, quite impressed by what Ganesh and I were doing at Bangalore. Now, just to set the record straight and for a lighter moment in the morning, I don't know where Dr. Baba was. He was at the conference, but not in my talk. Probably he was busy in the Sydney Harbour or the Taronga Zoo or wherever. And so it was David who sort of went up to Baba, because these 2 were working earlier together in the US, and told Dr. Baba that this young guy with long hairs and made a great presentation, so you ought to go and meet him. And that's how Dr. Baba sort of found me in this crowd of people at IBC in the University of Sydney. And it was a very, I would say, I still have a faint recall of our first meeting. It was a very pleasant meeting. And it was even more pleasanter because Dr. Baba took me out for dinner 3 consecutive evenings. I know as a student, I was broke and I was so happy looking forward for those dinners. But then it appeared that we had much more interest than just a passing sort of conversation. And it appeared that he, of course, was as renowned as David Lloyd in the work that he did on pollination ecology. So when he came to know that we as an island are doing a large number of things that are very similar to what he and his group were doing at Costa Rica and other parts of that part of the world, it was natural to forge some relation. And thereafter, as I remember, one thing led to the other. And the first opportunity, Dr. Baba got us to some symposia, and then he himself came to Bangalore. So there was an exchange between Boston and Bangalore, though of course it was snail mail all the while. And in the absence of internet and in the absence of WhatsApp, I think we somehow navigated all of that and sustained this relationship from 1981, when we first met in Sydney, up until 1996, when Atree was formally registered. But as Dr. Baba mentioned, a lot of work went through. And when we had physical meetings in Bangalore, that is when Dr. Ganesha, myself, and he, and I would say the few others from Pondicherry University, Subhadra, T. Ganesh, R. Ganeshan, and many others got together and sort of brought together this school of people that were doing work on pollination ecology. And I think that was the seed that sort of seeded the further things to come. And the diversity of interdisciplinary issues that you mentioned that sort of took our interest and attention. And we have now what Atree has done over the last 25 years.
Thank you so much for sharing those wonderful stories. And I know the feeling of, being a broke student and being taken out for dinner at an international conference. I know what it feels like. So yeah. So Professor Ganeshaya, I hope, first of all, you have had some time to breathe and there's no tachycardia at present. So I wanted to know that this story was amazing. So you come together, you have a vision, but from having a vision to the realization of a vision is a very long pathway. So what, in your opinion, were the first major set of hurdles that had to be overcome, and how did you pave the way forward?
Am I audible? Yeah. Well, I think as Uma Shankar rightly told, exactly at around the time when myself and Uma Shankar were experimenting with the plant reproductive strategies, we also felt that in the environment that we were working on, there is not ample opportunities for us to explore things that we wanted to. So as a matter of fact, myself and Uma Shankar were planning to launch an NGO of this kind. And then when I went to Delhi for presenting some project, on the way I met Professor Bava. By then we knew already. And all of a sudden in the flight, he told, how do you think a name called Ashoka Trust for Research in Ecology and Evolution would be? I thought Professor Bava has stolen our idea for the trust. But then, it sounded so well and so much in sync with what myself and Uma Shankar were thinking. Well, it gelled well. And then I asked Professor Bava, if you start an NGO, what do you think is the most important things? And he gave with his philosophical idea, we need 3 W's. I don't know if Professor Bava remembers that. Number 1, W is wisdom. Number 2, W is wealth. And number 3, W is the workforce. Well, I was sure that to start such an organization, the first W of wisdom lies anyway with Professor Bava and Uma Shankar. I don't need to really bother about it. And about the wealth, I'm sure coming from America, and he would certainly find ways of finding the wealth. And I was ready to be the workforce, as a matter of fact. So I thought all the 3 are there, so we can go ahead launching. And that's how it started. But let me tell you, as we started proceeding, it turned out that he succeeded in providing wisdom to Atree. And he also succeeded in providing a lot of wealth with whatever the projects we wrote. But the workforce indeed was very difficult, as a matter of fact. Many of you may not know that is Ramesh here.
Yes,
While we are talking about Murli and Subhadra and others, I also would like to show you all Ramesh. Ramesh is here. Yeah, if he's there, I think I would want him to come onto the stage even at least later.
We cannot have an Atree event without Ramesh in any case.
Exactly,
So.
exactly. In fact, that's precisely what I wanted to. There was times where Ramesh and myself were the directors, were the fellows, were the choppers, were the sweepers, and everything. As a matter of fact, I don't want to recollect some events when you told troubles and problems. One of the problems I faced is, I'm being a little trivial here because Professor Bava and Uma Shankar will tell about the major things. I will go to the trivial things. One of the most difficulties I had in the beginning days was actually the phone call at 3 o'clock and the fax call at 3 o'clock in the morning. For him, it is day. For me, it is night. And, I was sleeping and, the Atree actually started from my house. The office of Atree, called the fax machine, was behind me near my head. 3 o'clock in the morning, he used to now send a fax and expected me to answer within 5 minutes. And that is the generosity of Professor Bava.
Some things haven't changed, except for the fax bit. The other
It has
thing
not
remains.
changed. It has not changed. And, I was ready to now get woken up. But remember, my wife is also with me, and that too with a 2 years old kid. But my wife somehow could tolerate his fax calls and phone calls because there was an important reason why she tolerated. She was the launcher of the Atree. In the trust deed, it is my wife who has launched, putting me, Uma Shankar and Bava. And I think this is an occasion 25 years later, I'm sure should have been very happy. If you can give a big clap to my wife. Well, I'm not ashamed of, in fact, recollecting my wife because she's no more and should have been very happy to see that Atree has walked 25 years with all the success and all the great things that we have done. So there were problems in the beginning of wealth, wisdom, and wealth and workforce. Wisdom was there and wealth also came up. The workforce was the problem. Thanks to the hundreds and tens of the fellows that we eventually had listed in our Atree, as Professor Pava rightly told, the workforce and the wisdom also was brought by them. And also it turned out that they in fact also helped in providing the wealth because they generated the resources. And this is Ramesh. I would appreciate.
Please, a big round of applause.
While let me also add here that he has turned out to be from a pure Kannadiga to an Englishman, because when he joined Atree, he never knew a word of English. With the interactions he had today, he can perhaps overtake me in the style of English. Thank you.
So since Professor Ganeshaya said that you are going to talk about more of the problems, so Professor Uma Shankar, tell me about a couple of huge obstacles. Apparently, he has only tackled workforce, which according to him is a small issue.
Dr. Asmita, I think this is a question best handled by Ganesha, but somehow it's sort of tossed onto my lap. But I'll sort of work it through. Now, as he rightly mentioned, I think the growing pangs of an institution, I think all of us understand what they are. Now, those I would not dismiss it as trivialities, what he mentioned. I think they are as important as the major milestones that Atree has, gone through later on. For example, what he mentioned that Atree began its first office in his quarters that was called D52 quarters at a very, I would say, obscure place at Hebbal. And matter of fact, as he mentioned, in his bedroom. But as Dr. Bava, who would at that time visit us once in 2 years or once in 1 year or thereabouts, would do, Dr. Bava was like the Sinbad the sailor. So every 2 years, remember that time, this is 1996, and I'm talking even before Atree was registered. So let's say the 1990s. So he would walk in every 2 years into Bangalore. And just as Sinbad the sailor would now bring exotic stories on the table, he would talk about new advances in science that he has been up to or he has witnessed in Boston and thereabouts, and would urge us of thinking in that direction. So, but unlike Sinbad the sailor, who would come only with fanciful ideas, I think Bava would come up with ideas and money, or money and ideas, whichever way you put. And that would fertilize Atree. But there were two problems that I would sort of be very frank in admitting. As Ganesha mentioned, until about 1996 and thereabouts, both Ganesha and I, we were very, very rooted to what we were doing, the plant reproductive biology and all the stuff, evolutionary biology. But then when he brought all these distant ideas, and especially couched at that time, this word of interdisciplinary had not yet been born formally, but there were already very, very subtle sort of indications of that to come. One thing was for me, and I'm sure Ganesha would also agree with me, was the sort of difficulty in comprehending or in accepting or adjusting to the fact that instead of looking at or through microscopes, we also probably have to look at people. Now, that was something that my mind wasn't sort of ready to accept for some time at least. And so it took a little bit of transformation. Maybe it was later transformative, but during that period, we had to run through some problems of maybe professional disagreements, philosophical disagreements, not of disagreements on the content, but on its acceptability. So that is something that I think is very distinct or vivid in my mind.
Major
The second,
barrier.
sorry?
No, I said major barrier indeed overcome.
Yeah, that actually I would say that is speaking for myself, but maybe if I hazard a guess, that was probably also true for several other people at Atree. And so that is a watershed that had to be crossed or overcome. And I'm glad that many of the people at Atree today have sort of surmounted that obstacle and have now sort of, maybe for better, they have sort of accepted, and truly there are, I would say, groups at Atree that are doing very excellent interdisciplinary research. The issue about logistic has always been there, moving from one place to the other. As Baba brought in money and ideas and money, we had to hunt for new spaces all the time. As Atree put on more shoots and leaves, we had to also look for spaces that would accommodate them. But I think it has been a great experience living through that, though it was challenging at times. What with riding bikes to various places, negotiating with the law, and many more such experiences. But overall, I think it has been a wonderful experience to have gone through.
Thank you.
Thank you, Asmita.
Thank you. Reflecting on the past has been wonderful. We learn from the past, we learn from our mistakes, and we then pave the way forward. I can also see my trusty timekeepers looking a bit worried and looking at me. So I will direct the very last question towards you, Dr. Baba. So we have now had 25 years. So how is Atree at 30 going to be different from Atree at 25? What is the way forward? What are the innovations that we can look forward to in the immediate future? What are the new approaches that you are thinking of?
I think you're talking just about 5 years from now. And
immediate future.
Yeah, fine. Immediate future. I think, as you know, we have started with the two centers, new centers, Center for Policy Design and Center for Social and Environmental Innovation. I think which will carry on, bring in more interdisciplinarity. And then we have, of course, Suri Saigal Foundation, Center for Conservation, which will be further strengthened. And then we have Center for Environment and Development, which I should mention would be renamed as Rohini Nilekani Philanthropy Center for Environment and Development to recognize the tremendous support we have been receiving from our donors. I do want to mention here frequent references to Baba money. I wish I could. And I think money chased us. I think money chased us because of the work we were doing. I remember a call from the Ford Foundation, and they were asking me, there was a transition in directorship. They were asking me who is going to be the new director and all that. And I said, and then she said, that is the Ford Foundation, Doris Capistrano from Delhi. He said, well, Dr. Baba, the reason I'm asking these questions is we are considering Atree for a very big grant. similarly, MacArthur Foundation. We went to them for renewal of application, and they said, we are considering 2 grants to you. Suri Sehgal, he came and visited Atree, and he sent me an email. I visited Atree. I was very impressed by work that is being done there. And our family would like to make a modest contribution. I won't mention the contribution. It was a huge amount of money. And then he writes, if you're interested, are you kidding me? If you're interested, please call me at this number. So, and it was, it was, again, it was work. There were disagreements. I think this is the last point I want to make. These disagreements were bridged for the W all the founders had, for the wisdom and disagreements. I will go to Vilagirirangan Hills and Sharad Vele and Balachandra Ganesan and Murli are at each other, and I am there in the middle in all these debates, and I come back to Bangalore, and then I have to deal with these 2 gentlemen. But their generosity of everybody, I think, and I think that's what, you have to rise above individual differences and keep, as they say, your eye on the ball.
Absolutely. I have to make this reference to a couple of talks that we had at Professor Baba's, as in the celebrations of Professor Baba's 80th birthday. So Professor Uma Shankar claimed responsibility for causing global warming, thanks to all the heated arguments that he has had with Professor Baba over the last 30 years or so. And Professor Ganeshaya claimed that we are still surviving, as in mankind has survived because he has been the mediator and the pacifier. So clearly, going by the recent heat waves, you haven't been doing your job. So if I may please request you to be on stage for a few seconds more. Like a good talk show host, I do not wish you to leave empty-handed. So give me a few seconds. On behalf of everyone at Atree, we express our deep gratitude and respect for all of you. Thank you. Thank you for everything. Professor Uma Shankar, you will get this in person tomorrow, so I'm keeping it safely with me. Professor Ganeshaya, cannot thank you enough for everything, including jumping across the road today. Professor Baba, thank you for all the money. Thank you. And with that, I'll hand it over to Ryan to take you through the next sessions.
Thank you very much, Asmita.
We will now begin with the first technical session for the day, Creating Knowledge for Sustainable and Equitable Development. I invite Dr. Sharat Chandra Lele to give the keynote address and to moderate the panel discussion that will follow. Dr. Sharat Chandra Lele is a distinguished fellow in environmental policy and governance at Atree. His research includes conceptual issues in sustainable development and analyzes institutional, economic, ecological, and technological issues in forest, energy, and water resource management. He incorporates strong interdisciplinarity in his research, which straddles ecology, economics, and political science. He's published in a range of interdisciplinary environmental journals and in several books, including Democratizing Forest Governance and Rethinking Environmentalism. He's heavily engaged in environmental policy-related work. He is also the lead author in the recently released Values Assessment of the Intergovernmental Panel for Biodiversity Ecosystem Services and is a member of the Scientific Steering Committee of the Global Land Program. On that note, Sharat, over to you.
Is this working? Good morning and welcome to everybody. And thank you for the over-generous introduction. It's my pleasure and privilege to be here with us celebrating 25 years of Atree. Coincidentally, as we know, it's 75 years of Indian independence and 50 years after the first Stockholm Conference on the human environment. So it's a very nice coincidence, I think, that we are here celebrating all these three things in a sense, because I don't think Atree would be possible in colonial India. I think the Stockholm Conference was a trigger for many activities and moves on focusing on the environment. And I think Atree was one of the, one can say, fallouts of the churning that happened because of the Stockholm Conference. And Atree's journey, we have heard a little bit of it just in the previous session. It's a fascinating journey. And what I'm going to do actually in the next 45 minutes that I have at my disposal, I was given a very difficult task of talking about how exactly we have done the bridging of disciplines and bridging of roles, as the jargon goes, interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary research. And I thought I'd sort of take the same stories that you've already heard in the morning or you've seen through the movie. You'll probably hear much more outside on the videos, in the videos and the various things that are available about Atree, and stylize it a little bit to lead you through certain bridgings, certain transformations, certain expansions that I think have happened in the way we think and the way we function, which has all led to where we are today. So it's a bird's eye view really to share with you and to celebrate these this evolution of Atree, to look back and reflect on what can we learn from that in terms of what has been our mission and how well have we achieved it, what might be some of the pitfalls or the bottlenecks, and use that to flag directions and challenges for the next 25 years. So I think Asmita talked about the next 5 years. I'd like to make a pitch for us to think more broadly for the next 25 years in terms of how we're going to pull off the next stage of the evolution of Atree. I have some caveats, of course, to say that this is going to be very, very broad brush. It is simply impossible in this kind of a presentation. I think Ravikant did a much better job in terms of giving you a bird's eye view of the various things that Atree has done in the pieces. What I'm going to do is more stringing them together in a story. So in making up a story, I have to let go of a lot of the details. So it's very broad brush. It's going to be linear storytelling in what is obviously a non-linear world. We haven't actually evolved in this kind of very nice linear fashion. We have meandered, we have, as Professor Bao said, we have fought, we have quarreled, we have sometimes gone around in circles. And 25 years later, sometimes I wonder whether we are back to where we were in 1996. So it's telling you a linear story of what is obviously not a very linear evolution. And I'm going to use constantly the word we, how we evolved, how we did, how we changed, how we rethought, how we re-examined, but there is no one we. It's a collection of individuals which has also changed over time, holding the whole thing together, of course, the board of trustees. But there's been a lot of churning and a lot of different people that have contributed, and not necessarily that all the different people are on the same page, as Professor Bava and the other trustees mentioned. We're not even today necessarily all on the same page. So there's going to be this very stylized we in my narrative, because we can afford to gloss over the differences at least for a day. So in the class that I teach at Atree, which I have helped co-develop with Gladwin, actually, who's here, and Nitin Rai on interdisciplinarity, I start the first session in the class by asking this question: why are you here? So this is a question addressed to PhD students and more recently to the master's students in the Atree programs, whether it's a sustainability studies program or the conservation practice program. Why are you here? And I give them 4 options. I want to solve society's environmental problems. I want to generate knowledge that will help solve society's environmental problems, a somewhat more modest goal. I enjoy generating knowledge for its own sake, but hope that it will also solve some societal problems, an even more modest goal. And more frankly, I enjoy generating knowledge for its own sake, and environment just happens to provide interesting puzzles to solve. So these are the 4 options provided, and it's very interesting to see the distribution of hands that are raised for different options. Which one do you subscribe to? And we get the whole spread amongst the students. including some who very honestly say, well, I really enjoy doing ecology. And, I mean, frankly, I'm here to just get a PhD in ecology. And if something useful comes out of it, fine. Otherwise, it's also fine. So I think we get the whole range. When we started the Atree PhD program over the years, I think we have built a certain image that has also helped us define who or select who we get. We could ask the same questions, set of questions, or the same question with the same options for Atree as an organization. So why is Atree here as an organization that talks about sustainability and that talks about conservation? Why is Atree here? And we could say, well, we are here because we want to solve society's environmental problems, which would be a very different kind of organization if you want to actually go and solve the problems that are out there. We could say that we want to generate knowledge that will help solve society's environmental problems. We could say that we want to generate knowledge for its own sake and hope that it might solve a few problems, as a bonus. Or we might want to generate knowledge for its own sake, and the environment just happens to be an interesting arena in which to do this curiosity science. I think if we were to ask for a raising of hands 25 years ago, we might have gotten all four possible answers to this question, why we are here. Over the years, I think we have coalesced a little bit more in terms of trying to figure out why are we actually here, what is our mission. We've oscillated between the 1, 2, and 3. One being doing everything to solve environmental problems. Some of it is because of fuzzy thinking. I think some of it is because we ourselves want to do everything. We just don't want to only publish papers. We want to feel that we are part of change in the real world. A lot of it has to do with donors who want us to do everything. And very often they want us to do number one, which is go out and change the world, and not really worry about knowledge production. That kind of, can take a backseat as far as the donors are concerned. So we get all kinds of pressures from outside and pressures from inside in terms of the kinds of answers we give to that question of why we are here. And so we have oscillated between 1, 2, and 3. I think we have not generally gone to 4, saying we only do curiosity science for its own sake and we don't really worry about the benefits that might come out of it. But I think over this last 25 years, it would be fair to say that we have converged to a significant extent on number 2, that we want to be producing knowledge for change. And that's a really important part of the evolution of an organization, to have clarity about what it's trying to do. But then that raises a whole bunch of questions. If you want to produce knowledge for change, what kind of change do we want? What is good change and what is bad change? What is a good society that we are aiming for? What is our definition of a good society? What kind of knowledge would best contribute to such a change? That becomes your next question, obviously. And then how can we produce that kind of knowledge? Is there one particular way of producing this knowledge? Is there a pathway that's already been given, or we have to find our own way? And how will this knowledge that we produce somewhere in our offices or in our minds or in our papers and so on actually lead to change in the real world? What's the pathway between knowledge and impact? And of course, the sort of procedural question as to who makes these choices, who makes these decisions about how we are going to answer these questions that come with the mission of producing knowledge for change. So to sort of show you how we have answered these questions and how they lead us to in the direction of inter and transdisciplinarity, I'm going to tell you 2 stylized stories. One using a thread which is very old in Atree. It is, in a sense, as Professor Baba Umashankar and Ganesha said, it precedes Atree, is work in the forests of BR Hills, and the work that started around forests, and the thread is very thick thread in Atree's tapestry in some sense. And the other, which is work on water, which started a little bit later, but has also become a fairly significant amount of the work that Atree does. So the first story about forests, we started with the idea that the change that we want is biodiversity conservation. What we really want is biodiversity conservation. And to do that, we need to produce knowledge, and the knowledge that we need is basically good biology. Because there are a lot of gaps in our understanding of biodiversity that we're talking about saving and so on. Therefore, what we need to save biodiversity is good biology. And we have actually, over the last 25 years, contributed a huge amount of good biology in this direction of sort of biodiversity conservation. We have climbed trees and studied the diversity in tree canopies. We have discovered species of frogs. We have not only discovered new wasps, but named them after Atree. We have distinguished between different species of amla out in the BRL's forests. But this raised more questions than it answered, because the next question was, what is causing biodiversity decline? And clearly, the biodiversity decline that we are seeing is largely anthropogenic. So the question is, we need to understand, is that decline happening for all species? What is the nature or the rate of decline? So the question of sustainability of non-timber forest product extraction, for instance, the dynamics of invasives that threaten biodiversity, possibly it's not the extraction, but it's the lantana that's spreading through the forest. Understanding the genetics of medicinal plants to figure out what's actually going on, and can we use this technology or this particular tool to figure out the fate of these medicinal plants as they go through the economy. So we applied our science to study gooseberry and honey harvest. We applied our science to actually demonstrate that lantana was indeed spreading rapidly across the BRL's landscape and other landscapes subsequently, and that the removal of lantana could make a big impact in terms of the reproduction of the native tree species, grasses, and so on. And we've applied DNA fingerprinting technology to actually trace the movement of medicinal plant drugs, and to demonstrate that 80% of the trade samples of medicinal plants that we tested were actually fraudulent. So the medicine industry, Ayurvedic industry, that is dependent upon high quality raw materials from these from the biodiversity of our country, is actually being taken for a ride, and therefore also the consumer of those health products. And that's something really important that the DNA fingerprinting methodology has shown. So in a sense, we have made one bridging already here. We have bridged from a descriptive science, which talked about the diversity, the number of species, the new species that we were discovering, and so on, to a more problem-driven science saying, if there is a decline, why is there a decline? So working backwards from the problem rather than only forwards from a descriptive sort of perspective. But the next question, of course, is, why do harvesters cause unsustainable harvest or not uproot lantana on their own, for that matter? And so we had to ask questions like, is it the income from the NTFPs? If they're actually getting low income, why are they getting low income? Is it because they have somehow lost their customary institutions of managing the forest? And so we looked at for example, the economics of Tendupata, which is a very important non-timber forest product in central India. And we saw that the difference between what the government was selling the product at the final stage, which is the upper graph, and what the collectors were getting, which is the lower graph, and this is data for Orissa state, show the massive gap, the amount that the government is swiping in between the pluckers getting their wage and the government getting the final price in the name of royalties, taxes, and so on. So clearly, one of the reasons for low income is the fact that our institutions set up for supposedly tribal development are not functioning the way they are supposed to function. We worked on the mapping of sacred sites with community participation in BRLs, and we produced maps which showed their customary boundaries around their podus, around their traditional settlements, which have actually now been obliterated. What you see in this map doesn't exist, in the sense that most of those settlements have been resettled, quote unquote, by the forest department in particular clusters, and therefore these traditional institutions of managing the forests in these particular patches in their own ways have been lost. So we have now made the second bridging, which is from a relevant ecology, which is looking at the problem and answering the ecological questions that arise as to why there is decline of NTFPs. From an ecological perspective, we have moved into the question of why is human behavior leading to that kind of decline, or those kinds of harvesting practices or forest management practices. We started with the use of economics. It was easy to also go to anthropology, because a lot of biologists get attracted, for example, to ethnobiology and the documentation of traditional knowledge. But we have expanded to include disciplines like institutions and political science, which tell us that the tragedy of the commons is the product of certain kinds of arrangements of the rules around natural resources. And we have critiqued, therefore, the rules that have been created under the so-called Joint Forest Management Program, and a deeper investigation through the discipline of political ecology. Whose forest is it anyway? So the question of rights and the question of customary tenure on these forests, the question of colonial conquest and the consequences that colonial conquest had and continues to have for the forests of India today. In doing all this, we also started questioning our starting assumption. We started with the assumption that a good outcome is increases in biodiversity. But fairly soon we realized that this is a very deep ecology perspective that is ignoring many other ways of understanding or setting the ethical goals for whatever we are trying to do here. And so we defined our goal as socially just conservation. Initially, we used the word people-friendly conservation. And I think over time, we have more explicitly embraced the idea that it has to be socially just conservation. And so in this becomes the third bridging, which is the bridging between science, social science, and philosophy and ethics, where we are questioning the goals that we are setting ourselves to achieve. But in the process, then we encounter more questions. So for example, what if social justice or livelihood enhancement goals clash with the goal of conservation? What do we do in that context? And so we had to embrace other kinds of ethical principles, such as the idea of democratizing forest governance or democratizing environmental governance, democratizing all decision-making around natural resources as the only solution to resolving these conflicts, and not a conflict resolution methodology dictated from the top, either by a political class or by a technocratic kind of elite. We asked further questions about, can we make this happen? So we talked all this theory about, we need to change some things in order to achieve conservation, or for that matter, socially just conservation. Can we make it happen? So we were in parallel experimenting with enterprise-based conservation. In fact, the enterprise-based conservation experiment in BR Hills again precedes the formal formation of Atree. But that has continued to be an important strain or an important thread in Atree's work, which is to do action research of this kind, working with local communities for livelihood enhancement and conservation simultaneously, but going beyond enterprises to look at questions of rights and therefore enabling forest rights recognition and trying to work towards rights-based forest management, among other things, in many parts of the country now, not just in southern Karnataka, but also in central India and so on. So this has been part of the action research thread of Atree's work. So moving from conventional research, the fourth bridging in a sense, moving from conventional research to action research, and of course, policy dissemination, or even you would say policy advocacy, in order to make that change actually happen. It's important for us to keep in mind the action research that we are talking about is an iterative process where you pilot something and then learn from that in order to correct perhaps the prescriptions or the ideas that you had come up with in order to have an improved model to disseminate in a sense. And the policy work similarly is about synthesizing what you know, recommending, helping implement, analyzing the results of implementation, and then again kind of running through the cycle. So that's the forest story, kind of trying to capture these bridgings that happened, starting with more descriptive science and ending up in action research. And we see a similar story in the water context. We began the water work one step ahead, in the sense we began with an applied perspective in our science. Our science was problem-driven right from beginning, whether it was applied hydrology or pollution science. And we defined for that particular work, the change that we wanted was that we need clean water. For human consumption, for agriculture, for animals, we need clean water. And so we started with that pollution science. And this work on the impact of Kudremukh iron ore mining on the water quality of Bhadra River was done at least 15 years ago in the Kudremukh landscape, and demonstrated the impact that iron ore mining was actually having. We moved to Bangalore city and looked at heavy metal pollution in the Vrishabhavati River. And in this case, we not only saw the problem and did the hard work as the person wading through the dirty water sort of exemplifies, of collecting the data, identifying the sources and partitioning the contributions from different sources that were putting heavy metal in the water, but then going one step further and analyzing pollution laws, analyzing the monitoring and enforcement mechanisms of the Pollution Control Board, and the governance of the Pollution Control Board in order to arrive at recommendations that go beyond just the biophysical side of the story. We further expanded the water works, of course, straddles not just the water pollution side of the story, but also the water resource side of the story. So we have an expanded set of goals for the water sector, which are adequacy and affordability, of course, quality and environmental flows, equity and social justice, sustainability and resilience, and democratic governance as the sort of fivefold normative concerns for any kind of work that you might want to do in the water sector. And these goals were captured in the draft water policy that Atree contributed very significantly to the Karnataka Knowledge Commission's work in drafting in 2019. And of course, we worked very hard for policy dissemination and impact in the water sector. Fascinatingly, the Kudremukh iron ore work contributed to the shutdown of Kudremukh mine. So that was probably being in the right place at the right time. We sort of tipped over the arguments and the mine was shut down. The heavy metal work was presented to the Pollution Control Board and has led to the setting up of a committee. Now, we all know what that means. Usually setting up of committees are ways in which to delay and divert attention. So we can still hope for the best, but not necessarily hold our breath. And the work that we did on the comprehensive water policy for the state of Karnataka is still sitting on shelves and unlikely to see light of day from whatever I hear. In fact, I just heard that they already approved a very watered down version of that policy document. There are many such storylines. And there's a whole set of videos out there on screens that will demonstrate these storylines. It will show you that we have varying levels and combinations of disciplinary and interdisciplinary work and crossings and bridgings from across disciplines and across the science policy and science action divide. And that Atree has really exemplified this effort to make these connections, not remain a conservation biology organization, but to become an interdisciplinary, as Ravikant said, not only interdisciplinary research organization, but an academic think tank, which is also engaged with the grassroots and policy levels at the same time. And so I would not want to do injustice to all the different threads that are out there that are running through our work, but I'll just say watch those videos outside. But one bridging that is missing from the ones I described so far is the bridging from research to training and teaching. And in that, we have basically launched a PhD program in conservation science and sustainability studies in 2008. We more recently launched the MSc program in conservation practice. We've, of course, been doing a very large number of training programs for water engineers, foresters, students, journalists, over the last 25 years, and simultaneously trying to build capacity at the local levels on biodiversity monitoring, on forest rights, forest management, water monitoring, and so on. And that work continues to be an integral part of our training programs and feeding off the research at the same time. So to summarize, these bridgings or expansions from descriptive science to problem-driven science, from only looking at ecological processes to the underlying behavioral, economic, and social causality, from conventional research, academic-style research to action research and policy engagement, from a focus on conservation to a broader understanding or a broader goal of sustainability, justice, and livelihoods. And therefore, in the process, sectorally expanding our work from biodiversity to other environmental issues, for instance, water, and a little bit of work on climate change and so on. And of course, from only knowledge production to the work of knowledge transmission, which is training the future generation of knowledge producers. I've told you stylized stories, and of course, you will see that these crossings, if you look very closely, are fitful in space and in time. They are idiosyncratic. Some people believe in them, some people less so. They are incomplete by all means. There's a lot more work that we can do in terms of making these bridgings stronger and deeper. But they have taken us in a certain direction. And the direction that have taken us is captured in our mission statement, which I've chopped up to sort of show you the sequence. Atree's mission is to generate knowledge, but the knowledge is for achieving environmental conservation. The knowledge needs to be rigorous and interdisciplinary. It's not just environmental conservation, but also sustainable development in a socially just manner. And then to enable the use of this knowledge, by policy and by larger society, and to train the next generation of scholars and leaders. So that's our mission statement. And as you can see, the different parts match the different crossings that I've tried to describe in terms of what Atree has been trying to do over the last 25 years. So now comes the question. What have we learned from this, and what should we be thinking of in terms of the next 25 years going forward? And I'd just like to present a few ideas. As Kamal said, we are argumentative Indians. So those questions, those ideas are bound to create some amount of discomfort, and I hope that's our role, is to pull people out of their comfort zones. So the first recommendation I have is actually simple, that we need to remain true to our knowledge mission. As I said right in the beginning, if you asked us what we are or why we are here, we have wavered between trying to be a grassroots organization which actually implements activities for their own sake, to being a sort of a more basic science organization. And I think we need to have clarity on our mission, or we have clarity, we need to stick with that clarity and not get pulled and yanked by the different forces outside and different predilections inside in terms of moving away from that core mission. And that core mission has to be to continue to invest in rigorous, long-term, salient biophysical science, bring back rigorous social science into our work. I think we've lost a number of social scientists over the last few years. That's, I think, a very big loss, given that we already had a small number to begin with. We need to expand our engagement, not just with the sciences and the social sciences, but with the engineering and technology sector, because I think that's where a lot of change is happening. That's also responsible for where we are today, including both the benefits and the downsides of modernization. And our policy inputs need to be based on our interdisciplinary research. We should not be separating the research from the work that we do in the policy space. It needs to be iterative and interactive. And we must always remember that critique is important. Today, we live in a certain world that is intolerant of critique. We are told that we must only look for win-win solutions, that what we must say is only what is palatable to the powers that be. But the role of knowledge producers is to speak truth to power. And truth can sometimes be, or very often can be, uncomfortable, if not downright, a source of a huge amount of discomfort. So I think we cannot forget the first and foremost thing, which is the nature of our mission, which is to produce interdisciplinary, rigorous knowledge, which speaks to these questions that are extremely urgent, more urgent today, 25 years later, than when we started, in some sense. Second, I think in doing so, we need to, in a sense, remember that we embraced a plural set of values. We moved on from biodiversity conservation as a narrow goal. So we cannot just talk about conservation. We cannot just talk about socially just conservation. We need to be talking about sustainable and equitable development. And I think that is a jump that we have made in words, but not necessarily always in deeds, because we come from certain backgrounds and we are weighed down by our backgrounds. We are weighed down by our training, and that keeps us in a certain location and slows down our expansion in this embrace of a broader societal goal, which is of sustainable and equitable development. And I'd like to sort of show this pictograph as a way of capturing these ideas of sustainable and equitable development, which is human well-being, along with non-human well-being, equity and justice, sustainability and resilience, and a democratic process through which we actually reconcile these obviously goals that are in tension with each other. And therefore, we have to watch out for both the conscious and the unconscious slippages that happen. I was making sure that I had the right mission statement, the statement that I showed you earlier. So I went to the Atree website, and lo and behold, the word socially just has disappeared from the Atree website mission statement. Now, I'm very confident that this is an inadvertent lapse, but it shows that given the forces that are out there, why would this particular word go missing of all the words that are there in the mission statement? It reminds me that when I wrote the paper on sustainable development, that the phrase was originally coined as sustainable and equitable development. And eventually the Brundtland Commission decided to just shorten it to sustainable development. And there is a certain politics, there is a certain choice of values that are being foregrounded and values that are being backgrounded in this whole process of changing words. And I think even if it's unconscious, we have to watch out for unconscious slippages, for Freudian slips that might be happening, that might be revealing our own kind of biases and our own kind of predilections in these difficult times. Thirdly, and I think this is going to be the most controversial statement, going forward, I think we need to rise above a biocentric or a biotic-centric worldview. It's not biocentric, but a biotic-centric. And what I mean by this is that biodiversity loss is not the biggest environmental problem out there. It is an environmental problem. It's a serious environmental problem. It's probably not the biggest environmental problem that's out there. Some people call climate change the mother of all environmental problems. Others in the developing country context might say that even before climate change, we have been hammered by many other environmental problems, whether it is submergence due to big dams, displacement due to mining, or the disappearance of groundwater in Bangalore district itself, let alone 2,000 feet groundwater in Kolar and so on and so forth. So we have many environmental problems, and biodiversity loss is not necessarily the biggest environmental problem out there. And more importantly, biodiversity conservation will not solve this larger environmental crisis. We'd like to think that biodiversity conservation will not only conserve biodiversity for its own sake, but also lead to well-being, will also lead to this, that, and the other. But I think we are kidding ourselves if we think that that's actually the way we'll solve the larger environmental crisis. And similarly, in today's world, nature-based solutions has become a very popular phrase. It's biologists trying to, again, make themselves look very useful in this larger context, if I may caricature the story a little bit. And I think we have to really watch out, because nature-based solutions is easy. Tree planting is the easiest nature-based solution that's going around. And every school kid knows that the solution to all environmental problems is to plant trees, because that's the kind of pseudoscience that we are spreading. I don't mean the we here in this room, but certainly the we in the larger Indian and global context. And so nature-based solutions is as much of a fake news or pseudoscience that we need to watch out from, because it's part of this idea that biological conservation will actually solve a lot of these other problems. And finally, I'd like to say that we cannot save biodiversity out there while living an unsustainable lifestyle back here. That contradiction is not only an internal contradiction in our own minds. All human beings live with contradictions. So we might live with that same contradiction as we go through the next 25 years individually. But societally, this contradiction will never get resolved unless we confront it head on. We cannot sidestep this contradiction. The fact that the people who live closest to the biodiversity are the people who are the most deprived and marginalized in this country and in the world in general. And that contradiction cannot be resolved only by saying, well, fine, we'll do some enterprises to get them out of poverty, and that will somehow resolve the contradiction. Because we need to understand that social justice is not just about pulling people out of poverty, just over the threshold, while the rest of the country is at 10 times or 100 times those incomes. It is about actually addressing questions of equity and justice, because it's the rest of the country or the rest of the world, the global north, as they say. Global north here means not just OECD countries, but people living the OECD lifestyle even in India are part of the global north. It's the global north which is reducing the environmental space that is available to everybody else. It is impinging upon everybody else's, the global south's well-being, by producing the kind of pollutions here and now that is actually being faced by people who live in the coal mining belt of central India, or who are submerged under dams that produce electricity that goes to Delhi, Bombay, or Bangalore. So I think we need to be really aware of this contradiction and move out of a biocentric worldview. What I've shown you on the left, sorry, oops, on the right hand side is a more elaborate framework that points out that the development that we have had over the last 150 to 300 years in the name of modernization is a particular kind of shift from a dependence on biotic resources to a dependence on abiotic resources, whether it is fossil fuels, iron ore, manganese, bauxite, sand, and so on. And that shift we need to understand. We cannot close our eyes to that shift. We cannot sell a story which says that human well-being comes from ecosystem services. No, increasingly human well-being over the last 300 years, and we are seeing it right around us, whether it's the lights, whether it's the roof, whether it's the seats that we are sitting in, or the technology that we are all using. We are in the Institute of Science, which is not only science, but also engineering. And it's that engineering science which has changed the world for good and for bad in the last 300 years. And that engineering science is about the abiotic, and we cannot run away from it. We cannot close our eyes to it. We need to embrace that challenge of saying, how do we do a better engineering, a better technology as a part of building a better society? And therefore, this means that we're going to have to expand the second E of Atree. Talking about Freudian slips, I noticed that Ganesha said, Ashoka Trust for Research in Ecology and Evolution. So again, it's a Freudian slip, but what we need to be is replace that evolution with environment, which is in the name, and expand the work on environment beyond ecology, beyond conservation. In a sense, go beyond the green and engage with the brown questions. Questions of GHG emissions, air pollution, the energy that drives all of this, the industry and the development process that drives all of these pollution and biodiversity loss kind of processes. And therefore, we need to understand the structure of the abiotic economy. The big economy that we live in today is an abiotic economy, and capitalism has co-evolved with that abiotic economy. The structure of the state, which is bureaucratic and centralizing, also enabled by this kind of an abiotic economy. The values and lifestyles that this abiotic economy promotes, which are values of consumerism, the nature of modern knowledge, its fragmentation, its reductionism, and also its technological possibilism, its belief that technology will solve all the problems. And we have to co-create. And here co-creation means working with all the communities that we work at the grassroots. Co-create with them alternative structures bottom up. Because I think we would be fooling ourselves if we thought that by speaking the right words into the ears of policymakers, we will achieve impact on scale and solve problems. We will only achieve that marginal impact for which the policymaker was ready anyway. And they just wanted to hear the right words to legitimize their decision in most cases. And the real change will only come bottom up by empowering communities to demand and to visualize that new world that we are talking about. And so going forward, I think our action research should not be just research and action, where we do things in parallel, but it must be organically linked. It's not about implementation at scale. It's about piloting and learning from it. Therefore, we need to do the research, do the action, reflect on what we find when we do the action, and then iterate in some sense. And to do that reflection, we need time. We need a learning mindset, not just a doing mindset. And the impact at scale, as I said, will happen only horizontally. When other people pick up our pilot experiments, not by we implementing that at scale either. We becoming a mega NGO, which replaces the state departments and does watershed development or does some other kinds of massive, multi-crore programs. That is not the way that real change is actually going to happen. That is just ephemeral change. And finally, going forward, we need to practice what we preach. We need to be not only a sustainable organization. I think we have taken already many steps, and I want to thank the organizers, my colleagues in the organizing committee who have sweated over this question of how do we reduce the footprint of this particular conference. But in the long run, over the next 25 years, we have to continuously work. It's always a work in progress to become a just, a participatory, and a caring organization. And finally, which is perhaps the most challenging for academics who are brought up in the idea of single authored and first authored publications, and I'm part of that community, we need to be mission centric and not individual centric. So as you can see, lots to do in the next 25 years, but we have to do it because I see all the young faces in the audience, all the young faces that have joined the Atree Masters program. They are waiting, they're challenging, they're asking questions, and we need to have the answers. Thank you. having harangued you all for the last 45 minutes, I have now the pleasure of continuing the harangue, but through colleagues. And I will now harangue those colleagues myself. I request Jai Asundi from C-Step to join me on the stage. I request Seema Purushothaman. I saw her, but here you are. Seema, please join us on the stage. And unfortunately, our third panelist, Jai, please. Our third panelist, Swati Bhogle, is down with COVID, but has very kindly, in the middle of her infection, agreed to join us online. Welcome, Swati. I hope you can hear me. Thank you for joining.
Yeah.
Please. So, as we said, the session overall is about knowledge for sustainable and equitable development. And I presented you some of my own reflections on what journeys that Atree has gone through, the kind of transitions and bridgings that we have attempted. I think the central message of what Atree is remains what Ravikant said, that we are trying to be a boundary organization, trying to play a balancing act in terms of being academically rigorous, at the same time socially relevant, so doing applied work which is of relevant to societal problems, and also understanding that knowledge production alone doesn't work unless you are actively engaging with mechanisms of change, therefore both reaching out to the grassroots as well as reaching out into policy circles and the wider public. So this balancing act is what we're going to talk about in the next 45 minutes or so that we have at our disposal. And we could not have a better panel than what we have with us, people who know Atree very closely in a variety of ways, who are doing very similar work, but also with their own distinctiveness and own specialities. So I'd like to welcome all of them and introduce them very briefly, because again, as it was said earlier, if we were to introduce them properly, then we would probably lose the whole session in the introduction. I'll begin with Jai Asundi. He's the Executive Director of C-Step, Center for Science, Technology and Energy Policy. His broader research interests lie in decision-making and the development of decision support systems for diverse public policy problems. He holds a BTech from IIT Bombay and a Master's and PhD from Carnegie Mellon University. He spent a year at the Software Engineering Institute in Pittsburgh prior to becoming an assistant professor at the University of Texas at Dallas. But he's been with C-Step now for a long time. He's a senior member of IEEE and an adjunct associate professor at Carnegie Mellon University. So thank you, Jay, for joining us today. I should also mention that Jay has been a collaborator, a well-wisher, a helper in many ways in Atree's work, serving on our committees, helping us sort of move in the right direction. So thank you for, again, your contributions over the last 25 years. As Professor Bawa said, there are hundreds and thousands of people who have contributed, not just from within, but from outside. Seema, of course, was within and then now is outside, but never very far away. Seema Purushothaman is a professor at Azim Premji University in Bangalore. Her research interests include ecological economics, agrarian studies, and sustainability, and her work is at the interface of society, development, and ecosystems. She has a master's in agricultural economics, an MSc in environmental economics from University College London, and a PhD in land use dynamics. She's part of SANDI, the South Asian Network for Development and Environmental Economics, and of course, INSEE, the Indian Society for Ecological Economics. She has served in many positions in INSEE, including a vice president when we worked together and hosted a conference in this very venue a few years ago. So thanks a lot, Seema. The most important part, which I want to remind you, she was with Atree for several years before she joined Azim Premji University. So she knows the organization fully well from the inside, including all the debates, the discussions, the wrangling, and the challenges of doing the kind of work that we have set out ourselves to do. And finally, Swati Bhogle. Dr. Bhogle is the founder of Sustaintech India Private Limited and chairperson of the Clean Energy Access Network. She co-founded TIDE, a non-profit organization to bridge the gap between research and the grassroots. So very much in the implementation space, in the technology dissemination space. She has an MTech in chemical engineering from IIT Bombay and has worked with Hindustan Lever Research Center, the Karnataka State Council for Science and Technology, and of course, the Indian Institute of Science, where I had the pleasure of meeting her first. She's an Ashoka Fellow and also a TED or TED Fellow, as they say. Thanks a lot, Swati, for joining us. Again, one of the people who have contributed to Atree from the sidelines in a variety of ways, her expertise, her advice. So thank you for the contribution, and I really look forward to this session. I think I've already posed the question for this session to you over email earlier, just to kind of give you some forewarning, but just for the sake of the audience, we have set ourselves out a very challenging task, which is to be this boundary organization. And one of the balancing acts is between doing deep research, because it needs to be rigorous, and at the same time being relevant to policy, which often wants a 3-day or 6-week turnaround time in terms of the inputs that they are demanding on subjects that that they choose. So there is this challenge of doing deep research when there is often a push towards doing quick research. The deep research also often takes us in disciplinary directions. It's possible to go deep only in particular narrowly defined areas. So deep research can also come in the way of interdisciplinarity, which the policy space or the action space demands very, all the time. They do not want only piecemeal solutions. Disciplinary depth and interdisciplinary breadth is one of the balancing acts and challenges that we face. And of course, the challenge of what is impact in this context? How do we measure impact if we define ourselves as knowledge producers fundamentally, not doers? So it's not how many trees we planted, how many self-help groups we built, or how many primary schools that we renovated cannot be the measure of our work and our impact. So then how do we measure the impact? And all of you coming from academia, in Seema's case, coming from a think tank space, if I may say, from Jayasundi's side, and coming from very much an implementation and technology dissemination experience that Swati brings. Love to hear your views on this question of, is it possible to be such a boundary organization? What are the challenges that we might face? How would you resolve some of those challenges? Swati, can we begin with you?
Yeah, can you hear me, Sharat?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks a lot for beginning with me, because I don't know how long I will last, but I will try my best. It's also a little difficult to, after that very thought-provoking, presentation made by you. I'm a more practical person, and I'll try to keep. I'm not such a deep thinker as you are, but yeah, I mean, there are problems at every stage, and I thought, let me just bring a different perspective from my experience and my knowledge of Atree to this conversation. But really disappointed at not being with all friends from Atree today. I was looking forward to being with all of you, but I think it was not to be. But also at the outset, I would like to congratulate Professor Bawa and the entire team of Atree, I think, for 25 years of consistent, unwavering rigor. That has been my impression of Atree. It's been a great innings, and I look forward to seeing Atree going from strength to strength. And Sharad, I think I take away from your keynote address, 2 topics for me to comment upon: interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary rigor resilience. I may, because you have confused me so much with your deep thinking, I may crisscross between the 2 topics. So please forgive me, I think. Yeah. Okay. So to start with rigor and salience, I think they are personality traits of individuals, but they also get honed through experience, training, and institutional culture. I have seen in many cases that over a period of time, there is convergence between the personality trait of the founder and that of the institution. And to me, I've always associated Atree with rigor. And the very fact that Atree chooses to celebrate its 25-year journey in the campus of the Indian Institute of Science, an embodiment of rigor, is, I think, proof enough of its commitment to rigor. But even otherwise, there are other facets of Atree's personality that clearly communicate its commitment to rigor. Salience, I will touch a little bit later. I'm just composing my thoughts about which aspect of salience I should be talking about. My own experiments with interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary work, I have found it difficult to define the boundaries in interdisciplinary work, and wondered if we really need to define the boundary at all. I find transdisciplinary without boundaries far more exciting, and I think that's what I have always done. It also tests your competence or informs you about the lack of it. In my case, more often the latter than the former. And the kind of work that I have done in TIDE over the years has tested our technical skills, mostly related to heat transfer, energy efficiency, biomass conservation. But the kind of success that has come our way would not have been possible if we had not taught ourselves a bit of business development, sociology, economics, gender studies, and some participatory techniques. But in hindsight, I believe that if our team had experts in social sciences, our approach to development would have been different, probably more productive, and conceived for impact. I'll just give you a small example. An organization working in the area of gender and health once asked me to rehabilitate a single woman who was physically exhausted with frequent unwanted pregnancies and backbreaking work on a lime kiln. I could provide a solution to the trauma of one woman with technology access. But if I had gender expert in my group then, we would have looked at this as a problem of all vulnerable single women. So at every stage of the work, as we develop, as we evolve, I remember a poster in Professor Reddy's room which said that once you know the answers, the questions change, and that's typically what happens in development and has confronted us time and again. About balancing rigor and salience, I think what I will do is I will just take a limited view of salience, that salience means to get noticed, and that is important, definitely. But otherwise, it's such a deep word that I cannot do justice to it at this stage. So my first thought on balancing rigor and salience is whether a balancing act is required at all or not. So as I said, salience or getting noticed is definitely an outcome of rigor and its accompanying accomplishments. I think that the challenge lies not in salience by itself, but the consequences of salience. So when the work of Atree gets noticed, donors, policymakers, government departments detect a potential for impact, for changing lives, for improving the environment, and generally for creating much needed social and environmental change. But this again leads us to a very difficult and important question. Is Atree a knowledge creator or a change agent? Sharad, your views are very obviously stated, but I do see that is a question which Atree must ask itself. The rigor is taking you towards salience, but are you prepared to go where salience is taking you? From my limited understanding, I think salience is taking Atree into a different world of high visibility, greater expectation, more funds, high profile awards, and the rewards and challenges that come with it. Does Atree want to belong to this different world? Does it have the comfort level, the skill set to take on unfamiliar challenges? From my personal experience, I can say that when very competent researchers committed to interdisciplinary work start taking small baby steps into the world of change agents, Would Atree's core competence of rigorous research be compromised? Does it need another equally competent team to translate outcomes of research into impact? I don't have the answers, but I think Atree must introspect. I speak about these dilemmas from my own experience. About 25 years ago, we created Tried, a non-profit organization to bridge the gap between innovation and impact. We worked at the grassroots with rural entrepreneurs to demonstrate acceptance of innovation and followed it up with technical training. This enabled us to take innovation to the next stage of product readiness. At that point, we were very clear that we would trigger impact, but we were not ourselves impact creators. The process of just triggering impact, however, got us a lot of recognition. And we were offered prize money, grants, investments for scaling. When I resisted, I was sponsored for short-term courses on business planning, community leadership, participation in events around globalizing. I think the temptation got to us and we decided to explore and demonstrate commercial viability of innovations, but hold back on scaling. We knew it was not our competence because it required a completely different mindset. But what happened was that in our preoccupation with demonstrating commercial viability, we compromised on creating a pipeline of innovative products. Our grassroots entrepreneurs were not scaling either. It was time, we realized it was time to course correct. We learned the give and take of partnerships and supported enterprises to scale. Incidentally, this advice on strategic partnerships was given to me by Professor Amulya Reddy. He told me once that whenever you have a difficult problem, chemistry has great lessons to offer. He said, learn about partnerships from the water molecule. It did not respect the normal rules of chemistry. The hydrogen atoms exploited the high electronegativity of the oxygen atom to form strategic hydrogen bonds and became the powerful giver of life on planet. The more conventional sulfur just below oxygen on the periodic table is less electronegative and upon bonding with hydrogen becomes hydrogen sulfide, a poisonous gas. This brings me back to my starting thoughts as a concluding comment. I wonder if such insights would be possible without interdisciplinarity or transdisciplinarity, whatever. So this is, I think, what we need to think out of the box, go wherever there is a solution, think, explore, and take a informed decision. I think I will stop at this stage.
Thanks a lot, Swati. And particular thanks because I can see that you're struggling with the COVID infection. So thank you also for that. Before I hand over to Jay, I just wanted to clarify one small point, which is, it is very fascinating that you use the word salience in terms of getting noticed. And I think this is a really important point, whether we use the word salience for it or something else. But the point that getting noticed and therefore getting pulled in certain directions to scale, to expand and so on and so forth in areas that we are not necessarily trained or not necessarily part of maybe our core definition of our mission. The way I was using the word salience, and originally when we set up SciSaid, I used to use the word relevance, saying academic research, which takes pride in rigor, is often criticized for not being relevant. So if I just, in a sense, tweak the last decimal place on whatever Avogadro's number or the gravitational constant, it is deep research, it is academic research, but it is not particularly relevant to the pressing problems of the day. So even in the context of biology, I could be doing more good biology, but it may not be the most important biology with respect to solving problems. It may be important in the academic space. So the words really sort of relevance and salience come from that perspective, that the work needs to be relevant to the problems. And this is Bill Clark's innovation on the word, saying not just relevant, but of the different types of knowledge that might be relevant, it should be the most important. And in that sense, they are using the word salience as in the most relevant knowledge that is required for change. So I think your point about the fact that visibility of an organization itself brings a whole bunch of challenges is very important and relevant in our discussion of our future journey. So thank you for that insight. I'd like to hand over to Jay.
Sharad, thank you again for inviting me and being part of this wonderful celebration. Again, Dr. Bawa and the entire Atree group. I have always respected Atree, I've always looked up to you as an institution. And to me, this 25 years is a very important milestone because it is the part where we usually say, okay, now what do I want to do now that I'm an adult? Till now, and I'm in an institution which is much younger, so we have the ability to meander, circular, get all over the place. And from that perspective, I must again congratulate you on this wonderful point in time. But I think, Sharad, through your presentation, you've made us all think, me from the outside, and I guess many of your colleagues on the inside, on what next, what do we do? And I think this aspect, one is, I'll just quickly, this argument about rigor versus relevance, I have been hearing for a long time because I've also been part of academia. And I don't know why it's only in academia we worry about this. When I feel that both are equally important. I mean, there's no trade-off. It is one and the same, because the reason you do rigorous work is because it will only become relevant if it is rigorous, and otherwise it will not be. And while you may say, yes, this is relevant work, but not rigorous enough, I think rigor is the underlying bedrock. So I don't think you can take it away. And from that perspective, I must commend Atree on the fact of always being this rigorous organization, working on fundamental problems and working on, as you called it, biology and plus. So from that perspective, let me quickly jump to the question that you asked, which is about being a boundary organization. And what does it mean? I think the word possible is irrelevant because it is possible. I think the fact that you have accomplished what you've accomplished so far means that you have the necessary tools or thought process. I mean, you may not have it right now, but it's something you have the thought process to bring you to that place. So what does that mean to become a boundary organization? And I don't think, like in your story, you did mention about, force fitting it into this linear form. I think this is a human construct, is that we love stories and we like the story to be in this very clear, linear fashion. We say A tends to B, tends to C, tends to D. And that's a very human way of us thinking, when actually life does not happen that way. As we have been through organizations, we see that there's a lot of debate and there's a lot of, going back and forth. And there's also circularity, as you may call it, that happens. And I think that is going to continue to happen. If you think that you're going to go from somebody coming and telling you, this is your answer, and that you going and taking that and running it, I don't think that's going to happen. You are still going to go through these cycles, and just like every organization does. So from the perspective of being what is possible, I think it is absolutely possible. I think you just need to define what is it that you are going to do as your core, and what is it that you're going to do as part of your boundary activities with other organizations, which obviously comes to the notion of strategic partnerships. Who do you engage with? Who do you work with in order for you to be able to be an effective boundary organization? And I think in all of this will come the part of what is your core area? What is it that you will want to continue to do? You may definitely add to those things, but at the same time, also think about what are the best places where you would rather work with someone else rather than do it yourself. Now, strategic partnerships is a very loaded term. It's very easy to say, partnerships. We all know how difficult those are. You need it's not just about finding the right organization that does the work that's complementary to yours, but also culturally matches your frequency in the way you would like to do work. I think you did talk about the fact that there is this issue about needing quick research versus deep research. And we face that every day at our organization. We get calls all the time saying that, can you do this? You need to give us an answer in a month. Now, in some cases, it actually does work out very well, simply because we have already done the work. And the work has been done over the past few years. It's not a question of doing it in a month. It's just that the month was enough for us to put our thoughts together on pen and paper and put it down in a note that can be given. But by and large, I think when we come up with certain problems that we've not really spent enough time on, I think it is an injustice to the problem and to society at large for us to say that this is the solution, because we may know something about the subject, but we don't know enough to be able to say things about that. So then comes to the notion of impact, right? So how do you produce the impact in context, and what does impact really mean? And I think this is where you need to work through your mission statement, because I think your mission statement is very clear about what is it that you would want to do. And I think that is the, I would say, the North Star in terms of the organization saying that, okay, this is what we have agreed on. And when there's any discussion or deliberation, it has to come back to the mission statement and saying, okay, where in the mission statement does this say, or does the mission statement interpret this particular piece of work to be in this way or that way? So I think that is the large, and I'll end with a simple, I would say, framework that we at C-STEP have employed for the perspective of impact. And we've created what we call a 5-step level of impact. The first level of impact is where the work or the solutions or the ideas that we are producing, I'm being very vague here, but it's the ideas that we are producing are acknowledged by our peers. So a simple measure for that would be peer-reviewed publications, which everybody does. At the same time, also, are we getting cited? Are people citing our work, people using our work? So that's a level 1 of impact. Level 2 of impact is we go beyond academia and say, are people outside of academia or society at large, maybe trade bodies, institutions, governments, citing our work? And that is a level 2 of impact. And there it means a little more work from us. We have to engage with these entities to not only make sure that they know that our work exists, but the importance or the relevance of the work to the problem at hand. Level 3 is when we get into what you mentioned in your presentation, is on pilots. This is where the notion, as the American term goes, putting your money where your mouth is. I think that is where it really comes, is that the person feels that your idea is strong enough that you can put money on this and do a pilot. That means someone is investing money in that particular idea. And so that is that. So because I've always believed that ideas are aplenty, but to get people to actually commit and get lots of people to work on a single idea is much harder. And I think Atree is a testament to that. Level 4 of impact is when you get to scale. That is, you're able to say that my idea actually went beyond a small pilot or a small region or a village or a town, but was implemented, let's say, in an entire state. I believe any state in India is as big as a country in Europe. So in some ways, if it goes to a state or a region, that is a level 4 of impact, and ideally national scale. Of course, India is a diverse country, so simple. Sometimes these things do not scale to the national level. And then you may ask, what's after that? You just said 5. And I feel at the end of the day, we have to also be honest about ourselves. Just because our ideas are great, cited by our peers, cited by a community, people put money into it, that does not mean anything. To me, a level 5 impact is when you actually see change on the ground that actually changes. So in the areas that we are working on, say renewable energy or air quality, I feel the level 5 impact is when I can say And of course, this is going to take time. It's not going to be something that I'll see in a year or two, but maybe 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, saying that there has been a palpable change on the ground, measured, that is, scientifically measured, to say that yes, due to these ideas, these things have changed. Now, the harder part that we'll have to deal with is attribution, because we are a knowledge generating or a knowledge creating organization. We don't go out there and install things on roofs or actually make changes. But I think staying involved in the process, and I think being honest to ourselves to that is what will take there. I have not got to the point of saying how will we measure that. So I think these are some of the ideas that I would put forward and say, partnerships and thinking about impact in this manner might be the way to go forward. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jay. A lot of ideas there for us to chew on. I'd like to invite Seema to present her thoughts.
Thank you, Sharath, and thanks to the organizers for remembering me and inviting me that this homecoming could happen, though we were both in the same city, as the city itself is, both sides of the city itself is a world apart. I rarely manage to meet any of you. And today's special occasion also made me retrospect with whatever I gathered after leaving Atree in 2012. So I joined Atree in 2003 and 9 long years and a lot of meaningful journeys. So from there, and then what I have been doing and what I have been learning after that, I'm sharing some of these ideas and, some opinions based on whatever I heard even today morning. So the first thing I wanted to respond to Sharath's, talk is that I would like to talk about Atree as an integrative space, not as a boundary organization. Somehow I feel boundary organization is much more a limiting word than integration science, which is becoming far more, visible and functional, especially in the context of sustainability knowledge generation. So I would like to talk about Atree as a space for integration science. And the second thing about salience and impact, which is a large question. What occurred to me first after the COVID, the entire turbulence generated across the globe was that there is some immediacy. Some immediacy, actually speaking, in not so much in knowledge generation, but yes, what kind of knowledge we need for some immediate solution of, finding solutions for some immediate problems, that is definitely there. But knowledge inequality, information inequality, that appeared on the top of all inequalities that were already existing. Livelihoods, education, access to good education, access to effective healthcare, safe food and nutrition, all of them still exist, but more immediate is right now, after in this third decade of this 21st century, when we hear the increasing frequencies of very damaging crisis, diverse crisis, unending emergence of them, waves after waves, this new inequality or newly dominant inequality of ecological security is looming large. And that actually gives all of us this responsibility, the academic social responsibility of working towards a sustainable society, which means salience also lies in immediate relevance. And immediate relevance, when I said not so much in producing newer and newer knowledge, but also adapting it to the specific requirements across communities who are threatened and more vulnerable to the ecological insecurities that we see across all spaces. So this new determinant of inequality, which is ecological security and associated information, actually means that integration science and institutions and people actually playing in that field actually need to convert this academic space into producing and generating and integrating knowledge needed for facing such multiple intense, repeated, diverse crises in social, ecological, economic context, various contexts. But the scholars occupying this space, often what we see is that they vie for dominance. So as we all have experienced, biologists, though, whenever, even when they are open to interdisciplinary approaches to conservation or sustainability, would like the solution to be carved out from the core of biological sciences. Environmental economists would see that all solutions lies in economic instruments. And while our social scientists and sociologists per se would say that, you both are not perceiving the central role that society plays in the, the former two. So what Atree-like integration spaces were trying to do was actually overcome those debilitating disciplinary divides or lack of conversationability, like vocabularies have to cross the boundaries, which I see happening gradually in, my colleagues, and engrossed in the knowledge production of immediate relevance with potential actionable outcomes, which is what immediate relevance is. So actually speaking, this salience, when we say immediate salience, even that can be like 2-3 types. One is, of course, doing sustainability action. In TFP, even now, when I go to tribal communities and trying to talk to them about how to implement community forest rights, I use, and I remember the images from Bilagiri Rangaswamy temple sanctuaries work that Atree senior colleagues have done, whether it is amla or honey, or I use the findings on forest fires, the knowledge generated around invasives, all are coming handy when actually I'm doing the sustainability outreach. The sustainability outreach from this integration science actually happens where there is an information deficit with the more disadvantaged people, very, very, very closely exposed to ecological insecurity. So salience lies in being immediate relevance, but in a very accessible manner when that knowledge gets transformed. So sustainability action, sustainability outreach, and then action research itself, which is slightly different from both action and producing knowledge. It actually is a co-inquiry into a very existing problem wherein the people impacted by the problem themselves actually generate the questions, and along with the researchers and other players on the ground actually go ahead solving the problem while generating new transdisciplinary knowledge to the same knowledge generating space. And then so sustainability action, triggering or equipping action research around sustainability, which is co-inquiry, actually making citizen observatories. Citizen scientists and citizen science are very popular words now. And even in this time, 25 years of even the existence of Atree, I really need to look into how much have we succeeded in that. I find a lot of potential in, even small family farmers becoming agricultural scientists who are simultaneously informed about the social political dynamics as well as the agroecological realities. So it automatically takes away the Puritan approach from any particular discipline. So opening up possibilities for action research is the second salient impact that I would see. And sustainability outreach, the one I was mentioning, I have to mention the story that I actually heard when I was working in Atree, 2005 or 6. We were in Alleppey trying to figure out how this webinar program should be thought out and imagined. Priyan and I don't think others were there. And we were very clear about the water pollution in the back waters and the impact it is creating around. And I had already seen the tons of volumes of work sitting in the agricultural university libraries, thesis, publications of other kinds on the exact problem in Kuttanad region. Now there we were sitting with a panchayat representative, a woman, a lady panchayat member. So we were asking her the question, can't you see that most houses in this and the other islands around are emptying their sewage, domestic waste into the backwaters? Don't you see that the primary health centers are reporting so many diseases which can be directly linked to this? Then why are you not actually doing something about it? Her response was a question. When do you researchers, people like you, talk to us, politicians? Aren't we untouchables for you? I really don't know what you're talking about. We haven't heard about these many studies. We don't know what is written. That was a very, it was not transformative. That question even now nags me. And then what is, in this democratic republic, the kind of public money and the public resources that we all invest in, if that couldn't reach the very vocal and, enough, high school educated, 12th passed, the woman panchayat member in a very highly literate state, then what was the whole volumes of research sitting in all the institutions in Kerala? I really wonder. And that made me the salience question very clear. I started designing courses for panchayat members. The first set of courses happened in northern Karnataka. It's called Agroecology and Livelihoods for panchayat members. It's a very difficult task. I had to learn the art of keeping them inside a room at least for 2 hours without looking at their mobile phone. And they're all political party representatives. And I learned from my that panchayat member in Kerala that I shouldn't be keeping them outside the information that I am privy to. So that is where I had to differ a little bit from what Sharad was trying to say, though he didn't complete. It involves critiquing the system, but it doesn't exclude us from working with the system. If we exclude the system just because many parts of the system is like, very critically, different from us, this incremental long-term changes are not actually going to be seen around. So that's it. There are a couple of other people who made me think about salience. One was Anil Agarwal. Early 1990s, I was back with a fresh environmental economics graduate degree, and I was eager to work with him. And there was a series of interviews, and we were about to start work. But we differed on one thing. I was a very aspiring, I would say, academic, but I was very clear that I wanted to create socially relevant evidence for conservation, which I meant I wanted to say that conservation is necessary for poverty reduction. I had a very clear objective, and Anil and I talked about it. But at the end, he asked, when I was actually I joined and I was sent to Punjab to work on subsidies. But the question is, what will you do with this information? My dream was to publish in the journal, which was very well known in environmental economics at that time. Anil and I almost, we parted our ways, and that stopped my tryst with Center for Science and Environment. And the second, so I started working with many other kinds of organizations. I also was taking it slow, understanding stuff. I was in Central India. And I thought I was in the business of generating pro-poor benefit, evidence for pro-poor benefit of conservation, okay? And I was doing this work in the catchment areas of Narmada, parts of Narmada. It was very well known for medicinal plants, lot of livelihoods in medicinal plants collection. So my thing was, these areas getting submerged are taking away livelihoods. It was a very clear case. We had quantitative evidence against submersion, as in it is going to displace a lot of livelihoods. It was ready. The written document was ready. And at the same time, in Jabalpur, where we were at that point in time, Medha Patkar was actually doing a relay hunger strike. Where else a person, an academic aspirant who wanted to do impactful, socially responsible research in environmental economics would, take the research. I promptly took enough printouts of this particular manuscript and went to the site where she was sitting in hunger strike. She was very tired. We had some others as her associates who said they will hand over the paper. I had even quantities collected from each forest, number of people involved, and the kind of profit margin taken away from the people who collect, etc. So next day, I'm going to check what did Medha say about it. It was very disappointing. All the research, very well done, very rigorous. But in a democracy like India, what works is numbers, mass movements. Research findings sometimes don't see the impact, at least in the immediate future. People may use it, but right now, NBA didn't find any use for my finding of the submersion of the entire Bargi catchment were displacing livelihoods with evidence. I was disappointed, and I actually spent a lot of time introspecting whether I'm doing what I really wanted to do. And slowly I realized the ways to be in that interstitial space of sustainability science. And I worked with this epistemic community, which is like a mosaic of multidisciplinary teams engaged in rigorous knowledge production. But then they produce kaleidoscopic visions of a sustainable society. And that still excites me. But I take it to outside world, wherever, as knowledge production is urbanized. It's evidently, urban centric, but we have to go beyond these landscapes to actually find the salience. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, Seema. Thank you, all of you. I'm not sure whether Swati is with us. I know she's struggling with the COVID. So, hi, Swati.
Hi, Sharad. Yeah.
Of course, I have a lot of questions or directions in which I'd like to take the conversation. But I thought we'd also open it up to the audience if there are pressing questions triggered by the very thoughtful comments from our three panelists. I think Swati's point about the strategic partnership as something we need to figure out. I think the word strategic partnership came up in both Swati's and Jay's comments. Basically figuring out what is our core area and where we need to partner with others and not claim that we have the expertise to deliver in that particular sphere or that particular type of action or outreach or implementation. But as Jay pointed out, that's easier said than done. Because, and this we know, I think Siddhapa will share the laugh with me about the challenges of working with NGOs in the field who have their own domains, their own insecurities, their own concerns. It itself is a challenge. So just because we say we want to build strategic partnerships, it doesn't mean that they necessarily pan out. And I think that experience comes to us repeatedly in our work, where the organizations that supposedly represent work on the ground or grassroots action are often stuck in a reproduction mode, where the reproduction of that NGO becomes more important than the empowerment of the community. Because in an ideal world, if you empowered the community, you would not need that organization to handle them anymore or to do any more work. And in fact, that would be a sign of success. But that can always come in the way of reproduction of the organization. So many of these challenges in terms of building strategic partnerships. I had a question also for Seema about how, when we move from a research institute to a teaching university, does it constrain, for instance, in real terms, the time that we have available for new knowledge production? So that was also a question for me. So I'll toss that question out, but maybe we'll take a few more questions from the audience before we hand over back to the panelists.
Good afternoon, everybody.
I'm a principal of St. Joseph College for Women, Tirupur, Dr. Mary Josephine. What she explained throughout, we're listening. It's really challenging the syllabus for the Panchayat members, because under Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, all colleges should adopt 5 villages, and we have to do for the overall community development. And you have mentioned a lot of challenging topics to take for research project like Narmada River. You told many medicinal plants are there. So we like to have many more sessions. This is not sufficient, I think. We like to hear more discussion with you, because you have mentioned so many challenging tasks and research topic you have covered. I'm very glad to attend this program, because we traveled from Coimbatore to listen Atree, what they're doing for the 25 years they are celebrating. Actually, we are in many association, and I'm the member, but I'm proud to see this. When we entered, there is no pamphlet or any paper they wasted. Everything, all communication through electronic media, digitalized, and the kit they given for us, everything is free and with a cloth bag. See, not only in saying, you are putting and practicing, and you are giving a very good model for each and everyone. Very happy for this. I congratulate Atree Association for this 25th year. It's not only 25th year, many young buds are here. Definitely they'll join, and they make a very good tree with a prop root like ficus banyan tree. Thank you.
I'd like to thank you also for having made that journey all the way. Many of us complain about commuting within Bangalore. So I think it puts all our complaints in perspective. Thanks a lot for being here with us. Any other questions or comments from the audience?
Good afternoon. I'm Rajpal Navalkar from the Science and Technology Park in Pune. Our Ski Tech Park works in the same manner in what Atree does, and we have been following Atree also for a long, many years now, and we basically start centers for innovation, implementation, and taking technology to the masses and actually making a difference out there. But we are not an NGO. We are under the DHT Government of India, but we work on a principle that says no charity. We say it has, if you have to make a difference, whether it is waste, whether it is renewable energy, whether it is whatever that we do also, if you have to make a difference, it should make a social impact, which is very important. But along with that, there should be a very strong economic sense. Our park is not funded by the government. We generate our own monies and incomes for our projects, whatever we do pan-India. I was very interested. We have been following Atree for a very long time. So looking at and hearing everybody today was quite a, it was quite a good experience for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So if there are any questions from the audience, otherwise I'd like to go back to the panel for the last round of their observations. I'd like to, as I said, for Seema, I had this question about the challenge of balancing research and teaching. And as Atree moves in the direction of having launched a master's program, which is a big jump from those days. If you remember, we were talking about recruiting PhD students only every alternate year because the teaching load would get too much and it will be a distraction from our research and so on. So what does this mean in terms of knowledge production versus knowledge transmission? Are we leaning more in that direction now? And or is not really a win-lose proposition? And I think for both Jay and Swati, and even for Seema, I think we all of us share very similar backgrounds. Jay and I come from IIT Bombay, Swati is from IIT Bombay. We are engineers somewhere in our undergrad days. I moved into engineering economics and did a economic impact analysis of big dams for my master's. And even when I was doing my PhD, my thinking was still pretty much in the realm of ecological economics, which is what Seema has been also working in. And so my encounters with the critical social sciences, like all of you, were very few in my training days. And it was only towards the end of my PhD and also coming to Atree or before that in SciSet, where we had critical social scientists who I think make a very important contribution that we sometimes think as a negative contribution. Because I think pointing to structures, whether it is structures of capitalism, whether it is structures of colonialism, whether it is structures of bureaucratism, or even the structures that our own engineering thinking has created in terms of the faith in technology as a solution to all problems, are something that we don't even realize. So half the battle is in making us realize that those are structural problems, before we figure out ways to work around them, work through them. In some cases, I mean, it's not going to be easy to break structures. But I think the job of showing that there are these structural barriers, and as you said, in the Narmada Bachao case, it could very well be that that piece of information at that particular point in time was not helping them perhaps fight that battle, which is at that instant one of whatever, fighting submergence through maybe just mobilization of people. And I think that is a very interesting question, which is that, yes, knowledge inequalities exist and they matter, but mobilization is more than just knowledge inequalities, right? Because inequality is not just a question of, well, I just happen to have less than you. There is a particular reason why I don't have as much as you. That's I think the contribution of those who think structurally. And I just wanted to throw that question back at you as to how do we bring in that question back to, in the work that we do, given that we can't change structure so easily, of course. So I don't know, Swati, you want to take first crack or?
No, I know we can't change structures, but when I was more thinking, was more thinking about partnerships, and then I'll try to link the partnerships to this question of, why some people, the question that you have posed. Primarily, I think it is difficult, but it's possible to make strategic and sustainable partnerships. We've done that. We failed quite often, but we have also succeeded occasionally. And I think it is our successes that have taken us forward. For example, Tide's partnership with WWF or with Vigyan Ashram in Pune, or some other organizations, in the Northeast. When what we have to offer is something that the other person requires, it's give and take, and and that is how these partnerships have developed and grown. You don't need to be partnering with somebody who is bigger, better, than you, but at equal level where you complement each other's work. As far as this question about your Narmada Bachao, I mean, can you just repeat it once again, Sharat? Hello.
What I was saying was that, we have often, as engineers, we are trained in a kind of a linear model of knowledge production, dissemination, and social change. Where we say, well, why something is not changing towards a better society is because of lack of knowledge. And if we just produce that knowledge, then there will, it will get accepted. Maybe a little bit of hiccups here and there, it will get accepted, and that will lead to societal change. And we have to just find the right pathway, maybe the right partners, maybe the right amount of, simplification of the knowledge, or redoing that technology and so on. And in that process, we might be losing sight of some of the structural barriers.
Absolutely.
Losers, not just winners when this change happens.
Yeah, but I think we've evolved quite a bit from our student days, where we thought that only knowledge could solve problems. I remember that we began like that, but we were not, we also had a kind of a pompous attitude saying that I have all the answers, and you are the ones who are the beneficiary of my knowledge. But when we start working with communities, I think they give you far more than what we can give them. And if you, and that is a kind of conversation that you have. And then by listening to them, by understanding what they need, especially through a process of participatory techniques, which I mentioned, collectively and consensually, if we are able to generate knowledge that is enduring, sustaining, etc. We've done that a lot with women's self-help groups, and very often we find that if we have to step into their shoes, get into their lives, spend nights on tank beds together talking about things. We've got to get them out of their mindsets on so many difficult problems. It becomes very difficult for them even to talk development, even to talk environment, because they're so full of their own problems. And we learn from them, they learn for us, and collectively we evolve solutions. And I think those solutions have been the most robust. It's never a one-way dialogue, but we IITians must learn to listen to others.
Thanks. Thanks, Swati. Seema?
So I'll focus on the question on academic work and knowledge generation. So the answer lies in what kind of academic space, the scale of it, which determines the time management. Scale, in the sense, I feel a classroom should be diverse enough to actually engage in a debate on these kind of interstitial discussions, which means as an instructor or a learning facilitator, you are also at the receiving end of knowledge. And each student in such a representative class who has been selected based on their aptitude and readiness to work in this kind of a context which demands immediate salience, then will be a great knowledge generating team. But that said, you need to then also have the curriculum that facilitates that. So in the programs that I am involved in, we have a lot of field-based practicums and projects which students and faculty together design and execute, and also partner with field organizations. But I always feel that scale is a big villain. I don't know, people often accuse me of, the small is beautiful kind of Puritan, but I personally feel that around 20-25 students in my class, we learn together a lot. Whatever language barriers, cross. I mean, in spite of that, we do. But the number, once it reaches more than 30, 40, it's very difficult to learn.
Okay, great. So we are still only taking 25 students in our master's batch. So I think we are good. Jay, you have the last word.
So I think, Sharad, the joke has always been that we got into IIT because we were good exam takers. And I think I keep repeating that to all our friends, that not that we were great thinkers or anything, it was just that we knew how to take exams. But I think I do see a change in the sense that there is a lot more questioning of what we would call technology determinism. That is, I have a technology and I will find a solution to that. And I think that's something that people have, at least people above the age of 35 probably, have realized, and maybe through the University of Hard Knocks, that they've realized that it's not just having a great solution, it's also how it fits into the system. And that's when you start getting into the questions of structure. And I think the only way structures can be changed or brought down and new ones erected on the previous is by chipping away at the original structure. And I think the only way we could do it is by continuously pointing out places where things have gone awry and need to be changed. And then at some point in time, someone will say that, well, you know what, there are too many things that need to be changed here. We need to change the whole thing. And that's the only way we can do it. And that is me just talking as a person being practical. Me being the activist would say, break it down and build the wall, or break down the wall and build something else. And I think so. I think the only way, the solution for us, and I think I follow it as much as possible, is to try to abort these buzzwords that come across us always, because people assume that solutions lie there rather than in the structure. And I think questioning the structure and raising that point as a technology person is just as important for me. And I'll leave just with three things that are my pet peeves right now. One is this whole issue of what they call carbon trading. Second one is blockchain. And the third one is climate tech. I mean, these are three things that, you say these three words and there'll be a lot of money flowing into your bank account, but I don't know what it really does. So with that, I will just say that stay true to your word, and that's the only way we can do it. And I think partnerships, I think that's the only way we can do it. Yeah.
Thank you, Jay.
One more question, sir.
Sorry, we are out of time. Can we take it over tea? You don't mind?
Okay, sir.
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks a lot. So I just like to thank our panelists and of course the audience for their patience with this 1.5 hour discussion debate, hopefully on questions that are very central to what Atree is, what Atree would like to be, and how it can achieve what it wants to be. So Jay, Seema and Swati, online, extra thanks for hanging in there even on a Zoom call when you have COVID. So I hope we'll all join in giving them a big hand for their contribution. I think this partnership will not end, but let's stop for the moment and go for tea. Thank you. So lunch actually, as I'm told.
Thank you, Dr. Sharad. We will now break. Lunch will be served shortly. In the meantime, you can check out our stalls, Who's Calling, Let's Play, and Environmental Reels. They're located from the lobby till the outside of the auditorium. The reconvening time will be around 1:30 p.m. See you soon.
I have to do it in the context of what you said.
I would add the fourth thing to your pet peeve, NBS.
Oh yeah.
Have you heard in my talk?
No, I'm hearing a lot about that. Hello, hello.
Hi, Namrata. I needed my help with clicking the picture for the Meena post. I tried to reach Jaya, she's not picking up. Give me a call. I'll call. Done, just let me. I know all the things. Wanted something that Birla and can help me with something.
With social media, I don't know. I can tell you. Program is there, no? Acha, he's already on some. Anija is here. Where is that room? Oh,
Welcome back, everyone. We will be beginning shortly. Please be seated. We will now begin the first of our thematic sessions. Each of our thematic session will consist of a plenary, followed by a showcase that will highlight various facets of research in that particular arena, and a rendezvous, a light and informal discussion with experts on the session. Beginning with the Naturescapes thematic session, I now invite Dr. Nitin Shekhar to present the plenary. Dr. Nitin Shekhar is a conservation scientist interested in human rights and animal welfare in wildlife conservation. His writings have been published in Science Magazine, Economic and Political Weekly, The Guardian, and the Indian Express. And his research has been documented in the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Hindu. He has a PhD in ecology from Princeton University, and he is the author of What's Left of the Jungle, a narrative nonfiction book that demonstrates some of the core challenges. Excuse me.
You're introducing the right person, just the wrong talk was up. Mahesh Shankaran's talk was up and said,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry about that. He has a PhD in ecology from Princeton University, and he is the author of What's Left of the Jungle, a narrative nonfiction book that demonstrates some of the core challenges facing India's forest communities and wildlife. Nitin currently serves as WWF India's National Lead for Elephant Conservation. Over to you, Nitin.
Wow, thank you so much. Is there a, oh, here it is. Great. So thank you so much for having me. It's an incredible honor to be here, and I hope I do justice to that honor now. So I want to start by setting some expectations. So this talk isn't actually a comprehensive look at all the different reasons that we might protect dangerous megafauna. It's actually more about the complicated relationship that wildlife conservation has with evidence and logic. And I want to explore this area in two parts. In the first part, I want to talk about what I have come to see as an ecological mythology, a set of reasons that we as conservationists put forth to justify the conservation of wildlife that doesn't necessarily stand up to scrutiny. And then in the last 10 minutes or so of my talk, I want to talk about a neglected truth, a reason that maybe should be more central to why we conserve wildlife. So I first started really thinking hard about whether we should be conserving dangerous animals at all when I was reading Amartya Sen's Development as Freedom. And for Dr. Sen, the plight of honey collectors that lived on the outside of the Sundarbans was a key example of the desperation of poverty. He talked about how even though they knew that there were tigers in the forests where they collected honey, they had to go in there and risk their lives anyway. He said in a good year, only about 50 or so honey gatherers are killed by tigers, but that number can be very much higher. While the tigers are protected, nothing protects the miserable human beings who try to make a living by working in these woods. And of course, that problem isn't just in the Sundarbans. A woman named Nanki Devi at the age of 55 was with her 4 sons farming in agricultural lands outside of Pilibhit Tiger Reserve when a tigress sauntered out, grabbed Nanki Devi by the throat and dragged her into the jungle and killed her. And of course, this is just a story until you kind of try to put yourself in that place. You're just farmers, and this is your mother, your sister, your daughter, who for some inexplicable reason has been killed by a tiger. There were 19 such deaths in Pilibhit in 2018 alone. And across the country, the official records say there are about 40 to 50 deaths a year. Some tiger experts I've spoken to think that the number is actually higher. Now, in some ways, what happens in India is very different from what's happened in the rest of the world. In places like China, Japan, Europe, the United States, as societies have gained enough resources, they've quickly moved to exterminate the kind of animals that could actually threaten human life. But in India, a democratic republic nonetheless, the Indian government this year is spending about 300 crore rupees to help protect tigers. And so the natural question is, why are we doing this? Given how dangerous tigers are to human life, why not just let tigers go extinct and help protect some of the most marginalized peoples in our society? Now, the reason I see most often given to justify tiger conservation is captured in the plaque under this photo that you could find in the lobby of WWF India's office in New Delhi. And it says, "The tiger perishes without the forest, and the forest perishes without its tigers." And there's more detail given on the WWF India website, which says the tiger is not just a charismatic species or just another wild animal living in some faraway forest. The tiger keeps populations of wild ungulates in check, thereby maintaining the balance between herbivores and the vegetation upon which they feed. The extinction of the top predator is an indication that its ecosystem would not long exist thereafter. And WWF India has not come up with this claim themselves. They've taken it from other institutions. So you can find the same essential claim in a report by the UN Environmental Program, in the Hindu, the Indian Express, on the Wildlife Conservation Society of India's website, right? And so the implicit claim being made about tiger conservations, as far as I read it, is this. Yes, it's truly tragic that tigers force us to kind of curtail the livelihood opportunities of people living in and around tiger reserves. It's tragic that they sometimes lose livestock. It's especially tragic that they sometimes take human life. But unfortunately, these costs are needed for us to maintain tigers in the ecosystems so that tigers can help make sure that we still have forests, right? The costs are necessary to maintain an ecological whole and system. And in some ways, it's kind of analogous to how we might see people dying from automobile accidents, right? Obviously, no one wants that to happen. It's horrible when people die in car wrecks. However, it seems as though we need automobiles in order to have a functioning economic system. So naturally, a good thing to do when you have a claim like this is to examine it. Is it actually true that, as the Hindu says, in the absence of tigers, our forests would essentially disappear? So I've been working in Indian conservation now for about 15 years, and I've never actually seen a paper that looks at this claim closely. None of the folks I cited in an earlier slide had provided a reference that demonstrated this claim. And if you just look at the maps of forest cover in Asia and the tiger range in Southeast Asia, they don't really match up very well. But I'm not a tiger expert. So I asked my colleagues who are in the tiger conservation program at WWF if they knew of any literature that actually substantiates this claim. And one of my colleagues sort of said, I don't really know of any either, but here's the best I know of. And he sent me a picture, sent me a document written by Finley et al. In 2018, and is from Bhutan. And the central finding of the paper is that in places where there are tigers, leopards and dholes, wild dogs, are more likely to hunt outside of the forest, and therefore ungulates crop raid less, right? So basically, it's some sign that tigers might be functionally consequential. But as an evidence base for the main claim that we see everywhere, there are a lot of problems, right? First of all, the finding of this paper is different than the claim, right? The paper doesn't find that tigers actually help protect forests from being overbrowsed. But there's an even deeper problem here. Hundreds of millions of dollars have been spent on tiger conservation. So you would think that there would be not just one, two, maybe a dozen papers that establish this as a fact, that tigers are necessary for forests, if that's actually a central motivation for tiger conservation. And the problem gets a little deeper when you just think about what else we know about tigers and think about it logically. So as many of you know, in the 1970s, India really started getting serious about tiger conservation. And in the 90s and early 2000s, by the 90s and early 2000s, eminent ecologists like Dr. Ulas Karant and his colleagues had really tried to figure out what is keeping tigers from recovering where they have habitat. And in several places, including Melghat Tiger Reserve, Pench, Tadoba, Badra, what they found was it wasn't that there was a shortage of habitat or there wasn't necessarily even too much poaching of tigers. The main issue they thought was that there weren't enough herbivores, enough prey for the tigers to eat. And the reason they thought that there weren't enough prey is in part because of anthropogenic disturbances, including livestock grazing, but also human overhunting. So now think about this. If human hunters are able to keep herbivore numbers so low that tigers can't even survive, why do we need tigers to keep the herbivore numbers low and allow forest regeneration? The truth is that, especially in the modern age, when there's so many people and we have so many modern weapons at our disposal, human hunters are more efficient than tigers. So if we really wanted to just regulate herbivore numbers to allow regeneration, then instead of boxing people out of the reserves, we might have just regulated their hunting. They would have gotten some meat out of the deal, and we wouldn't have had to deal with man-eating tigers, right? So this is what I mean by an ecological myth. The idea that tigers are indispensable is, at best, a half-true story we tell the public to justify conserving wildlife. And once you start looking for these myths, you see them everywhere. So for instance, some of you might be among the 44 million people who watched this video on YouTube called How Wolves Change Rivers. And the claim is that when wolves were reintroduced to Yellowstone National Park in the US, they created this landscape of fear. And that made it less likely that elk would come in and eat aspen saplings near the side of the river. Because of that, aspen trees grew to their full size, and beavers are now able to use that wood from the aspen trees to make dams and literally change the course of rivers. And it's a really nice story. The problem is that when scientists have gone and tried to replicate these findings, they've, first of all, been unable to replicate it, and also found severe logical flaws, like that the authors discounted the fact that hunting levels had gone up at about the same time. And in one review, the scientists write, our view is that the most robust science suggests trophic cascades, the downstream effects of wolves, are not evident in Yellowstone. Another example is sharks. So many shark conservationists make a claim similar to what the Shark Research Unit does. They're an NGO in South Africa on their website. They say because sharks are one of the ocean's apex predators, they keep the numbers of fish lower in the food chain in check. And somehow, through a series of cause and effect, this means that without sharks, coral reefs can't compete and will cease to survive. But then a review done by Chin and Bierwagen in 2018, they're from James Cook University, found that there's no strong evidence that sharks are keystone species. And coral reef habitats are very complex, and the research and findings on the role of sharks are often contradictory and claims are highly contested. In other words, at best, this is not settled science. So that's the carnivores. And no talk on this issue would be complete without discussing elephants, arguably the deadliest wild mammal in India. As many of you know, the Gajah report in 2010 said that about 500,000 families a year are affected by crop raiding by elephants, which for a marginal farmer can be a real problem. Sometimes elephants break into homes, which can lead to pervasive trauma for the victims who live in those homes thereafter. In 2010, the Gajra report estimated about 400 people a year were killed by elephants. And now reports suggest that it's more like 500 people a year. Just to give a human example, one of my temporary drivers in Buxa Tiger Reserve, when I was working there, told me about how a particularly malicious elephant knocked down the wall of his home looking for stuff. The wall fell on his mother-in-law, killed her. Then the elephant picked up his 4-year-old son, threw him on the road, and he died as well. So again, what is our justification for working to protect animals that harm our fellow humans? And again, some of the most marginalized people in our society who have enough problems already. So the claim for Asian elephants is that they are a keystone species. In essence, that the things that they do are really important for other species to survive and perhaps the ecosystem as a whole. The mechanisms by which elephants are thought to be keystone species are more diverse than for tigers. So I have them listed here. It said that they open forest clearings, they create microhabitats, but perhaps the one that's given the most attention is the role that Asian elephants play in dispersing seeds. The idea being that because Asian elephants can eat a lot of fruit, because they don't chew their food a lot and they can swallow seeds whole, because they move far away from the parent tree and they leave seeds with a big heap of fertilizer, that elephants are particularly good as seed dispersers in a way that other animals simply can't replicate. And sort of the stark version of this ecological claim that comes from this keystone species narrative was voiced by the great ecologist, Pedro Giordano. And he said in an interview with The Wire, when talking about a seed dispersal study, frugivores like the elephants guarantee the persistence of the park. If the interactions documented by these researchers would vanish, then the whole forest would collapse. And so this is again, kind of like some existential story, right? That without elephants, the forest might cease to exist. And in the interest of full disclosure, I've said stuff like this too, right? But now let's look at the evidence. So elephants are actually pretty good seed dispersers. Campos Arcias and Blake found that Asian elephants disperse about 122 species of plant from 39 families. And there are a few examples that demonstrate that in the absence of elephants, other species wouldn't be able to disperse these seeds as well. So my own PhD research was done in Buxa Tiger Reserve, and I looked at the three species that you see on the right. And we found that in the absence of elephants, we did ecological data and modeling, we found that without elephants, Delinia indica would have only about 60% fewer seeds dispersed without elephants than when elephants were around. Whereas Artocarpus chiplasha would only lose about 9% of the number of seeds dispersed. However, the quality of dispersal also changes. So for Artocarpus chiplasha, the median seed in a world without elephants would only go about 10% as far as it would in a world with elephants, right? So elephants help get seeds to more places than would happen without them. Another study by Kim McConkey in Thailand found that for Platymithrio macrocarpa, elephants are actually responsible for 37% of the seedlings that actually were successfully dispersed. So it's not nothing. Elephants are doing something, it seems, as seed dispersers. But when we get to the question of would their absence really matter for the forest, for the ecosystem, in a way that we would notice, it becomes harder to make stronger claims. First of all, it's hard to account for dynamic systems. These species are evolving and they have complex partnerships with other species as well. So Delinia indica, the one that relies on elephants for some 60% of its seed dispersed, actually has a mechanism by which if the fruit isn't eaten by an elephant when it's hard, it gets softer over time. And then smaller animals like rats or squirrels or macaques can access the seeds and potentially disperse them. And you can imagine that without elephants, this species would just evolve so that it relies even more on smaller species for its dispersal. An example of that was actually found empirically in Brazil, where the absence of toucans led to the rapid evolution of smaller seed sizes for several species. But perhaps an even more interesting question comes from looking at what's happened in the Americas in general. As many of you know, about 10 to 12,000 years ago, the New World lost most of its would-be charismatic megafauna, ground sloths, mammoths, and so forth. And yet, several large fruited species that are classified as needing megafauna to disperse them have survived 12,000 years, like the Kentucky coffee tree or the Osage orange. in one study by a researcher named Jansen, he found that the species Astracarium standolianum was actually being dispersed by 10 to 15 kilogram agoutis, rodents that would take the seeds, bury them, and then sometimes they'd steal the seeds from other animals and then bury them elsewhere. In the process, we're dispersing them, over a kilometer. And so what he wrote in his paper is that it's conceivable that the secondary seed dispersal of these seeds by rodents can be sufficiently effective to substitute for primary dispersal of megafaunal seeds by large mammals. And perhaps these plants never depended on megafauna in the first place. But perhaps and also just to say, when you look at the Amazon, you don't think that it's not a vibrant forest, right? Even though they haven't had megafauna for so long. But perhaps the sort of most compelling counterargument to this keystone narrative, to me, came from my friend in Buxa Tiger Reserve, Atree. So I was opening elephant dung looking for seeds one day, and he asked me why I was doing that. And I explained to him this hypothesis, that Asian elephants were particularly important for dispersing seeds in Buxa. And his response was, that's why you want elephants. But yeah, pay us a little and we'll plant your seeds for you, right? And he went on to make 2 points. First of all, from his perspective, as a villager who's had an elephant break into his kitchen, who loses 50, 75% sometimes of his yield to elephants, who has actually had neighbors killed by elephants, the idea that the seed dispersal by elephants is a good enough reason to keep them around is kind of absurd, right? But he's also kind of making another point implicitly. Just as hunters can replace tigers, villagers who want to plant trees could probably replace elephants as seed dispersers. As many of you know, in many of our tiger reserves, including Buxa, much of the forest was actually planted during the plantation era, under the British and thereafter. And there's actually an interesting study done in Krau Wildlife Reserve in Malaysia, where in this area, indigenous peoples actually plant fruit gardens in the middle of the forest. And so these researchers went to see what's the mammal density in the indigenous planted forest gardens compared to the so-called natural forest. And there were 3 times more mammal biomass in the planted forests. So what I've come to sort of accept over time is that megafauna are, whether they're deadly or not, might in some situations and sometimes in some places play a really useful role ecologically, useful from our perspective. And they might even be irreplaceable in some contexts. And that's sort of the general vibe that you get from reading about wolves or sharks as well. But their importance is so contextual that it's not really fair for us to make large sweeping claims that without them, ecosystems will collapse, especially because given their low abundances and our omnipresence and our increasing technological abilities, in a pinch, if we really miss something that they're doing, we can probably stand in for them. So we lack evidence that charismatic megafauna prevent disaster. So why do we, as a community, continue to make these tall claims? So my feeling is that megafauna and biodiversity inspire us as conservationists, right? They enrich our lives, they enrich our cultures, and we really just can't imagine, we don't want to imagine a world without them. But in this utilitarian society, we feel that the only way we can get society to make this sufficient compromises and sacrifices to save megafauna is by invoking existential ecological threats. Nothing, saying that they make us feel good isn't going to be good enough. And in addition, I think, at least for me, it's been hard to accept that conservation might just be about aesthetics and our preferences as elites. The fact that we like to go on safari, for instance, and not about some sort of deeper ethics. So what now? Well, we should be honest, first of all, about the limited evidence that megafauna play in ecosystems. A person whose relative has been killed by a tiger and elephant shouldn't have to contend with this mythology when they're protesting what's happened to them. But more importantly, we should double down as a community to really make addressing human-wildlife conflict, preventing human-wildlife conflict, the #1 priority. Boosting the numbers of these species can wait until we can make sure that our fellow humans are safe. And if you'll allow me a moment of pride, at WWF India, we are doing that with our elephant program. We are really trying to make sure that addressing conflict is the absolute top priority. But also there's one other thing we could do differently that might make us feel a little bit better. I actually think there is an evidence-based moral reason to save megafauna and most vertebrate species that we could make central to conservation, but that we've ignored. And this reason I found is actually reflected in the voices of people I've spoken to in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, North Bengal, Assam. And it goes something like this. But everywhere I go, I ask people who've suffered in some way from work living with elephants, what they feel about the idea of just removing those elephants or even killing the elephants, having the state kill the elephants that are causing them so much trouble. And one person, Sonpur Assam, said, the elephants too, they're not at fault. Their forests where they used to live are no more. They don't have a place to live. They don't have enough food for their stomach. They too have a problem. And just like we get hungry, they have to take someone else's food in a pinch. That's the thing. And what's interesting here is that people who speak in this way, and well, people give different answers to the question. At every place I've been, someone has said something like this. And when they speak this way, they're essentially shifting the burden of proof. They're using a different ethical framework than I've set out so far. Instead of asking, what benefits do humans get from this species? And do those benefits outweigh the cost? They're thinking, this is a creature with needs and wants that I can relate to. I can sympathize with it. Do we have a good enough reason to harm that creature? In essence, they're going away from an anthropocentric perspective, and they're thinking of these fellow creatures as animals with feelings, needs, with a well-being to be looked after. And while rural Indians often view animals as thinking and feeling individuals, this is not the norm in wildlife conservation across the world internationally. And I think this is basically because of the history of Western science in the last several hundred years. Until recently, Western science basically thought the very idea of comparing human and non-human mental states was absurd. So they had some legitimate concerns. Some scientists would claim they could understand a talking horse, for instance, or sorry, the horse could understand them. That would have been even worse. But they acted as though animals could understand human language. But they kind of then took it too far. So one commentator described René Descartes' view on animals with a quote below. Descartes basically believed that animals were like machines. They didn't have thoughts, they didn't have feelings. Animals eat without pleasure, they cry without pain, grow without knowing it, they desire nothing, fear nothing, know nothing. And I mean, anyone who's had a dog or a horse or lived near an elephant knows this is a pretty absurd claim. And now Western science has sort of caught up with reality, self-corrected, and not only shown us that animals can think and feel, but that they actually have abilities, well-demonstrated abilities that we might not have suspected before. And so I just want to kind of give you a sample of the mountain of evidence that's now available that a diverse set of animals can think and feel. So for instance, there's evidence of tool use in chimpanzees, elephants, dolphins, crows, and even octopuses. There's evidence of novel problem solving in chimps, elephants, cockatoos, macaques, and pigs. There is evidence that animals recognize themselves in the mirror, including chimps, orangutans, Asian elephants, magpies, and dolphins. Several studies have shown that some animals actually have an idea of whether they have enough information to understand whether they can solve a problem, a concept called metacognition. Those species include dolphins, macaques, and rats. There is evidence that Western scrub jays and chimpanzees plan ahead for the next day. There's evidence that capuchin monkeys have a sense of fairness. And there's also evidence that jays, dolphins, rats, and elephants actually have a sense of empathy. And that's just the behavioral science. There's actually, or the behavior ecology, there's actually a whole lot more. When you get into neurosciences, there's a surprising amount of consensus that all studied mammals share 7 emotional systems, including joy, fear, grief, parental nurturance, and playfulness, which means that if you stimulate the homologous part of our brain and the brain of, say, a rat, they react with the same behaviors that you would expect associated with that emotion. And more recently, researchers have found that birds also demonstrate similar emotional states and consciousness. In fact, the consensus is so strong that a leading set of neuroscientists, neuropharmacologists, neurophysiologists, neuroanatomists, and computational neuroscientists got together in 2012, and they wrote the Cambridge Declaration of Unconsciousness. It's just a 2-page document. I think it's fascinating reading if you want to look at it. But the main essence of the claim of the declaration was this: the weight of evidence indicates that humans are not unique in possessing the neurological substrates that generate consciousness. non-human animals, including all mammals and birds, and many other creatures, including octopuses, also possess these neurological substrates. Now, just as a matter of scientific evidence, consider, just the breadth, the depth, the variety of evidence, the consensus that exists for the idea that non-human animals experience joy, sorrow, and pain, and compare that to the sort of wishy-washy, limited evidence that megafauna uphold our ecosystem. The ecosystem might collapse without megafauna. Really, if you think about how much medical research has relied on the similarities between our and rats' nervous systems and endocrine systems, the mountain of evidence available that animals think and feel is similar to the mountain of evidence available that climate change is happening. So you would think then that if conservation organizations want a moral reason to go around trying to make the lives of animals better, they could use animal welfare arguments. But the interesting thing is that they don't. So my friend Derek Schiller and I, in preparation for this article, did a little research on the 10 biggest organizations that work on biodiversity conservation in the US. The Science is a US journal. And we also looked at the IUCN and the Society for Conservation Biology. And what we did is we looked at their mission statements, their vision statements, all available policy documents online. And the first 50 things that came up when we looked up animal welfare and the name of the organization and similar things. And what we found is that none of these organizations have mentioned animal welfare in their mission or vision statements, nor do any of them have a comprehensive policy related to animal welfare. Greenpeace and the Sierra Club did have one or two projects or specific policies related to animal welfare. And about half a dozen, 7 or so organizations at some point in the world of the internet say something sort of positive about animal welfare. So for instance, the WWF, Pakistan had a policy against having cetaceans in captivity. So why don't they include animal welfare as a policy? And I'm not actually saying that animal welfare needs to become the central pillar of conservation, but conservation organizations did have a bunch of other policies like avoiding corruption, multiculturalism, prohibition of unnecessary travel, anti-gossip, anti-human trafficking, and fraud. The IUCN has a specialty group on business, finance, and economics. Given how relevant animal welfare is to the world of animals and how much conservation works on animals, why isn't animal welfare a topic? And I have to wrap up, so I'm going to loop faster here. But I think the main reason is because it would be really hard for us. It's not a simple argument to say that animals are thinking, feeling creatures and we should protect them, because there's some really big trade-offs that come with understanding that. So for instance, harming animals is necessary for subsistence hunters, or if we have a real overpopulation problem in an ecosystem. And so conservation as a society would have to come up with a good way to navigate those trade-offs. In addition, what science has found is that all mammals and birds, including invasive rabbits and feral dogs and cats, have the ability to think and feel. And so essentially acknowledging animal consciousness would place an extra burden on conservationists when it comes to trying to protect biodiversity. Also, many of our donors are hunters. And so talking about maybe the ethical problems of recreational hunting could hurt our bottom line. But I think the most fundamental problem is that we ourselves, as conservationists, do things that aren't very good for animals. Very few of us are careful about making sure that the meat, the dairy, the eggs we consume come from animals that were treated ethically, at least as long as they were alive. And there's a big difference between traditional yak farming, a life good for the yaks, and this, factory farming. So change is tough. And because maybe we're not ready to change our own behavior, we're reluctant to embrace the science that could really justify what we want to do. But I really think that this is the best path we can go down. Nothing is as exciting to me as the idea that we are surrounded by animals that think, that feel, that have emotional experiences, that have lives that we can commune with, and that they're not just machines. And I think conservationists are uniquely suited to try and navigate the trade-offs that come with acknowledging animal welfare is a serious moral concern. We work in villages, we work in boardrooms, we understand the pragmatic realities that we have to consider in trying to make change. So I hope together, through empathy and analysis, we can make conservation more about a world of both wonder and well-being for humans and non-humans. Thank you.
Thank you, Nitin. Nitin's book, What's Left of the Jungle, unravels the complex affection that rural Indians have for jungle wildlife. This is also a great opportunity to get author-signed copies of the book at the Atree bookstore located just outside the auditorium doors.
We now move on to the Naturescapes Showcase. I warmly invite Dr. Mahesh Shankaran to present insights from his work on Shola grasslands. Dr. Mahesh Shankaran is a professor at the National Center for Biological Sciences. His area of expertise is community and ecosystems ecology. His work on savannas, especially the drivers of savanna ecosystem structure and the potential responses of these ecosystems to climate change, have been critical in shaping the research agenda in this field over the past decade. Amongst the many accolades that he has received, he has also received the Infosys Prize for Life Sciences for his exemplary contributions in the field of ecosystems ecology. On that note, Dr. Mahesh, I warmly invite you to give the talk.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah, thanks for those very kind words. It's an absolute pleasure and privilege to be here. And what I thought I'd talk about today is some of the work that we've been doing in the forest grassland mosaics, or the Shola grassland mosaics of the Western Ghats. And for my talk today, I'm going to be drawing on the contributions of an amazing bunch of students, JRFs, and collaborators that I've had the pleasure to work with over the years, many of whom have crossed paths with Atree or are here in this room. There's Atul Joshi, whoa, that's interesting. Yadagiri, Hari, Siddharth, Chenga, Manaswi, and Rasika, and also my wonderful collaborators, Dr. Jayashree Ratnam, Dr. Jagdish Krishnaswamy from Atree, who used to be at Atree, and Srinivas Vaidyanathan and Ravi Balla from Ferro. Okay, so right, one central tenet that has sort of pervaded ecological thinking for more than a century now is the idea of a climax community or climax vegetation as depicted in this Whittaker biome classification figure, right? And essentially what it says is for a given combination of rainfall and temperature, you're likely to see one particular kind of vegetation type or a climax vegetation type. So in really wet areas, you're going to get tropical forests, and in cold, dry areas, cold deserts, and so on. And we know this holds true for the most part, right? But there are some notable exceptions, and one of them being these montane forest grassland mosaics. So here we have a system where under the same climate, you have two distinct vegetation types, grasslands and forests, coexisting with abrupt boundaries between them. And these formations are not just restricted to the Western Ghats. We find them all across the globe. You can see them in Malawi, in Sri Lanka, in Brazil, Bolivia, Madagascar, and so on, right? So they tend to be very restricted where they occur, but we find them in a lot of places. And for the longest time, because people were wearing the Clemensian lens and looking at it as a climax community, people thought that these were originally forests, but at some point, they've been degraded because of human activity or because of fire, right? But is that actually the case? So are they natural or are they in fact anthropogenic artifacts? So this is work from Professor Sukumar's group in the Upper Nilgiris, where they took sediment cores from these mosaics and they dated them. And because the grasses and the trees have different isotopic signatures, you can figure out, you know, what is the relative abundance of grass and trees in these systems. And so that's what the graph on the left shows. If you go back on the y-axis is the proportion of trees and grasses. And this goes back 40,000 years. And we know that even though the ratio of trees to grasses has changed, both trees and grasses have persisted in the system for over 40,000 years, right? So they've persisted for at least 40,000 years, and they were prevalent before human presence in the area. And there's a lot of evidence from across the globe, both isotopic and palynological from pollen, which suggests that many of these mosaics are in fact ancient. They predate human settlements, suggesting very strongly that they're in fact natural ecosystems and they're not the result of human activities, right? So this raises two interesting questions for me. One is, how do they come about in the first place, right? How do these mosaics form? And the second one is, what actually maintains them? I don't know the answer to the first question, so I'm just going to skirt it. And we're just going to look at what actually maintains these mosaics at the current time. Right? So what maintains forest grassland mosaics? And again, people have been thinking about this for a long time, and they've been debating this for nearly a century right now. And people have come up with many different hypotheses. There's microclimate, which is a very prevalent one, saying there's differences in the microclimate, which actually, particularly the occurrence of frost, which allows these mosaics to persist. Others argue for soil, saying there are inherent differences in the soils, and which is why in some areas you find grassland, other areas you find forests. There's a role for fire, saying fire has this positive feedback loop that maintains the grasslands, and fire doesn't get into the forests. And so that's why it's fire that maintains the mosaics, and herbivory also, right? So there are many different reasons proposed. And if you go back in the literature and look at it, we'll see statements like this. Hence, frost occurrence probably does not provide a satisfactory explanation for the restriction of sholas to the depressions and the grasslands to the exposed surfaces. The assumptions that grasslands are steady state vegetations maintained by edaphic factors or soil holds good. With no conclusive evidence for the frost hypothesis, the fire hypothesis has gained favor, and fire has an important role in maintaining these grasslands. And also, although all these statements have been made, there were actually no tests or experimental tests of these different hypotheses. At least that was still Atul Joshi, who was sitting there, came along. So some of you might have heard already the next few minutes of my talk, because I'm going to be delving deeply into Atul's work. But so this is the question we set out to ask in the Upper Nilgiris. What is it that actually maintains these mosaics, right? So just brief history, Atul went to the India office and looked through past communications. So this is what Ooty looked like, in 1857. As you can clearly see, it was predominantly grassland with, shola forest in there. And of course, because the colonial foresters looked at this, like I said, from that climax viewpoint, they assumed that these are degraded habitats. And so they went ahead and started planting trees, right? So that's St. Stephen's Church. And as you can see, that's how the landscape has changed from being an open grassland to now a wooded area. And I think they planted more than 40 or maybe more species. Many of them didn't hold, but a few of them, and particularly one, went out of control. And that's Acacia Mearnsii wattle. You can see that bright green patch, there's the shola patch, and all the rest, that dirty green used to be grasslands, but it's now wattle, right? So the extent of the invasion is actually pretty intense. And we've lost a huge amount of the grasslands in the last few decades. So what limits tree establishment in grasslands? So we looked at it saying, where is the demographic bottleneck? Is it at the seed to seedling transition, is the seedling to sapling transition, or the sapling to adult transition, right? Where exactly is this bottleneck? And what is it that prevents trees from actually establishing in these grasslands? So the first thing is, do soils and a microclimate influence this pattern? Because people have argued that it's soil, others have argued that it's microclimate. And so this was the experiment that was carried out. We took soils from both the grassland and from the forest, and we planted seeds of the species in both these soils. And then we placed these trays either in the forest microclimate or in the grassland microclimate. What do the results show? And this was well replicated and so on. So this is the germination, right? Results. And as you can see, there's pretty much no difference between grassland soil and shola soil. The dark bars are the invasive acacia, and the light bars are the native species. Right? No effect of soil type on germination success. And in fact, if we look, there's more seedlings germinating in the grassland than in the forest, right? Suggesting that, it's not that, that's not the bottleneck. And here's the other thing, the germination success of the invasive acacia is 3 times greater. So we know that soils is not a bottleneck, right? So soil is not a bottleneck here. And in fact, the microclimate for the grasslands seems even better for the seedlings, at least at the germination stage, than within the forest. So what is it then? Is it the transition from the seedlings to the saplings? And we just followed these seedlings over time and looked at their survival. And this is what the survival looks like over the winter, right? The blue lines are the native species and the red lines are the invasive plants. On the left is the grassland microhabitat. On the right is the sholas within the forest. And you'll see that what happens in the grassland is by the end of the winter, all the native seedlings are dead. But but the invasive survives. Whereas inside the forests, both the native and the invasive species are about to survive. So there's something about the microclimate. It's not in the germination stage, but it happens over the winter, strongly suggesting that something that happens over the winter is what's limiting these trees from establishing in these patches, right? So drastic overwinter mortality of native seedlings, but higher survival in the shola patches. And if you look at the temperatures, that if you go across a 10-meter boundary from inside the forest to the grassland, these are the minimum temperatures that you record over the winter, right? Within the forest patches, temperatures only go down to 4 or 5 degrees, but 10 meters away, temperatures go down to -5. So just over a 10-meter gradient, you're seeing a 7 to 10 degree change in temperature from inside the forest to the grassland. Again, strongly suggesting that it's low winter temperatures that actually limit tree establishment. So, right, so we went ahead and actually tested this. We did an experiment, Atul did the experiment, where we tried to warm the seedlings. So if it's low temperatures that limit it, then if you warm the seedlings, then their survival should go up, right? So we had all these species. It was a warming experiment with 5 native species and 1 invasive. And essentially what was done was we placed these thermal blankets over these seedlings at night so that it'll actually maintain the temperatures and not let it go below freezing, and then take them out in the morning. And this was done through the growing season, right? And if you see the temperatures in the control, you have lots of nights of frost and freezing, whereas in our experimental warming, it's only 2 nights that it actually went below freezing because we were unable to put the blankets up in time. So what do these results show us? Again, on the left, the control is the same as before. By the end of the winter, most of the native seedlings had died. The invasive had survived. Whereas if we warm it, survival of even the native species goes up considerably, but about 40 to 50% of them surviving across the winter. But if you look at the invasive, it's going up to 90%. So all of this strongly suggests that there's significantly greater survival when protected from freezing temperatures, suggesting that maybe it is frost that's actually limiting tree establishment here. But the overwinter survival of acacias is going to be much, much more, right? So these results suggest that long-term low nighttime temperatures are actually what limits the tree establishment in this system. And so, which means that future warming is likely to going to facilitate the establishment of trees in these grasslands, which is bad for the grasslands. But the bigger problem is the invasive species are going to be facilitated much, much more than the native species. So it's going to cause a much greater problem with the invasion than already exists, right? So this is a problem. How do we deal with it? But I'm just going to change tacks here and just talk about what are the effects that these invasive species are having in these systems, right? So this is work by Manasvi, who also, I believe, is sitting there. So we looked at what are the community level consequences? What are these invasions doing to plant diversity in this system? Right, and there are many other invasives that I'm not going to talk about much. We have gores, we have ulex, and we also have some plantations. The green lines are the species richness in the grasslands, and the colored lines, the red lines, are species richness within an adjacent patch that has been invaded or is a plantation. As you can see, there's a significant reduction, almost half in some cases, of species richness. So these invasive species are having a very huge negative effect on the richness of these grasslands. They're also homogenizing plant communities. This is just an ordination plot for the different sites. Points that are closer together are more similar in composition. And that whole big box on the right is the grasslands, and everything else on the left are either plantations or invaded patches. As you can see, plantations or invaded patches tend to be more homogeneous, they're more similar in species composition than the grasslands, which are very diverse. So we're reducing diversity and we're changing species composition to make it more homogeneous, right? What else are they doing? Are they having any ecosystem level consequences? Right, again, work from Manasvi, we looked at what they're doing to the carbon cycle. And the bottom line is the grassland doesn't have much soil carbon. This is across depths. The green line is the shola, but these plantations now have intermediate levels of soil carbon. So there's actually more soil carbon in these invaded patches, which if you think from the lens of climate mitigation, you'll think it's good, but it's not always good, right? There are many cases, it comes at a cost of biodiversity and everything else. And this is associated with greater inputs as well as lowered soil respiration. So if you look at soil respiration, that's how much CO2 is coming out of the soils. Grasslands have very high, 0.57 grams per meter square per hour, and shola and wattle patches is much lower, 0.5, right? So there's more inputs coming out of carbon, there's less losses, and which is why carbon is going up in these invaded patches. What about nitrogen? All of these invasive species are nitrogen fixers. So there's actually more nitrogen in the system too. So they're making it more fertile. There's more total nitrogen. And there's also more inorganic N availability. So if you look at the line on the top, there's more inorganic N, and inorganic N is mobile, right? So when it rains, what happens? All that inorganic N tends to flow off. This is work done with Atree and Ferrell. And what these graphs show is the amount of nitrate in stream water from catchments that are dominated by grasslands on the left, wattle-dominated catchments, two of them in the middle, and the shola-dominated catchment on the right. And the grassland and the shola-dominated catchments behave the same, but when you have invasive species, you're seeing a lot of nitrogen flowing out, which is bad because it causes eutrophication downstream and it affects water quality and so on and so forth, right? And they've also altered fire regimes. This is work by Rasika. This is a burnt patch, and this is a DBNR. You don't need to worry about it, but the dark areas are areas that are burnt with higher intensity than the lighter areas. And it turns out that many of the dark areas are areas that are actually being invaded by one of these three species, Scotch broom, wattle, or gorse. And in fact, gorse is the worst in terms of changing the fire regime, but even wattle patches burn with very high intensity. So they're changing the carbon cycle, they're changing the nitrogen cycle, they're changing the hydrological cycle, and they're changing the fire regime. So woody plant invasion of these grasslands has reduced native plant diversity. It has homogenized plant species community composition. It has altered ecosystem carbon, nitrogen, and hydrological cycles, and it has altered fire regimes, right? So there's a huge bunch of changes going on as a result of these invasions. So what does the future hold? We don't know the answer to this question. We've started looking at many things. We don't know how the invasive patches are going to respond. But what we've looked at are the grasslands, and we've experimentally warmed these grasslands using these open top chambers. They're like mini greenhouses that you can put there, and we've monitored carbon flux from these patches. This is work done by Yadugiri. And as you can see, the dark lines are the warm patches, and the lighter gray lines are from the controls. And warming by 1.5 degrees, which is what's predicted, is going to almost lead to a doubling of carbon going back into the atmosphere, which has huge implications for the global carbon cycle. But what happens in the invaded patches, we don't know yet because we haven't manipulated it, but hopefully we'll give you the answer to that in a few years. Right, so increased future temperatures are likely to exacerbate woody encroachment, leading to further loss of these grasslands, including many rare and endemic species, further alter ecosystem carbon, nutrient, and hydrological cycles, and impact fire regimes. So what do we do? I don't know, depends on how you're approaching it. I think everybody has a different point of view. It's quite a highly debated sort of field. Do we go ahead and restore it? If we're going to restore it, how do we do it? I approach it from the view of a grassland ecologist, and I think these are some of the last remaining grasslands. And my point of view is that restoration of these grasslands is a priority. Not everybody thinks so, but I'm happy to take this offline and argue about it. I think I'll stop. Maybe I've gone too much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mahesh. We have time for one question.
Damn,
One
I thought
sharp
I escaped.
question.
I should have gone longer than that. Sorry.
What are the differences in biodiversity? What are the human use differences between patches which are natural grassland and grasslands which have invasive species. Could you comment on that? Thank you.
Yeah, human use, I can't comment. I'm sure there are people in Atree who are better qualified to do it because most of this work was done in areas where human presence is low. It's Forest Department, land and national park, so there's human presence. It's currently low, not was low in the past. But yeah, diversity is significantly reduced from about 9 species per meter square to about 5 or less in some cases. So there's a huge loss of local native plant species diversity at local scales for all of the invasive wattle, scorched broom, gorse, everything. All of them are reducing diversity to a huge extent. Is that it? Thank you.
Moving on to the second talk, I would like to call upon Dr. T. Ganesh. Dr. T. Ganesh, a senior fellow at Atree, is a conservation biologist who has been involved in monitoring harrier migration using satellite tracking from western to southern India for several years. His research interests include faunal loss and its consequences on forest dynamics, long-term changes in tree phenology, and understanding factors that contribute to such changes. He will be talking about monitoring phenology in the southern Western Ghats today, an endeavor that he has been involved in for the last 30 years. Over to you, Dr. Ganesh.
Thank you, Nayan. And good afternoon to everybody. I think we had two illustrious speakers before me. Probably all kept you awake from after a fairly sumptuous lunch. So what I'm going to talk about is very relevant to what we are here for, the 25th year of Atree's presence. The work that I'm going to talk about, phenology, predates this 25 years of Atree's existence.
Rainforest dynamics in a changing world. Tropical rainforests hum with life through the year and experience flowering and fruiting seasons. Huge variations in these seasons, years of very little followed by years of plenty, is a phenomenon called masting. Phenology, the study of these patterns, is necessary to understand how plants survive and gain insights into how rainforests work. In 1990, Atree set up plots in the Kalakad-Mundanturai Tiger Reserve to monitor the regeneration, growth, and mortality of plants. Over 800 trees belonging to 70 species were tagged and monitored. Palodi attracts rock honeybees at the end of summer. The flowering intensity is closely reflected in beehive density. The sheer quantity of flowers leads to the transfer of pollen between trees. In 1994, there was a major masting of Palodi, which attracted thousands of bats, a seed disperser, into the forests, leading to a carpet of seedlings following the rains. We are yet to witness another such large-scale masting in over 25 years of monitoring. Responses of species to climate change can be variable and can be linked to the flowering and fruiting behavior as evidenced in KMTR. Atree is studying these trends to understand the complexities with more nuanced analysis. Our learnings highlight the importance of long-term monitoring of rainforests.
Okay, so that was a very short film, about a minute and a half, about what we have been doing. So what my talk is going to be on the much more detailed analysis of the decadal changes in phenology that happened in that particular place. So I have myself, Saravanan here, Tamararagan here, and Subhadra Devi, who have been part of this work for a very long time. So the context, I think the context has already been set by the film, the little clip, but I'll quickly go through people who are not very familiar. Phenology is, of course, obviously the study of recurring events. And changes in phenology affects all of us, including animals, plants, and there's a strong feedback to the climate. And more importantly is that the tropical phenology is very different from the other kinds of phenology that we see in temperate conditions. They're very complex. There's high interior and intra-year variations. And I mean, it's often thought that tropical rainforest or tropical wet forest are pretty much aseasonal, but that myth is now debunked. And we know that a lot of even equatorial forests have shown a very strong sense of seasonality. A recent paper by Irene Mendoza and others who reviewed the fruiting phenology of the neotropics found that almost 78% of the studies relate fruiting to climate. Okay, so phenology has also evolved over the so many decades. Some of we have records of over 200 years, and it's becoming clearly a multidisciplinary field involving not only just ecologists or biologists, climate scientists, genetists, and several other people. For all of this, especially for tropical phenology, what is required is long-term data, and long-term I mean more than 10 years of data. So where are these long-term sites? You can see that most of them are along the equator, as far as the aseasonal tropics is concerned, and very few are above 8 degrees either side of the equator. And what have we learned from these sites? Some of these sites have been monitored for over 30 years. One of them, of course, many of you will be familiar, the Barracolor Island in Panama and the La Selva in Costa Rica, they clearly show that only some species are actually affected by temperature, and especially the flowering phenology. And Lope Gabon, where a lot of primate studies has been done, also including elephant studies, then they have been monitoring phenology for over the last 30 years. And they found that out of the only 40% of the 856 individuals monitored for over 20 years, they could really identify the cyclicity or when do they flower. So that means even after 20 years of data, they are still uncertain of many things. And we all know about Southeast Asia, that masting is a phenomena which is strongly related, was considered to be related to predator satiation, because a lot of pigs come and eat the fruits. But more recent studies have shown that this is also related to climate, especially ENSO events in that area. Okay, so I want to just go into a little bit of history of Atrees. Atree monitoring is just not in one place. We do it in 2 different places. One is in the BRT Tiger Reserve in Karnataka, where we started phenology, and Dr. Siddhappa here will be able to share with you other details. In 1993, and we subsequently vegetation plots were laid. And KMTR, we started, the first initial marking of trees started in the 1990s. And subsequently in 93, we had these vegetation plots to monitor the vegetation dynamics. I also want to bring in Dr. Priya Davidar, who in many sense is a mentor for many of us here in this room. And she just came into the Pondicherry University from Smithsonian Research Institute in 1987. And she brought in a lot of interesting ideas of monitoring rainforests, establishing permanent plots, establishing field stations, and all this was a grand idea. And we all caught up to that. And subsequently, of course, we know that Kamal Bawa here has been able to sustain this work over the last 30 years. And we really thank both of them. Okay. So, the study that I'm going to talk about is in the Kalakad-Mundana Tiger Reserve. Many of you will be familiar with this landscape. And the phenology study was done in the wet evergreen forest at an elevation of 1,300 meters. It's a pretty undisturbed site. I mean, undisturbed in quotes. It's a lot of rainfall with about 3,000 to 5,000 mm annually. It's bimodal. There's 2 peaks of rainfall. And the mean temperature is just about 20 degrees, sorry. And so you can't really sort of say that this is a tropical rainforest, but it's more of a cool tropical forest. And severe rainfall events are very, very rare. Cyclonic storms are very, very rare in those areas. So when we started in the 1990s, I mean, what we were interested is what people call nowadays is the curiosity question. And how does the forest function? What are the requirements for a forest? And why does the forest exist as it is? And so that's what we thought about: ecological processes, phenology, vegetation dynamics, disturbance, natural disturbance, that is, and also to some extent climate. This is the early 1990s when nobody was talking much about climate change. And so how does all this come together to affect the regeneration of the forest? So my talk today is mostly on the phenological aspect of it. trying to see when do trees flower, why do they flower at that particular time? What are the trends in these phenology over the 30 years? What are the climate clues that could be driving these patterns? And how does such patterns actually influence the ecological process in the country? There are four large aspects, but I will probably talk a very little bit give a snapshot or give a little story of all these four different things. Okay, just to give a quick profile, we marked about more than 800 trees belonging to about 87 species across the forest, mostly in the undisturbed forest, a few in the disturbed forest. And we looked at flushing, senescence, flowering, fruiting, herbivory, as is done in most of the phenological studies. And we also fortunately had the temperature and rainfall data from a nearby tea estate. Okay, so the first question is, how often do trees flower or fruit in this particular landscape? Okay, we did Fourier transformation of the cycles of the different individuals of a particular species, and just to determine when actually is the cycles of fruiting and flowering. This we did for several species. I'm just giving the one of them, which is Aglaya bodilonii. And what we can summarize from this is that most of the species flowered once in more than 2 years. That's what's called as the supraannual flowering generally in phenology. And there are very few species that used to flower subannual, that is twice in a year, and a few species annually. So just remember, this is at the species level. But all individuals of a species don't behave as they should. And this is again the same species, Aglaya, and you see that trees flower at different times. And the one at the bottom is the actual synchronous flowering of the species. So there is very good evidence to say that trees misbehave. Trees within the population of a species do misbehave quite a lot. And so when you do plot this kind at the individual levels, you see that the supraannual flowering individuals are just about 35 to 40%, but annually fruiting and flowering individuals are much more. So there is a lot of individual differences within a species, and that's become a kind of very important stuff in many of the phenological work that's happening recently. Okay, what are the trends? Okay, so just to give a brief trend within a year, we have a clear two flowering cycles, one happening in the dry season, March and April, and then one happening before the northeast monsoon comes in September. This is both for the individuals and at the species level. But if you look at fruiting, which is what my talk is going to be of today, we have a fairly fruiting happens almost all through the year, and also at the species level and also at the individual. So there is always fruit in the forest. And how are the trends? This is the first decade, which is from 1991 to about 2001. We see a significant decline. These stats on the top shows the Mann-Kendall test. And what happens the next year? Again, a significant difference. And other third year, also significant. So in the last 30 years, there's a very clear evidence that the fruiting has been declining all these 30 years. So next is to see what are the drivers. So this work is a work in progress. Many of the data is still being curated, so that's why I'm talking about fruiting here. The flowering data is being processed. So we looked at climatic drivers, basically rainfall, maximum temperature, minimum temperature, and also some of the ENSO event, the El Nino events, because El Nino is supposed to influence fruiting in some of the tropical forests. We also did a cross correlation between these variables and fruiting, so that because the weather patterns do not actually match with the phenological patterns of that particular species. So we wanted to find the lag. Okay, what are the results? This is simple GLM. I'm not going into details of that. So first was the relationship between the rain and fruiting. There's not much of a relationship. Fruiting and minimum temperature, there is a fairly good positive relationship. Maximum temperature, no. And ENSO, sorry, no. But if you look at the significance level, the the minimum temperature had significant influence on the fruiting individuals. Okay, now let's look at what ENSO actually does. So this is a El Nino Southern Oscillation data that it's in red. You can see those arrows on top is when we had positive ENSO, and positive ENSOs are always related to El Nino effects, and the negative ENSO is always related to the La Nina effect. So there are warm phases and cold phases, and there are phases when the El Nino has no effect. That's called the neutral phase. So if you look at those peaks in ENSO fruiting, you see clearly that, and ENSO level, the fruiting has been coming down. And this has been happening across the 4 or 5 years of high ENSO events. Okay, why is this happening? So we looked at it a little more detail, and so we divided as the convention, the ENSO events. We found that extreme warm ENSO events, that's the extreme El Nino events, reduce fruiting considerably. So the green line there is the average fruiting across the 30 years, and the bars are actually fruiting during these 4 El Nino phases. And how does the other climatic variables vary? So minimum temperature, again, was very high in the neutral phase, as you might recollect. Higher the minimum temperatures, the better the fruiting. So there seems to be a fairly good amount of correlation there. And about rainfall, so rainfall decreases during the neutral phases, but increases in the other phases. So there is good evidence that fruiting happens at a much lower rainfall. So rainfall and minimum temperature seems to be in some way influencing fruiting in this southern Western Ghat forest rainforest trees. Okay, so I will stop about the climate and fruiting, but I'll go back to the whole story of Palodi that you saw in that short clip. This is my apologies for people who have already seen this a number of times. What happens here is that, as you saw in the clip, that Palodi is nothing but Palachium ellipticum, is a bat dispersed species rainforest tree, and it peaked in 1994. It's an annually fruiting species, and when in 94 we saw a huge number of bats. I mean, you could see bats during the day when you walked into this forest. But did this event repeat? And so this is the data for the last 30 years. 94 was that peak, and then there's a huge gap. And then you see it again in 2012, 2014, then again 2018 and things like that. But the question is, did bats come during this time? Well, bats came, but they didn't come in such large numbers as we saw in 2004. And why is that so? Well, in 1994, I mean, we didn't have any cameras, or we didn't have any mist nets or anything to catch the bats. So we don't know really what species is this, but we can just hazard a guess. But later on, we could see the bat. We could not really get good pictures. We didn't have that much good camera to catch these bats, especially in the night. But what is interesting happened is that the bats were not so numerous in any of those high masting years, unlike in 1994. And one reason we think is that when we asked with the other people working in that in the entire tiger reserve, just not working, but even the forest department staff and things like that, they did indicate that fruiting also happened in other patches within the tiger reserve. So what we assume that there is asynchrony within the population of Palachium ellipticum or Palodi, which attracts disproportionately bats across the years. But in 1994, I think there was only one place that a lot of synchrony happened of Palachium or Palodi, and which attracted a lot of bats. Well, there could be many reasons. This is not something that we can prove. Maybe bats were numerous in 1994. They were probably much less now, but we still don't know why that really happened. This is one other thing. But what really came out of this is that we have initiated a kind of a monitoring program with the forest department, with the staff of the forest department, to look at spatial synchrony and asynchrony across the whole KMTR. So this is the work in progress still. Now, I mentioned that there are some challenges to phenology, doing such long-term phenology. One is that commitment. Commitment has to be there from an individual level. Commitment has to be there from the institutional level. And only then we can really sustain this kind of long presence and monitoring with pretty much good rigor. Permission, we all know this is an issue. We lost 2 years in that 30 years of data. You might have seen some gaps. That's because we didn't get permission. We still don't have permission to do this. Funding, of course, but I would say funding is literally less important for this work because phenology doesn't cost you much except for traveling to that site. And more importantly, I would say trained manpower, because to maintain the same unbiased data collection, we need people who have been doing this for long years or being trained to do that. And I'm very proud to have Saravanan and Tamil Aragan, who's also called Chia, with us, who has been the backbone of the data that you saw here. And of course, there are other people who are also involved in this work. Challenges of weather. You might have seen a few gaps, not so big, but there has been a lot of difficulty in actually seeing phenology of these trees, whether it's flowering or fruiting or leafing, because of probably we feel that it is an increased cloud cover, increased mist, some other changes in the weather than the last decade or so. So in conclusion, I just want to say that fruiting there's a significant decline across decades. Minimum temperature to lesser extent and rainfall to a lesser extent are probably a cue for fruiting, but there is more work to be done here. El Nino years do affect fruiting, and spatial synchrony that needs to be really ascertained, especially to see how does it affect seed dispersers and pollinators. The support came from a lot of organizations, but not specifically for phenological work. This is all for other kind of work. Breaks India and Sundaram Finance currently supporting this work. Royal Norwegian Embassy, Ruford Small Grants, Department of Science and Technology to some extent, National Science MacArthur Foundation, who started this work much before Atree came into existence. Of course, Forest Department, Electricity Board, and the tea estate. And this is the team who has been helping with us. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ganesh. Unfortunately, we aren't taking questions at this time, but I urge you to catch the speakers during tea or connect offline for any burning questions that you may have. Moving on to the second talk of this showcase, I would like to call upon Dr. Sarla Khaling. She's the regional director at Atree's Eastern Himalayas office. She's an interdisciplinary researcher working on species conservation, sustainable livelihoods, and biodiversity conservation for the past 20 years. She is also the regional coordinator for the Critical Ecosystem Partnership Fund for Eastern Himalayas that includes Nepal, Northeast India, and Bhutan. Today, she will talk about place-based solutions for biodiversity conservation in the Eastern Himalayas. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My presentation is going to be a little different from the presenters before me. I'm not going to be presenting anything on the research that we've done. This is more a presentation on, since we are 25 years and the CCC, or the Community Conservation Center in Darjeeling, is about 20 plus years. It's also a way of introspecting where we are right now, how we should go forward, and how, many of my other CCC colleagues would also agree with me, some of the issues of scale and impact. So just a bit of reflection on all that. This is also a presentation where I have taken the inputs of many similar organizations in the region about their challenges and this constant thing about scale, thing about impact, especially when we do these very, very place or site-based interventions. I would also like to say that unlike the other centers around Atree, the Eastern Himalaya or the Darjeeling CCC started off as a implementation organization or a center for implementation when Dr. Kamal Bawa established it in way back in the late 90s, a little after Atree was registered. So there are our work, but I would also like to take into the work of others that are in the region, and the way they work also impacts how we work and how we think about the work that we do. So these are these emerging and evolving place-based biodiversity conservation efforts that have been going on in the region. So most of Atree's work, as you can see, have been around protected areas and in reserve forest areas. And I would say in the 20 years, there has been some transformation stories. And the way we took this forward and when we sat as a team and analyzed that how were we able to bring some kind of transformation in these site level problems that we set out to solve. And as a team, what we found out and what we discussed and what we came up with was there were some catalysts, I think, in the work that we did. Did we think of scale and impact and those kind of things then, way back in the 90s, when I asked the staff who were present there? I don't think we thought about that. But definitely as we evolved with our work, there were catalysts like working together. The other thing is building institutions, a lot of capacity building, and a lot of incentivization. So the idea was that in order for people not to be negative to biodiversity in the way they are harvesting resources from the forest, then we need to incentivize. So again, it is this old model of integrated way of trade-off kind of thing. If you do this, and then you'll get that. So I think in a way that was the model, but what has happened is while doing that, there has also been this evolving way of building institutions, empowering people, and empowering the people in such a way in some of the village that they are now able to do their own negotiations, and they've been negotiating about rights to establish their own enterprises, even if it's in a protected area, negotiating. And in the hills, the Forest Rights Act hasn't been very successful, but also being able to negotiate even for the rights that they would get from the, as part of the FRA. And a lot of training has gone on. And then we have been able to, as a team, say that, there has been a lot of livelihood transformations in a way that, if this is a picture of a village which was completely dependent on the drudgery of coal making. And I think Atree's almost decade-long interventions have actually transformed the village, where you can see below, and many livelihoods transformation, as we can see on the far right. So they've been able to diversify. And when we say they were able to diversify, we assume and we believe that their livelihoods are going to be more resilient. They are able to withstand many of these stochastic events, be it disasters, be it the pandemic that we came across, or even on a personal level, they would be able to be resilient towards many of the things. But one of the reflections that also came out, and we ask ourselves, is by doing these alternative livelihoods, did we take away the people, distance the people from their relationship with the forest? The rich knowledge, the rich traditions they had, the rich practice they had, which was again very much linked with the natural resources and the forest. So did we do that? Did we have some unintended results in the 22 years that we were working on the ground? Implementation, working on conservation and livelihoods, sustainable livelihoods. And similar models we see all around. This is a model where communities have called us and are asking us to, help monitor whether by building this, conserving this one bird, I mean, this place has transformed. Basically, it's at the edge of a protected area, a wildlife sanctuary. But because of this particular species, a landscape which was impoverished has really, I mean, they've really transformed their livelihoods in terms of bringing in tourism. But then there are emerging questions of how sustainable and how, positive to biodiversity was this action when you're bringing in, there's a huge human footprint and leading to more consumerism, built up areas and the different way of building. And again, the question of more and more adding rather than being sustainable. There are again success models like we talk about. We again been working with the Kanchenjunga Conservation Committee, which actually worked a lot on waste. Now, waste is again one of the biggest issue problem that we are talking about. And they are again asking an organization like Atree to really evaluate and review and see whether the change they have made, the impact that they have made, and where the government also has been very helpful and supportive to them. Are these really impacts? Are these, again, the pressure of scaling up? Can these be scaled up? Can these be replicated? So and then we have the story of this community-based conservation in community-led restoration project in Assam, where they're trying to restore about 600 hectares as a purely community initiative. And again, doing plantations again. So again, we've been called here to build the capacity of people to really engage in this kind of an activity. So we having been involved in this community level initiatives, implementation level initiatives. I mean, we are in the process of retrospecting for ourselves to let communities themselves know what could be the impacts, what is scale, because for them, they are in a way asking questions to us about, is this the right way to go forward? So I think for us, it came about in a very, at the right time, because we were trying to, as an implementation organization, to even retrospect and look at ourselves, our work, to say in terms of impact, in terms of scale, which we constantly we are pressured into, or we have to, we are said impacts and scale. So where are we moving towards that? So, and many others I'm not going to mention because there's a shortage of time right now. So in the end, I think the place-based research and actions, we want to move on to a regional model. So that is the mandate that, if we've done a good thing, we are supposed to be replicating that, and we are supposed to be scaling that up. So these are some of the approaches we had, very site-specific, very specific problems, as you can see. And direct engagements, we had more or less a very shared vision with the communities. And we also, for us, we saw very direct impacts, and we saw some, transformations at the village level. We tried to make our approaches very participatory, and we worked together. And there was a lot of reciprocal learning from the people, because everything was co-designed and even knowledge created sitting with the people and implementing accordingly. Now, when we go about, I mean, we finished almost 20 years of this kind of work, and the vision or the mandate now is, can we now be, models for testing in other places, scaling up, which is again big, what can be, what should be, how are we going to do this? Because again, for implementation organization, centers like us, this is again a big question. And because we need to bring about change, and we need to bring about impacts. So these are some of the very retrospective questions we are asking ourselves at Atree at 25. So when we ask ourselves and as a team, what are some of the challenges or barriers we feel there are to scaling up these, and our experiences or our team experiences has been that it takes such a long time because we've had such a long years of engagement. And for having such a long years of engagement, many times there aren't donors who are going to support you for the same thing for 20 years. Also, there's been these conflicting changes. Suddenly you are working on something, on a certain kind of agriculture, and then there is a complete change in the local policy about some, agriculture work. And then also there is the sustained funding efforts and the change in local aspirations. There's how do we integrate with what Atree stands for and the other mandate that we have, also research and linking it to practice. And are some of these really transferable to other sites, because each site is so different and so diverse. And then the shifting actors and power dynamics that we have. And also, while we want a uniform framework for scaling up, would we want to lose the nuances of each site? So I think this is a retrospection for all of us, and I'm just sharing with you your thoughts, and I'd be very happy to discuss with whoever is interested to. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarala. For the final talk of the Naturescapes thematic session, I invite Dr. Priyadarshanan Dharmarajan to talk about edible insects. Dr. Priyadarshanan, also known as the Insect Man of Atree, is a taxonomist and ecologist. He has described 70 species new to science and has authored 3 books, more than 80 research papers, and popular articles. He is a member of various national and international scientific and academic bodies. Over to you, Dr. Priyan.
Good afternoon, all. How many of you like insects to eat? Many hands went down. But before you say, you will never taste insects, just realize that you are ingesting at least 1 kilo of insects every year as food pests. A lot of tribolium beetles every day you are eating. And before you putting your red lipstick, just realize that it is nothing but the scused cochineal insects, the carmine dye, which is produced in Peru. Before you eating the honey, realize that it contains a lot of scused bee larvae. And essentially, we are all entomophagus. Before we inventing any tools, how we are saturating our protein requirements. Our ancestors were not able to hunt for larger animals. So most of the protein requirements were saturated by insects. And if you take any ancient literature, whether it's Bible, Aristotle, or Pliny the Elder, or even Bible, it all describes about eating insects. So there is nothing wrong in eating insects. Are there anybody eating insects even today? Almost 2 billion people in 150 countries belong to 1,500 ethnic groups consume insects even today. Termites and red ants are consumed all over the world. What about India? Do India consume? In fact, this is an underestimation. The other state doesn't mean that people in the other states are not eating insects. We don't have the data. From India, so far we have recorded more than 300 species of insects as being edible, belong to 19 orders. It includes starting from different types of silk moths to wasps, various woodworms, grasshoppers, crickets, etc., etc. How do they taste? Some taste like prawns, roasted almonds. Some are buttery, but I like the cheesy taste of bamboo shoot caterpillars. So when we say people, ethnic communities consume insects, and also the later FAO documents also say they are the cheaper alternatives for the protein. Don't think they are cheap. When we go to Northeast India, we see most of the insects I couldn't taste because they are so expensive. They are carnivores. I never got an opportunity to eat some giant Asian wasps. Femi never allowed me, but she got many times when she was going with the people for harvesting. Entomophagy is a recent program Atree's Insects Biosystematic and Conservation Laboratory has initiated. One main reason why don't we eat insects? Insects give more protein than any other meat, and it has more micronutrients, and it has several vitamins and very high content of calcium. And by all means, it is better than any of the available meat products. But in the meantime, don't forget some insects can be a little dangerous, especially certain insects which is feeding on certain plants. They can contain several phytochemicals. For example, the painted grasshopper, Poikilothera pitus, which feeds on the milkweed, can be a little poisonous. We are going through a very difficult world today. Now we realize global warming is a reality. And our food production is going down. This year, India's wheat production went down. A year before, our Prime Minister was proudly announcing that India will be able to feed the whole world. And this year we had to stop the exports. Even rice production is going down. Are we facing a big food crisis? By 2050, when the human population is increasing, when the population is increasing, as well as at the same time, the demand for the protein also is increasing. How can we meet that protein demand for the human? So that could be the reason why FAO came up with a dossier asking to start eating insects. So after FAO started promoting eating insects, there's a growing buzz all around the world. All over the world, a lot of enterprises have come up. There's a lot of promotion happening. Many people start eating insects. So, how that is going to impact the indigenous people who are harvesting insects from the wild? When people start eating insects, obviously, we know that we are all a little adventurous about looking for diverse diets. So people will be looking into the diversity centers like Northeast for newer and newer insect food that can impact the insect diversity in the wild. To overcome that also, we have to start rearing insects for the food. So how to sustain when the rest of the world want to eat the insects? We had to start the farms. In East Asian countries and in Southeast Asian countries, insect farming has become a huge enterprise, huge business. Thailand is producing more than 500 million worth insects every year. 52 out of 72 provinces of Thailand have huge cricket farms. But in India, it's still not happening. And it is very friendly to the greenhouse effects are much less because insect farming doesn't need as much of water, or feed conversion rate is very high, etc. So the water requirement or the feed requirement and greenhouse gas emission are all much less when compared to the conventional meat farming. This is something my colleagues from Atree CARC Alappuzha has done, and which is now upscaled to people in Nagaland. Almost 8% of the GHG emissions are happening from our household organic waste. Mr. Anu Radhakrishnan and our team, we have developed a household tripod for rearing insects. So leave your kitchen waste here. If necessary, introduce the black soldier fly larvae, and within 2 weeks, you can start harvesting the larvae and feed to your poultry. Or our team has developed good feed for pets or poultry or even aquaculture. That's how we are contributing to the circular economy also. And rearing insects is contributing to several of the attaining many of the sustainability development goals. But there are certain policy gaps. I think Honorable Chairman of NBA, Dr. Mathur, is here. He can help with many of these. None of the edible insects are still included in the normally treated species list. And most of this are considered as wild. So harvesting is simply become a criminal act. And also other legislations are so coming in between. And none of the insects products other than the honey are considered as a marketable products. First, I welcome all of you to taste the insect choco cookies. Femi is waiting outside the table with the cookies. And I thank Dr. Subhadra and Varsha for finding the right sous chef to make the insect cookies. And Femi and her team was working very hard to make it happen today so that they can advertise for the insect cookies. And special thanks to Sina for being our brand ambassador. Thank you all. As part of our project, we have made a few documentaries on edible insects. Today we are showing the trailer of one, and this documentary and another documentary are shown the video counter. These videos are produced by Teja Vikhauchesi, one of my researcher and who is a good storyteller. Thank you all.
Zero minister Hidarpele. Yatsago in a per Master Roman Predid Zelilia Buza.
Sedi Povazzo, Moribu, Maho, Putekezu, Romone, Kunu, Ungo, Tavo.
Make it some how whatever did get the what did you were very mean that we did or get civil, Pukin, Naka, Pulido, Zin Bostano, Ginu, Rajasasigo, Gazivi, Madi, Tevi,
Many of us are starting to realize the importance of it and the importance it has on our health. So if many youngsters they are not aware of it, if they get to know and if they become aware of it, they might choose this edible insect, which might benefit them.
Thank you, Priyan. I'm sure many of us are now waiting for the tea break to try the cricket cookies that are there. Moving on to the final segment of the Naturescape session, we begin a rendezvous on the broad topic of mainstreaming biodiversity conservation and averting the current biodiversity crisis. I warmly welcome Dr. Umesh Srinivasan to take us through the conversation. Dr. Umesh Srinivasan is an assistant professor at the Indian Institute of Science. He specializes in biodiversity, community ecology, wildlife biology, and studies the impacts of climate change and land use change on biodiversity. His work in the Eastern Himalayas is about monitoring bird populations combined with behavioral observations to understand changes across climate and elevation in mixed species bird flocks. He works closely with communities on a range of conservation issues. Dr. Umesh, may I please request you to come on the stage? Yeah, you're right here.
Thank you very much. And welcome to this afternoon's panel discussion. I am very glad to be joined by three fantastic panelists today in strictly alphabetical order. Marianne Manuel, who has been working with the Dakshin Foundation for a long time now, especially on coastal governance and fishers' rights, and particularly looking at inclusive models of sustainable use of fisheries while also bettering the lives and livelihoods of coastal fishers. Nachiket Kelkar is the head of the Riverine Ecosystems and Livelihoods Program at the Wildlife Conservation Trust, which is an interdisciplinary program that includes research, outreach, and capacity building in the context of freshwater biodiversity. And he's especially interested in looking at human livelihood security and conflict over freshwater resources. So Prabhakar Priyadarshi is an officer with the Indian Forest Service. He is currently the Deputy Conservator of Forests at the Bannerghatta National Park, but he has a very interesting history. He actually has a bachelor's degree in the maritime sciences and worked in the Merchant Navy before he joined the Forest Department, and has worked in the Malay Madheshwara Wildlife Sanctuary and in Ankola, Karwar before joining the Forest Department. So welcome to all the panelists. The theme for the panel discussion this afternoon was mainstreaming biodiversity conservation and sustainable use and averting the current biodiversity crisis. And I'm sure a lot of you know we are currently living through the 6th ever mass extinction that Earth has ever seen, and losing species at an alarming rate because of human-generated phenomena like climate change, the loss and degradation of natural habitats, the proliferation of invasive species, and the overexploitation of natural populations. And it's where the overexploitation of natural populations comes in that the notion of sustainable use also comes about from, which is how do you balance that trade-off between actually harvesting from a wild population while ensuring that the wild populations also remain at levels at which they play their roles in their ecosystems. And why do we need to mainstream this? Historically and even today, conservation has pretty much been the preserve and the domain of the elite. In Before independence, it was the rulers of the princely states and the colonial government that mainly determined conservation outcomes. Post-independence, the civil services, especially the Forest Department, through instruments like the Wildlife Protection Act, are the main drivers of conservation today. But also, of course, NGOs and social structures such as class and caste play a huge role in determining conservation outcomes. And with the rise of social media, the middle class, especially the urban middle class, seems to have got a lot of power in influencing what happens with conservation. But even after 75 years of independence, our models, conservation models, tend to be still rather unimaginative. Our default mode seems to be, let's put a fence around it and things will take care of themselves. But the people who actually live with wildlife, the people who are actually harvesting from the wild, are rarely consulted when conservation decisions are made. And so this is about talking about the challenges and opportunities in mainstreaming biodiversity conservation, sustainable use, and to avert the biodiversity crisis. If I may, I'd like to start with you, Marianne. The coastal waters have always been a multi-use space. There's people who are fishing, there's tourism happening, there's economic activity like shipping and ports, and all of these are coexisting together. But the cultural and social constructs that fishers on the coast operate with, they're very familiar with sustainability and they're conservation allies. But the shift towards commercial activity and the deprioritization of societies and cultures and their traditional knowledge and so on. What do you think the challenges are here? Where do you think the future is going, especially when you have a resource that is very mobile? The fish or whatever you're harvesting is moving large, so the traditional PA, protected area model might not be appropriate.
Just to say that the PA model that we use is also not for fish, right? There's an intrinsic conflict between how we see fisheries as something, as a resource to be exploited. And that's how the fisheries department and all of us see it as an extension of agriculture, as a resource to harvest as much of as possible for economic gain. Versus PAs are actually for what we consider marine wildlife, so turtles, sharks, which fall somewhere in between. And PAs aren't effective even for marine wildlife, but just to say that typically PAs aren't actually drawn up in mind, keeping sustainable fisheries in mind. So having said that, as you rightly pointed out, coastal spaces have always been multi-use spaces. What has happened more recently is that there's an increasing trend towards industrialization and commercialization of these spaces and an intensification of fisheries themselves. And in some sense, because marine resources are mobile and because there has been this long history of association, actually coastal and marine spaces allow us to explore more innovative ways of conservation, ways such as co-management, where communities and their relationships, their inherent buy-in towards sustainability, because that's their primary livelihood source. Coastal spaces allow for us to use such models. We don't. We use primarily terrestrial models also in marine spaces, but actually there's a lot of opportunity for us to come up with more dynamic management systems, more inclusive management systems with communities as partners in creating these systems and monitoring and implementing them.
And you think those models can be transferred to terrestrial systems or freshwater systems?
Absolutely, I think so. And in a sense, FRA and some of these other, I guess, shifts in how terrestrial conservation has been carried out in the country, I think are indicators that people are more open to the idea of communities as partners in conservation.
Could you give us a short example of, a small example of one of these inclusive models of governance that has worked somewhere where?
So we don't have that many, at least in the marine space. So one of the things that we're trying to do in Lakshadweep, for instance, is to come up with a co-management model in association with the fisheries department and the fisher communities in Lakshadweep, because the fishers there inherently practice a sustainable model of fishing. There's been pressure from the government and from departments to actually move into more commercial, more intense models. And so the idea is to bring the fisheries department and the community together. And there have been initial conversations where the community themselves has stepped forward and passed certain regulations towards banning certain types of fishing that are putting pressure on the coral reefs of the Lakshadweep. And the department has been interested in making that legislation
then the pandemic has come in and things, those conversations have stopped. But there was initial movement towards that. There are a lot of examples of communities, in Orissa, for instance, voluntarily fisher unions, passing regulations for their members that are pro, say, conservation of turtles, right? Not using particular types of nets. So in smaller, these are not official, legally recognized rules, but there are informal rules in many places that have been created keeping sustainability in mind.
But is there any legal framework right now that allows for these inclusive governance mechanisms?
So the Wildlife Protection Act has now included community reserves and conservation reserves that are a little bit more equitable than marine protected areas and sanctuaries, in the sense of communities are involved. There are arguments made that a community reserve that's made on private land doesn't require the same governance structure that with the forest department involved. So there are different people who have different views on it. So there aren't too many spaces apart from these two options.
Right.
Globally, you have locally managed marine areas, you have other frameworks in the global conservation space that we can try and adopt here.
Right, but that again is predicated on demarcating a certain area as a protected area, whereas the resources in the marine realm are very mobile.
Yeah.
I want to come to Mr. Priyadarshi because this is a different kind of mobility in terrestrial system, and that's the mobility of invasive species. And like you pointed out, today it's not really the large-scale cutting down of forests, for example, that is destroying natural habitats. It's actually this insidious movement of invasive species taking over forest lands. And we've seen that happening in places like BRT and a number of southern Indian tiger reserves. And everybody knows about lantana, and Atree also has a long history of working with lantana. But you've talked about a species called Senna spectabilis, which is a tree species that is rapidly taking over places in Kerala and poses a huge threat to southern Indian protected areas in general. How does one mainstream this within the confines of the law? How do you deal with a problem like that?
Thank you, Umesh. So before I say anything, my views are my personal views, not necessarily the views of the department. So so I was posted in MMLs as ACF just like before January. And see, lantana is like, I have been interested in invasive species since my preparation days. So I got a chance to see lantana and how, like in a landscape, if you look at lantana, how it looks like. So overall, it's like a sturdy shrub. And so other trees species also, they exist kind of. Of course, it leads to loss of biodiversity. But there is a kind of like overall, it has been spread over 13 million hectares. So that is the latest data. So kind of we are thinking, for example, if we talk about Karnataka, we don't have a plan to remove lantana camara per se, but we have a plan called grassland development in wildlife areas. So if you look at the annual reports, 1920, we spent around 5 crores on basically grassland development, which includes major component of removing lantana. But if you translate it into hectares, it would be coming around as per the rates about 500 to 600 hectares. So the point is, okay, kind of, let us say we have to remove it. It's a weed. It leads to loss of biodiversity. But what to do about it?
Just from the point of view of somebody who's in the administration, what is the hurdle really? Why can't you say we need to remove lantana and we need to come up with a plan specifically for this?
Yes. So from I don't know whether I should say somebody in the administration or not. See, the sheer extent of the area where it is, it has already invaded. That's huge. You go to any of these basically forest landscapes, Bandipur, even Mudumalai across the border, or even North India, Corbett, anywhere you go, it has invaded in a huge area. Now, from my point of view, what I see is it's a big, I can say it's a problem, and it is a problem for our biodiversity. However, it is like we can also look at it as a kind of a resource. unless and until we see, like, if we are talking about biodiversity loss, and my personal experience, it is invasive species are causing biodiversity loss, and it is going unnoticed like anything. Okay. So unless and until we see it as a resource means right now, if we talk about lantana, we can use it for if nothing else, maybe firewood. Organizations like even Atree, they are in MMLs, I was posted there, so they are making furniture out of it. Some other things we can try. However, so that is like, okay, what we can do about it, how we can extract it sustainably. But if we look at it from a point of view of resource, and there is already inclusion in the management plan of different wildlife areas where we have to remove it, then maybe it needs a mindset of resource extraction only in a very, very sustainable way under the overall guidance of the forest department, that we are taking out the weed. Now, if we suppose we want to harvest something, basically forestry is also long-term agriculture, right? So if we want to harvest, let us say sugarcane, what do we do on a large scale? We have a harvester, right? So if that kind of device can be developed, which can harvest maybe large stretches, things like if you go to Bandipur, large stretches, you will be having lantana only, right? So that harvesting, and why am I saying sustainable? The moment you harvest it using a machine, and the big companies and all the machines, even the tires are very hefty, so they actually disturb the soil. So once the soil is disturbed, the seeds, soil is having a very, very high seed bank. So they get exposed, and there have been areas where earlier they have tried to remove it using JCB. But those are the areas where right now it is very, very high density lantana as of now. So, that is one point of view. We have to see it as a resource and then think of the ways of extracting it sustainably. However, just what you mentioned earlier, Senna spectabilis is one species where what I have personally felt is there is relatively low awareness about it. I urge all of you to at least go to Wayanad, and in Mutanga range specifically. In Wayanad Wildlife Sanctuary, 23% of the geographical area, as per the official documents, it is under Senna spectabilis. And unlike lantana, where lantana is there and some other trees are also there, Senna spectabilis, where it is practically no other species exists.
So it's just converting the habitat into a monoculture and not allowing any other.
Exactly.
And you're saying that instead of looking at this from, biodiversity is implicit in this, in the management of these invasive species, but instead of primarily looking at this as a biodiversity issue, if this can be mainstreamed as a harvest and a commercial issue, then we probably will do better in managing.
Unless and until we see a resource value in them. If you look at the budget, say overall, let us say if I talk about my state, Karnataka, about maybe 2,000 crores. Out of that, as per the annual report, 5 crores were spent, and which translates into, as per the rates, about 750, 800 hectare max to max area. When are we going to have that much funds to actually reclaim our forest? So the simple thing is to, under the obviously the supervision of the department, so that harvesting should be sustainable. Okay, we have to let other forces help us, and market is a big.
Right. Do you see any legal impediments given the current legal framework that conservation operates within India, with the Wildlife Protection Act being actually the main legislation that regulates all of this? Do you see any challenges in mainstreaming this as a resource and as a commercial operation?
So when we talk about legal impediments, overall, the law empowers us to use any management practices to manage our forest sustainably. However, it depends on what kind of solutions we come up with. So just like in short, when we are looking at a problem of that big size, we have to fight with both our hands. So we cannot be fighting with one of our hand tied behind our backs. So yeah, we have to use all sorts of methodologies, and most important is overall I believe the civil society, the conscious environmental groups and all, they also have to look at the enormity of the problem and then maybe comment on what type of solutions should be there.
So mainstreaming awareness as well in civil
important.
society and
Most important.
I think social media has done a lot to do that. We've seen how social media campaigns actually have mainstreamed, well, not mainstreamed completely, but reached a much larger constituency in determining wildlife outcomes. For example, whether a tiger that has killed human beings should be captured or not, it should be killed or not, and that's a new trend that's been taking off. But from the law, I want to go to Nachiket to talk about other structures in society, apart from the law, extra legal structures in society that regulate access to resources and conservation. And you've been working with riverine systems for a long time and riverine fisheries, where class and caste play a huge role in determining access to rivers, access to fish, and so on. And it's fishers who are living in poverty who demand the right to be able to access those resources and harvest those resources. But at the same time, they are expected to do that sustainably, and they're expected to be guardians of conservation. And they're sort of caught in the middle of these two opposing forces. So how do you trade those off, and what kind of conservation models are actually going to work in a place like this?
Thank you, Dr. Umesh. I will just start off by a very brief overview of what we do. I have been working in the Gangetic floodplains of Bihar and the surrounding regions for some time now, with fishing communities and also with riverside farming communities a little bit. And what is interesting is, so when we talk about the mainstream, I think one definition of the mainstream is the gut food. And fish is where, and edible plants is also insects perhaps in the future, but plants and fish is where these sort of the biodiversity part and the harvesting for consumption part converges almost entirely. So all the fish that's being fished for protein and for nutrition by really people living in severe poverty is also biodiversity, and vice versa, and with whatever plants they use. So the local village market is in some sense a mirror, holds a mirror to the biodiversity that's still in the mainstream of the food economy of such places, in North India, where, I mean, just to sort of further engage with the idea of what the mainstream here would mean is that, if you must win from Uttar Pradesh to become the prime minister, for example, which has been a sort of trend, we're talking of those people. That's the heart of what is recognized as the core of Indian politics in some sense. And I think this is where what people are doing in the river, fishing communities or others, can't be separated from their identities in terms of their economic class and caste and their politics, therefore. So this is a fascinating sort of point where social structures which are not related to the law directly and political change sweeps across what you do on a daily basis, whether you can fish in a certain manner or not, or where you can go to fish, is directly affected by who you are and who your neighbors are as well. So everyone has heard of the sand mining economy, for instance, which has gone, we immediately think of mafia running that economy and so on. Something similar has happened, unfortunately, with riverine fisheries across North India, where a lot of control, because mostly it's managed as an open access resource. Anyone is free to go in and do whatever they want, which means that anti-social elements, if you can call them that, which resort to criminal means, often end up asserting control through violent means of space and methods to fish. Now, in terms of the caste question, this is really crucial because if we look at old colonial reports, because they were interested in all kinds of caste profiling for control, basically. And within people who practice fishing as their primary occupation, even now, and the census estimates, the census figures are quite poor, but we could safely guess that about 10 million people in the Gangetic Plains alone still depend on capture fisheries, not culture. So this is like wild caught fish. And from old reports, what is very clearly recorded is that we have 700 fishing castes across this region. So 700 castes is what you're dealing with if you're wanting to manage that open environment and resource. And now there is an entire political, competitive politics standing behind it, which is also very important to understand and engage with. Of course, it's mind-boggling, but still. Coming back to the questions of biodiversity here, I think there are a few paradigm shifts that are happening in tropical fisheries across the world, which we need to be cognizant of here. I think there is enough evidence now to suggest that the more diverse the fish species that are captured, the more stable are the fishers' incomes, because there is always buffering. If you don't get a particular species in that season, you still have others you can fish to. And therefore, maintaining a diversity of fishing nets and gears, capturing several species at one time, is a common practice. It has been a traditional thing that most of these people have done. So in a sense, the biodiversity is essential of fish species, is essential to support this diversity of cultural practices also for fishing. However, conventional institutional models of managing fisheries focused on, say, for example, selectivity. Often when people see several species of fish caught, they think the fishing is indiscriminate. You know, that's a very common thing we hear all over. Or saying that it's destructive in whichever way. Or the common thing of overfishing. You know, so coming back to these questions, I think the first problem is an institutional one. There is currently no, although it supports the most number of people, there is no revenue earned by the government from most of the river fisheries. And therefore, there is, the state basically doesn't care about what is going on there. On the other end, the communities are increasingly fragmented because there is actually much lesser fishing now in our rivers because people have migrated out of this system for labor jobs and so on. And still we follow models which say we should fish one species, one size, using very specific size selective gear and so on. Whereas now there is a really fascinating body of work that's coming out of several tropical fisheries, which suggests that there are other ways to harvest. So don't restrict by species, don't even restrict by size, and so on. Yeah.
Well, that's very fascinating. I was under the impression that this comes back to the differences between freshwater and marine resources versus terrestrial resources. I think the terrestrial resources that we have, especially forests, we pretty much lock them into protected areas, whereas it's more open access use in freshwater and marine systems. But with increasing mechanization, like Marianne was pointing out, isn't it going to become more, not mechanization in terms of ports and mechanization and resource harvesting? Hasn't that already led to huge collapses in fish stocks in marine and riverine systems?
You want to? Not in riverine systems. So the riverine overfishing narrative is, I think, I mean, I liked what Dr. Nitin Shekhar told us earlier, that, you know, often we draw up a list of things without adequate evidence. So if there is a whole list of threats that we want to put out there, we list everything, and overfishing is listed just because somebody thinks somebody is overfishing. But looking at the numbers, so many people just exiting that fishery, I don't see any overfishing happening as such in riverine ecosystems. The other reason being that technology has not really mechanized that much as in marine systems, as opposed to marine systems.
And in marine systems, there is an element of overfishing. I wouldn't say that's necessarily the biggest threat to marine systems because there are anthropogenic threats from industrialization, pollution, etc. But what we see as a typical trend with trawlers now is while in the past, trawlers were earning their revenue from, say, prawn or whatever it is they were targeting. Now, a lot of trawlers are sustained by what is known as bycatch or trash fish, which were earlier thrown, now is diverted to the fish meal industry, that goes to poultry, that goes to aquaculture. So in many places, studies have shown that trawlers are still able to engage in fisheries because of the income they get from bycatch, which is essentially juvenile fish of commercially important species, fish that otherwise would have gone towards the dried fish industry, which supports livelihoods of a lot of women, or even into rural markets. And so all of these fish, and then of course, the odd turtle, sea snake, whatever else is caught in the net. But essentially that's what is driving a lot of fisheries in many places. And so that is a huge problem.
It is a huge problem. Would again come to this issue of access. And in forests, in most PAs, protected areas, communities living around those forests do not have legal access to those to enter those protected areas and harvest anything. So is there an opportunity when it comes to invasive species in engaging people living in proximity with the forest to come up with new models to deal with this threat?
With respect to access, it depends on what type of protected area it is. So say, for example, if it's a national park, everything is prohibited until permitted. It's like a simple one-liner. So when it comes to other type of protected areas, so wildlife sanctuaries, there are a certain more level of, rights given to the communities, and then conservation and community reserve. Stakeholdership is one very, very important thing. When we are talking about invasive species inside a protected area. And stakeholdership, why am I saying? Because again, see, I'm from the department, so I can, if any problem I have to tackle, I'd first see the resources which I'm having at my disposal. So unless and until we come up with a solution where we can maybe, at a cheaper cost, we can reclaim those areas back from the invasive species, particularly, let us say, Senna spectabilis or lantana. Senna spectabilis, just if we are talking about 75 kilometers square roughly in Wayanad. That's a big area. So stakeholdership, wherever communities are allowed, actually, and this, I'll just say that on my recent visit to MM Hills, I'll just end up on a very positive note. So there, my driver was telling that was doing some of the experiments how to kill these plants and all, right, invasive species, and they had some not had full idea what I was doing, but they saw that some of the plants are dying maybe. So he went to he keeps on visiting the nearby villages. So one of the villagers was asking him that, see, we heard that something you guys were doing some experiment. Do let us know how to kill this specific species. And now, I mean, 2 or 3 villages around MM Hills, specifically the villagers, they are aware of the Senna spectabilis, particularly Senna spectabilis, and they know that it has to be plucked when it is very young only. Otherwise, it becomes hydra-headed or something like that. So that is the stakeholdership I'm talking about. It was very heartening to see that these people, they were themselves seeing the value in not letting these species take over. And yeah, that is one like a positive example I would like to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we've run out of time. But thank you very much for joining this panel discussion today. And obviously, there are a lot of challenges involved in mainstream biodiversity conservation and doing that in time to avoid catastrophic species declines. But it seems like there are more inclusive models that people are exploring both in marine, freshwater, and terrestrial systems to do as much as we can to avert the current biodiversity collapse. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful session. I would like to mention that the bar stools on the stage are made from Senna spectabilis, an invasive alien species, designed and made by Atree along with members from the Soliga community. I kindly request Mr. Prabhakar Priyadarshi to stay back to the launch of our ebook, Why Are Some Species Found Everywhere and Why Does It Matter? Insights from 25 years of Atree's work on invasive alien species. I would like to call upon the authors, Dr. Ankila Hiramat, Dr. Milind Banyan, and Chetan Mishra.
We will now break for tea. I request you all to please convene back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Performance waiting for you. Till first before the
We have an interesting performance waiting for you after tea. So I request you all to please convene back within 15 minutes. Thank you.
Vishal. Vishal.
अभी हान में है ठीक हेलो जस्ट म्यूट म्यूट और म्यूट check check check
Hello.
No, that but.
And keep the mic here and just like start talking like this. It's fine.
Welcome back, everyone. We will now begin with an interesting showcase that will highlight Atree Academy's journey over the past 25 years. Atree Academy for Conservation, Science and Sustainability nurtures the next generation of environmental leaders. It conducts an interdisciplinary PhD program and a recently launched master's program. I invite the convener of the Atree Academy, Dr. Siddharth Krishnan, on the stage to tell us about how the Academy has evolved over the last 25 years, which will be followed by a short skit. Over to you, Siddharth.
Thank you, Hanuja. Just a very brief. Good evening to one and all. A brief recap of the Academy's activities and some Thanksgiving. So Atree's higher education wing, the Academy is almost 13 years old. It serves Atree's two mission pillars of generating interdisciplinary knowledge and provision of a young environmental leadership to the nation. The Academy's pioneering interdisciplinary flagship program, the PhD in Conservation Science and Sustainability Studies, is a model for many similar environmental courses offered by India's new universities, including liberal arts and science universities. Speaking of which, PhD alumni have found employment in these prestigious new educational institutions, even as students from these new liberal arts and science universities have enrolled, bachelor students have enrolled in our master's program. And again, speaking of which, our other flagship program, a new environmental studies master's in conservation practice that combines the interdisciplinary spirit and philosophy of our PhD program with practical skill building. It seeks to provision a younger environmental leadership to corporates, NGOs, government, and academic sectors. Now, here are some proud numbers. Our current strength, PhD strength, is almost 50. 40 students have earned their doctoral degrees. They have published nearly 70 peer-reviewed papers, of which 1 out of 4 are in high-impact journals. Our PhD students have received nearly 20 prestigious international grants and fellowships. Alumni now either work in academic or NGO sectors. Now, we have a very progressive gender quotient, right? Nearly 60% of our master students are women students, and women students constitute 72% of our PhD program. 22 students enrolled in our first MSc batch in 2021. This year, our second batch is 23 strong. These are early years yet, and with regards to the master's program, and we are certain that in the near future, the master's program students will generate a lot of prestigious numbers and metrics for us. Now, you could say that our PhD and master's programs normatively and critically engage with Article 51A G of the Indian Constitution, which deals with fundamental duties. Now, to quote, it shall be the duty of every citizen in India to protect and improve the natural environment, including forests, lakes, rivers, and wildlife, and to have compassion for living creatures. Now, through our interdisciplinary coursework and transdisciplinary outreach, we impart knowledge on how and why to protect forests, rivers, and grasslands. We unpack and repack what the Constitution mentions as natural environment. Now, nature may provide solutions, but it also creates problems, right? Or it is in some people's nature to create problems for other people's cultures in the name of nature. We're talking about social justice here. And social justice, like Sharad said, is another underemphasized mission pillar of Atree, which the Academy also sincerely serves, right? And so the Academy has an affirmative recruitment policy that encourages students from marginalized communities, including Adivasi and Dalit communities, to apply. For what good is it to converse about biodiversity in a class which is not diverse, right? We only have modest numbers here, but not for lack of trying, but perhaps because of a lack of not trying a little too harder, but we will fix that soon. But thanks are in order. The Royal Norwegian Embassy and the Tata Trust for seed funding of the Academy, Anthony Kilo Funds and Rohini Nilekani Philanthropies for continued support, our new CSR supporters, Tata Alexi, and more recently, EZD Software India. And Kamal, I don't think he's here. Thanks for your ceaseless and endless efforts to seek and facilitate financial support for the Academy. Now, Mahe, Nepal Academy, thanks for being a PhD degree platform and long-term university partners. And thanks, Transdisciplinary University, for providing the degree platform for a new master's program, right? And thanks to Atree's accounts, communication and development departments for all the support, and the kitchen and the maintenance staff for the tireless physical labors. Big thanks to my erstwhile Academy team, Madhavi, Milind, and Neha. I'm saying erstwhile because Milind has been shunted to another department, ecoinformatics, and Neha is moving on to Canada to pursue a second master's. But thanks, guys, right? And more recently, Vamsi, thanks for being part of the team, right? Previous coordinators and conveners, including Arvind and Nitin, right? Thanks for leading the Academy, right? Now, my faculty colleagues, none of this is possible without your commitment and toil, so big salutes, yeah? And to our masters and PhD master students, thanks for believing in us, right? For some of us, you are the only reason why we want to be at Atree, right? Big hugs. And thanks for making Atree a fun and frantic place. Just have fun while you're at Atree, just like you're going to have with the skit now, yeah? Thank you.
Atree's research activity is spread across the length and breadth of our nation's diverse ecosystem, and our students are currently working in many different locations, from the lush green Himalayan forests to the fertile plains of the Ganga,
from the vast deserts of Western India to the grasslands of the Deccan landscape,
from the rainforests of both the eastern and western Ghats to the high elevation Shola grasslands of the Blue Mountains,
and even in the Indian Ocean.
Atree is everywhere. Let us take you on a journey through Atree's mesmerizing work in these ecosystems.
How do we go about telling the story?
That's a good question. Oh, wait, I know of one such story.
What is it?
It's a story about pollen. Pollen from the majestic rhododendron tree. These beautiful trees are found at both ends of our country, the Himalaya in the north and the Nilgiris in the south.
A pollen from what tree?
Rhododendron arboreum is a medium-sized evergreen tree found across most of South and Southeast Asia and China. In India, this species can be found in the evergreen forests of the Himalaya and in the Western Ghats. It is easily recognizable for its bright red flowers. It is socio-economically important in the horticulture industry, and its flowers are utilized by local communities to make jams, tea, and for medicinal purposes. In fact, in this story, we are going to travel with Yumi, a pollen from a rhododendron in Sikkim, who wants to follow in the footsteps of her great-great-great-grandfather.
Wow. Okay, ready? Lights, camera, action.
Three cute rhododendron pollens are having a chat somewhere in Sikkim.
Hey, there is our newspaper guy.
Hey guys, here's your daily. Thanks, honeybee.
Hey, you know, not every.
Goodbye,
Maybe.
see you tomorrow.
Oh, what's the news today?
Ah, Tesla stocks are really down.
Again,
Well, there goes my money.
anything good?
Oh, Atree is celebrating its 25th anniversary. Aren't we invited?
Hey, don't break the fourth wall.
Oh, hey, Yumi, check this out. Recent study shows that rhododendron arboreum is also found in southern Western Ghats.
What? Really? Oh my God, finally, I've always wanted to get out of here. I'm going to go and visit these Western Ghats. They sound so godly.
Wait a minute. You're not going anywhere. Rhododendron is not even majorly a wind pollinated flower. It's scientifically not possible for you to get to the other side of the country. Who do you think you are? Shweta Vasner.
Oh yeah, right. Isn't she the one who studied plant-pollinator interactions in our rhododendron?
Yes.
I heard she traveled all the way from a mystical tree in Bangalore.
Mystical tree. It's a research institute called Atree. It is among the world's best think tank, which works for science, sustainability, and conservation.
What? Oh, that's so fancy. Okay, it's settled then. I'm going on an adventure and neither of you can stop me.
No, you're not going anywhere. You have homework to finish.
No.
Go, get inside. Go.
As the
Begin at
pollens
home.
argue,
No.
a magical
Stay here,
monsoon
I'm
brings
going
out
away.
these pollens. The wind drops Yumi unceremoniously on the forest floor of Meghalaya.
Oh, what is that awful smell?
Oh, pardon me, madam. I'm Wong, the dung. Nice to meet you.
No, thanks. Not because you're a dung, but this pandemic and all. I'm Yumi, by the way, from Sikkim.
Well, never mind. What brings you here?
And I was trying to find my way to the Western Ghats. I'm going to find a long-lost relative.
Wait a second. Is this shooting for some Disney movie?
No, this is me trying to have an adventure.
A dung beetle and a snail walking.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Stewie and Big D Martina. Short for Diplomatina. Meet Yumi. She's doing a Disney movie.
Oh, hi, Yumi. I'm not doing a Disney movie. By the way, is this stool taken? Do you get it? Dung, stool. Yeah, I got it, Mr. Stewie. And how's your day going? It's a crappy day. Is that a good day or a bad day for you?
Well, you know, my old had a saying, a crappy day is a happy day. By the way, excuse, I'm a little busy right now.
Hey, buddy. Who is this new person?
Yumi, ignore her. She's a little slow at catching things.
Well, it's really cool to see you guys living down here. I had no idea.
The Northeast is among the least explored forest landscapes of India. A plethora of diversity is hidden in the lush green rainforests of eastern Himalayas. Young explorers of Atree are systematically documenting a range of floral and faunal diversity in these hotspots. Neepu Kumar Das and Anushri Jadhav are working on the systematics of mollusks on land and in freshwater environments. Nabasmita Malakar, Yangchin Laputia, and Dr. Sweta Basnet are trying to understand the distribution and dynamics of plant groups such as Persea, Fagaceae, and Rhododendron in our Seven Sisters. Meanwhile, Dr. Amit John Kurian and Anisha Chaudhary try to solve the sustainability puzzle with their socio-ecological knowledge. And Ranjit Sahani and Rinan Shah are respectively trying to understand the impacts of flood on one hand and water scarcity on the other in the eastern regions of India.
Oh, I got the fun now.
Thanks, buddy. Well, I had no idea such amazing work was being carried out in our country. Oh no, but look at the time. I must be getting going. It was really nice meeting you all, but I really have to go. I have a long journey ahead of me.
A strong wind comes and takes Yumi back to sky.
Stop. Oh, I can see the smirk on your face. You're thinking, how can a Poland go all the way from Northeast to Gujarat then? Well, if this is a Marvel movie, you would not be asking these questions to me. Anyways, play now.
Yumi crash lands on a great grass plain and looks dramatically. A desert fox is sniffing around in the grass, unaware of the new visitor.
Hello? Excuse me, down here.
Wait, am I hearing things now?
Hello, down here. Hi.
Okay, I'm definitely losing it. I can hear a speck talk.
Sorry to disturb you. What is this place?
This is a grassland.
Oh, you mean a degraded forest?
Wait, no! This is a grassland. It's an ecosystem of its own. Oh my God, I'm so tired of explaining this to you people. You got to listen to me, okay? Not everyone wants a rainforest in their backyard. And so many species love having the open grassland so that they can graze freely, jump around the plains, get enough sunlight, and enjoy the sun setting in the horizon. We love the changing seasons of the grassland. Every season brings us such delicious meals. Step aside. I'm trying to find one last perfectly delicious melon before the season ends. But it's getting so hard to find melons these days. And you know why? Because some wise people thought like you did and planted trees in our grassland. Like centuries ago, some human brought these annoying plants from God knows where, and now they're everywhere. You just look, it's spreading like nonsense. Where am I supposed to go?
Okay, please calm down. Please calm down.
I'm sorry, I'm going through some things here.
Tell me what happened.
Grasslands, unique but threatened. Grasslands across India are being destroyed. A team of PhD students of Atree is tirelessly working to understand and conserve these misunderstood landscapes, while Ramya Ravi tries to reconcile the socio-ecological problems created by Prosophis juliflora in the bunny grasslands. Chetan Mishra investigates this tree's impact on wildlife. Meanwhile, in the rugged plains of Maharashtra, Anjan Katna is studying the impact of humans on mesocarnivores, and Iravati is determined to conserve the elusive Indian wood. Various impacts on these precious grasslands were addressed by Dr. Ovi Toret and Dr. Arundhati Das in their respective PhDs. Their collective goal is to make grasslands great again.
Wow, that's awesome and sad at the same time.
I know, right?
In the distance, you may see something moving.
It's furry, beauty, beauty. What's that moving over there? Another desert fox?
Well, almost. That's Chetan Mishra setting up rodent traps.
Oh, interesting. Miss Fury, could you please help me? I'm trying to find my way to the Western Ghats. Could really use a little help.
A gentle wind appears to take the woman away.
Ooh, who are you?
Oh, I am the wind. People call me Marty around here. I cannot help keep this about the water here.
Oh, so you're here to take me?
Yes, I can wait for your conversation to get over.
No, we can go.
Oh, I can talk to you later.
No, let's go, let's go.
Yumi falls near the riverbed. She grabs onto a leaf and starts floating towards the Western Ghats. A frog, Euphyllectus caravali, climbs onto the leaf.
Oh, hello, Miss Amphibian. How's your day going? I'm sorry, I didn't quite get that.
Oh, sorry. Forgot that you don't understand my language. I mean, it's going well.
That's okay. It's just nice to have company on this sort of travel. I'm Yumi from Sikkim, by the way. Who are you?
My name is E. Karavali and people call me Kara.
Suddenly, the water begins to churn. Monstrous mouths try to grab Karavali and Yumi.
Stay close to me.
Oh my God, what are they?
They're invasive fishes that are trying to rule these water bodies. Their impacts are immeasurable in these kinds of ecosystems.
Water is life. You might have heard of fresh water being polluted, but at what scale? Who is polluting it? How can we stop it? Am I using fresh water sustainably? Are dams a good way to store water? Does damming and altering rivers affect the hydrological cycles? How much water do we need for humanity to survive? Who are the stakeholders of these systems? And what do they do? Are fisheries sustainable? What about marine fisheries? Should I go vegan? Our researchers are working on water from lakes to dams to watersheds. From assessing invasive species to conserving native biodiversity. And from freshwater fisheries to marine fisheries. We need to figure out how to value freshwater, which is vital for human and non-human life, now and in the future. Now that's a collective task that goes beyond your shower.
Just then, a group of students crosses the river.
Human. Who are they?
Oh, these students are going to be here for a few days. At night, I hear them say they're doing their MSc from an institute. Atree.
Atree? I've heard so much about this place.
Yes, and I also heard about this particular human student called Harshit who asked too many questions to his teachers.
I had no idea Atree was into MSc.
Oh yes, and they're doing quite well. They have one of the best interdisciplinary approaches to postgraduate education. People from various backgrounds can come collaborate across disciplines.
As the leaf floats away with the frog, Yumi gets carried away by the wind.
Goodbye.
Yumi enters the smoky skies of a chaotic city where a large bird of prey is circling.
Oh, why is it so smoggy and dusty out here?
Hello there. I'll cover you up.
Oh, thank you. What is this place?
This place is called Bengaluru.
It sure is hard to breathe out here. Don't you find it difficult?
Life here is tough for sure, but I've heard tales about this city. It once had greener streets and cleaner lakes. But now, all I see is concrete structures, COVID clusters, and foam-covered waters. And ugh, the traffic. But the weather's good though.
Today, more than half of the world lives in urban areas, with increasing developmental activity and migration putting an undue pressure on urban lakes, parks, and biodiversity in general. The quality of life in cities has declined drastically. Needless to say, it's been really hard recently to be a city dweller. However, these Atree students are tirelessly working towards solving the issues in these urban cities. Their work spans the different facets of our changing urban systems. With Atree on the front lines, urban green and blue spaces are sure to make a comeback and set the gold standard for sustainable cities around the nation. Wow, life in the city sure seems tough. Oh, and I never asked, but what's your name and what are you even doing here?
My name is Robbie, the Harrier. I'm taking a small detour in my migration pattern to deliver this radio collar to a friend of mine in Atree.
Atree? Wow, Atree seems to be everywhere. Oh no, but I do have to keep going. I'm trying to find my way to the southern western Ghats. Could you maybe drop me by the outskirts of the city somewhere?
Southern Western Ghats, is it? Kanakpura Road should do.
While the pollen is in the air, it gets caught on a honeybee and gets carried to the hive.
Oh, hello, I'm stuck here. It's me. Hello there.
Oh, hey there, little fella. What are you doing here?
Well, my name is Yumi and I'm a traveler. I've been on my way for a while. And who are you?
Oh, I'm Apis Dosata, and I'm also a very big fan of the actor Rock. So people call me Rock.
Well, I was on my way to the southern western Ghats and I somehow ended up in here. You're not going to eat me, are you?
Don't worry. Today's menu is Lantana Poland. But because of this recent climate change, we are getting these exotic takeaways like Lantana and Chromolina, which are way less nutritious, especially for someone like me.
But that's really sad and it's going to affect the quality of the honey you make, isn't it?
Definitely.
Oh, no.
A land of great forests and breathtaking landscapes, where some of nature's most dramatic transformations play out. With climate change and a rapidly transforming landscape, the majestic Western Ghats and Eastern Ghats, the spectacular Himalayas, and the diverse Indo-Burma regions are increasingly threatened in today's world. One major common thing between these locations apart from being a biodiversity hotspot, is the work of Atree students in these landscapes that connects all of this. Our interdisciplinary work crisscrosses these hotspots in studies of ecology, spatio-temporal analysis, restoration, human-wildlife interactions, systematics, socio-institutional systems, ecohydrology, conservation, and genetics. Not just in the forest, but our students also dabble in the nitty-gritties of policies and social studies, and much more. The forests hold endless possibilities and secrets to be discovered, and Atree is well on its way to unboxing these hidden treasures.
So Yumi, I'm gonna drop you by the riverside. I hope you can find your way from there.
Oh, that would be great, Mr. B. Thank you.
But while we do this, we need to be a little careful. Dr. Siddhappa will be keeping an eye out for me. So we need to proceed with caution.
Oh, no. Okay, let's be going then.
Let's go.
After all the cannon and fillers that Yumi went through, she arrives at the destination that she always dreamt of seeing. Folklore has it that it was Yumi's grandfather who founded this rhododendron colony in the southern Western Ghats. Was it as poetic as she had always imagined? I don't know. Maybe we should ask Yumi about how she feels. Awaits the rhododendron flower with huge, bright red petals. Soft petals of red, such delicate embrace. Sweet rhododendron, you fill my garden space. A picture of beauty, in full bloom you stand. The bees just adore you. You're looking so grand. The sun shines upon you, nature divine. A true masterpiece in this garden of mine. I wonder how this rhododendron smells. Such a lovely word should have a scent to match. But words keep secrets, the object tells. What fragrance could this flower represent? I have smelled my share of flowers, sweet and sour, roses for rapture, chrysanthemums for trust, daisies for friendship with magic healing power, rue for unrequited, and lilies for lust. I'd like to make a new ascent by breeding flowers with all the traits I love the best. My unconditional tulip has been pleading for a sweeter scent than all the rest. I love my rhododendron bushes. The blooms are huge and so lovely. The bees and birds love them too. They are extraordinary to me. I can pick large bouquets of them, enjoy them throughout the day, or leave them in the bushes so I can continue to enjoy this day.
I think the applause says it all, but thank you to the Atree Academy for putting together such a wonderful show and for adding that dose of laughter that I think we all needed at this point. Moving on, we're very excited to launch 2 books that draw from insights from years of work at the Atree Community Conservation Center at Vembanad in Kerala. I humbly invite Dr. V.B. Mathur, Chairman of the National Biodiversity Authority of India, to come on the stage for the book launch. He is also the Regional Vice Chair of the IUCN World Commission on Protected Areas and a member of the International Association of Impact Assessment. He's a member of the Ministry of Environment and Forest, Government of India's Committees on World Heritage, Conservation, Biosphere Reserves, Management Effectiveness Evaluation, and Environmental Appraisal of Coal and Thermal Projects. He has spent over 2.5 decades at the Wildlife Institute of India, actively contributing to its wide range of training, research, and academic programs in the field of biodiversity conservation and research policy interface. Welcome, sir. I now invite Anu Radhakrishnan, Manija Murli, and Priya Darshanan Dharmarajan on the stage. They have authored a field guide to fishes of Vembanad. The second book is Ulam. It is a book for school students around Vembanad to know and understand the life and lives around them. This book has been authored by Manija Murli and Priya Darshanan Dharmarajan. Ulam contains basic environmental modules such as understanding of soil, water, air, and so on, and also the social issues of Vembanad. I now request Dr. V.B. Mathur to please launch the book. May we have a round of applause? So that's the field guide to fishes of Vembanad. I now request to launch Ulam, a book for school students around Vembanad. Thank you, Dr. Mathur, and congratulations to the authors. Thank you. Sounds fair. We now move on to a much awaited session on checklist of India's plants. I request Dr. R. Ganeshan to please take us through the session. Dr. R. Ganeshan is a senior fellow at Atree. He specializes in systematics, evolution, and conservation of plants, and also looks at their economic importance and sustainable use. He has described many species of plants new to science, from the dense wet evergreen forests, Western Ghats, and the Eastern Himalayas, to the regional regions of the semi-arid areas in India. His recent work in the Northeast is aimed at mapping the large-scale distribution of plants and lesser-known taxa and their importance as bioresources for sustainable livelihoods. Dr. Ganeshan, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you all. it's a very happiest occasion for me because it's a the checklist of plants. I have seen right from the day it was getting conceived from Professor Ganesha's lab. So it's a basically Professor Ganesha's brainchild. It started from the state of Karnataka. And now we can see it's going to be in totally 13 volumes. I'm not going to tell about the number of plants that is going to have because it's in several thousands. And now I introduce Professor Ganeshaya, and I request Professor Ganeshaya to come to the dais, and followed by I request Professor Vijay Raghavan and Professor Kamal Bawa. So it's a checklist of plants. We'll be seeing more of black and white names in it. It has a lot of importance in conserving biodiversity of India, as well as sustainably utilizing biodiversity of India. So I request Professor Ganeshaya to introduce about this book, the series of volumes of checklist of India's plants. And because he'll be the person who had a lot of vision to develop this. And of course, this book, this content came into several avatars in the form of CDs, and it has evolved along with the different IT technologies. And then in the meantime, Professor Bawa get to know the importance of this effort as a magic wand and how it can be linked to various other conservation related issues and the sustainability of plant wealth of India. So that's how it ended up with around 13 volumes today, and then they are also going to be made available through portal. So I request Professor Ganeshaya to introduce the book, please.
Thank you, Ganesan. First of all, I think I would request you all to give a big clap again for that beautiful dance drama. Subhadra, it was wonderful. It was wonderful that you gave opportunity to youngsters, and that was really a great dance drama. I'm sure that will be replicated by others also. And that's in fact the success of Atree, that you're setting models that others can follow. I am standing here with a lot of pride that eventually this 2.5 or 3 decades of effort is coming out in the form of the published book of series of books on checklist of plants of India. Bear with me for 5 minutes on taking you through the whole history of what all happened from the very beginning. Myself and Dr. Uma Shankar, again with the affliction of several things that we have addicted to through Professor Bawa, were working on the sex ratio evolution in plants. And especially our question was to now see how sex ratio changes from herbs to shrubs to trees. We had an hypothesis, let me not go into the details, but with this hypothesis, we wanted to test if we are really right in our hypothesis. And so we wanted to sample some herbs, shrubs, and trees. But this has to be within the same group. And so we took Phyllanthus being a very big group. In Phyllanthus, as you know, it's monoecious and there are male flowers and female flowers. So we could easily count on each branch how many male flowers and female flowers are there. So we wanted to test this evolution of sex ratio from herb to shrub to trees. While doing so, we found a plant, a common plant called Phyllanthus neruri. And when we took it to some taxonomist, he told this is not Phyllanthus neruri, it is Phyllanthus amarus. We took it to another taxonomist, he told it is not amarus, it is debilis. Another taxonomist, he told no, it is gardeniarus. Like this, it went on. There were about 8 to 10 names for the same plant from different taxonomists. Well, when he asked some expert like Dr. Sanjapa as to why this confusion, Professor Sanjapa, he told Phyllanthus neruri does not exist at all in India, and that is the reason why people are giving different names. Then why is that it is being called Phyllanthus neruri? Believe me, some of the famous NGO organizations in India had posters put on their walls with this name called Phyllanthus neruri as jaundice curing plant. It is a very important medicinal plant, and people were suggesting that this plant is a cure for jaundice or some such problems. And we began to wonder, why is such great problem? Exactly during that time, there was a paper published in Current Science which suggested that Phyllanthus neruri has a chemical that can actually cure the radio effect, the atomic radiation effect on the human beings. Look here. If you want to now claim a patent on this curative ability of Phyllanthus neruri against the nuclear radiation or atomic radiation, and if you don't have that plant in India, how can we now really establish our claims on this plant? Now, this is the beginning of this whole checklist. We found out that one colleague of Dr. Sanjapa, R.R. Rao, as early as 1960 itself has told that Phyllanthus neruri does not exist in India. It is a West Indies plant. And Linnaeus, when he received a plant from Kerala and from West Indies, he had put both the plants in the same file and called it as Phyllanthus neruri because both the characters were there, one from India and one from West Indies. People, the Indian taxonomists went on copying the same characters for neruri, and that's the confusion came about. Then we thought, why this confusion? Because all taxonomists all over the country do not have access to this paper by R.R. Rao. And that is hidden somewhere in some corner in some published literature. It's not accessible to everyone. And so the confusion, and so all this loss of, inability of we filing the patents and all that. Can we correct it? It is then that computers were just being, used in biology. And we thought when computers and especially information technology has so much of utility and ability to now solve such problems, why don't we put all this taxonomic knowledge onto the computers? And that is the beginning. As a first step, what we did was we took all the flora of Karnataka, put that together and showed it to colleagues, and they were amazed by the ability that computers can provide a taxonomist to know access every detail of every plant at the tip of their fingertips. Not only was this flora of Karnataka ready, we also could publish this in as a paper. And what else? It also led us to now map different plants of Karnataka with respect to their taluk level distribution, district level distribution. All this information is there with the taxonomists, lying in the textbooks, unused by the biologists and also by the ecologists. We thought there is a great potential for this, and that is the beginning of all this story. After this, we felt, why don't you now extend this to the entire country? It is then that after the flora of Karnataka, we began putting together information on the plants of India and came out with a CD called Sasya Bharati, that is the plants of India. It is then that Subhadra joined us, and she now came out with the database on the Patangas of Western Ghats, and then of the Patanga Bharati, the butterflies of the entire country. So the story went on and it began to expand. And on the way to this whole progress of the CD after CD on butterflies, insects, and other plants, Professor Bava and Natesh came in our, this historical story. Natesh felt that this is a fantastic way of now perhaps protecting our intellectual rights, and invited us to DB to now write proposals on the plant data, plant resources. And Professor Bava took me to America and told that let us now have a giant effort between the experts who are identified as real experts in plant resource, plant identification at the global level, and put all these expertise together and develop this database. And that is the beginning. It went on and on. From there onwards, I should confess that I almost lost control over what was happening. It is Ganesh and Kailash and the list of experts that Professor Bava and Peter have identified all over the world that worked on this. And today we have those 13 volumes. I do not want to take much time, though Ganesan wanted me to now talk more on this. I just like to now tell just one more issue. About 20 years back, again, Atree organized a meeting on using computers in taxonomy. It is at that time that I proposed a concept called cyber taxonomy. I would not like to go into the details. I wish even now there is a potentiality for the cyber taxonomy, where I suggested that for each family, all the details, including the images of the type specimens, can be put onto the website, and taxonomists can work on the website so that the problems that people are facing can be resolved. Now, when I say problems, I'll tell you what is the kind of problems. When I started talking to people like Sanjay Pa, Arara, and others, they suggested that one of the greatest problems of the Indian taxonomy is that we don't have the type specimens in India. They all are held up in, in UK or America. It is then that Professor Bava and myself sat together and proposed some program to now scan all these images of the type specimens from UK and US, and they were also now to be linked to, or are to be linked to, this whole program. Now, the reason I'm talking about this cyber taxonomy is that this is in fact even now a potentially possible, fantastic, a program that taxonomists can now took up. Unfortunately, the kind of response when we proposed cyber taxonomy almost 2 decades back was that, no, Ganesha, you cannot do taxonomy on the computers. I beg to differ from taxonomists on this, and I'm sure Sanjapa will now going to have half an hour discussion with me on this. It's not that we want to do taxonomy on the computer. It is that all the data that is not otherwise accessible to the taxonomists themselves can be brought onto the computer. Taxonomists will continue to do their taxonomy in the field, but it's just that we put together all the data onto the database. I would request people like Sanjapa to really now promote these ideas further. There is a lot of potentiality on this, and the potentialities perhaps will now keep opening out with the publication and digitization of this kind of series of data, such as the plants of India. Thank you, Ganesan.
Now we will play Professor Segal's recorded message. It is about the plant checklist of India. He had very generously funded Atree, and then we have a Center for Biodiversity and Conservation, basically because of his generous funding, which Professor Bava Morning explained about it. So that now I request to play the recorded message of Dr. Suri Segal.
Congratulations to everyone on the 25th anniversary of Atree. My association with Atree goes back a long way. When in early 2000, my wife and I visited Atree. Atree at that time was a start-up operation with very modest rented facility, but doing very good work. We were graciously received at that time by Gladwin Joseph, who was the director then, and also by Professor Uma Shankar, who introduced himself as the co-founder of Atree. After return to the US, I talked to Professor Bava a bit more on the finances, and I learned that it had no endowment, and they were operating a very, very modest operating budget. At that time, I said, from where is the sustainability of Atree going to come? And then we decided that it would be good to have an endowment. And our foundation, SM Sagar Foundation, we committed some modest money to initiate the endowment. Now I am very pleased that the endowment has grown into a multi-million dollars, and that provides security, sustainability to Atree during the lean years. Prior to visiting Bangalore, I heard good things about Atree from Dr. Peter Raymond of the Missouri Botanical Garden and Jim Miller, who was heading the Department of Economic Botany at the garden. At the garden, we had established, we were in the process of establishing a William L. Brown Center for conservation and for conservation of natural resources and especially of genetic resources. On one occasion when when we were visiting the Missouri Botanical Garden in connection with the William L. Brown Center, Professor Ganesha from Bangalore, from University of Agriculture, Bangalore, happened to be there. He came to discuss his project on flora of Karnataka with Dr. Raven. He was accompanied by a few of his other collaborators, and one was Dr. Gandhi from the Harvard University, Asa Gray Herbarium University, Harvard University in Massachusetts. I patiently listened to the discussions, and during the discussion, they discussed the checklist project, and I didn't know what the checklist were, but at that time learned quite a bit that there are so many names, and in every part of India, a plant has a different name, and this need to be compiled. And I thought it was a fascinating project. It's a wonderful contribution to the society, to the country, and I am very pleased that we have been a very small part of it. Enjoy it. Again, congratulations for all the good work that you people do, and also on the silver jubilee of Atree.
Thank you, Dr. Sehgal. Now, Dr. Peter Raven, long-term director of Missouri Botanical Garden, and a very well-known evolutionary biologist and plant systematist. He acted as a very interesting mentor for this plant checklist of India and facilitated us to keep in touch with global specialists. And then always he was a very encouraging person to see this plant checklist of India getting done very properly. So now I request his online message being.
One of the joys of my life has been working with Kamal Bala and his associates during the distinguished time span over which Atree has functioned in India. Founded by Kamal 25 years ago, it has flourished and trained literally hundreds of students and scientists and provided opportunities for many others in all the fields of ecology and sustainability and conservation. As a private organization, it has contributed with the dexterity and speed that government organizations sometimes cannot manage. In any case, it's made a real contribution. Along the way, we decided that we should try to put together a checklist of the vascular plants of India the seed plants, the ferns, and the lycophytes. By doing that, we thought we could make sort of a concentrated background computerized on which information about those native plants could be accumulated and watch the spread at the same time of the exotic ones. That proved to be a fairly difficult task, partly because plants don't know national boundaries, and most of the taxonomy, the classification of the plants in India since the time of the Raj, has been done on a local basis, not really on an international basis. The more international these efforts could become in the future, I think the more accurate understanding we'd have of the plants of India. In any case, over a space of about 10 years with several members of the Atree faculty and Richard Abbott, notably, Kamal and myself working hard, we produced a checklist, a computerized checklist of the plants of India, which Atree is now putting up online and which Kamal is putting out then as printed volumes. It includes about 15,500 species of plants, native plants, a large proportion of them in places like the Western Ghats and the Northeast and the Northwest, rather, are native and endemic to India. So it may be that a third, perhaps, of the 15,500 plants or more that will eventually be found to occur in India will be found nowhere else, which increases their importance for conservation. It will be very important in the future to improve continually and keep up the checklist to the highest international standards. Doing that will require collaboration between Indian scientists and those abroad, and we hope that more will be done to allow those abroad to enter, to study, to cooperate, and to contribute to this unveiling of the plant diversity in India, which is so very great and so fundamental to the prosperity and the stability of the country. Let me close by saying again how much I had enjoyed working with Kamal and Atree from the very beginning, how greatly I congratulate you all on this 25th anniversary, and how wonderful I think the prospects are for studying Indian plants and conserving them in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Evans, for such a nice, wonderful talk and showing us how we can take forward this effort. And now I request Dr. Kanchi N. Gandhi to be part of this ceremony, book releasing ceremony. And Dr. Kanchi N. Gandhi is a senior nomenclature registrar, bibliographer, and he works at Harvard University Herbaria and Libraries. And he is fondly addressed by Professor Bava as Pope of Nomenclature. So Dr. Kanchi N. Gandhi provides lots of input in such a way that we can have International Plant Names Index. And then globally, he's one among the 6 nomenclature experts. And we are very glad to have him as a team with us. And then he's a very good teacher. And he continuously keep teaching us many things about how to follow the nomenclature for the Indian plants. So I welcome Dr. Gandhi to talk about this book. Gandhi, please go.
Hello.
Yes, hearing you.
Thank you. Dr. Ganeshan, can you show the PowerPoint presentation, or it's not possible?
It's possible. Gautam?
I just start showing what we call this very large leaf belonging to the genus Victoria. I deliberately show this leaf for one reason. Until 6 months ago, the correct authorship for this commonly, very famous leaf plant, this giant leaf plant, it was not correctly known. Even though the plant name was published nearly 200 years ago, just 6 months ago, we settled the correct authorship. So now why I'm emphasizing is taxonomy is one side of the coin, whereas nomenclature is the other side of the coin. And once we settle on the taxonomy, we need to know the correct name of a particular plant or any plant globally. Can you show the next slide, please? So now, as you all know now, it was Peter Raymond and Kamal Baba who involved me in early 2000 to be part of this Atree project. Prior to that, I was doing on my own, along with another person in India, checklist of South India. So now I had plenty of experience from Karnataka because that's where my career started with floor of Assam district, surveying a portion of Western Ghats vegetation. Then I was teaching in National College, Bangalore. Then I went to US, co-authored a checklist of Texas plants, then participated in the checklist of North American plants. So because of this experience, I thought there should be something for something for India. So initially I started on South Indian plants. At one time, even the former president, Abdul Kalam and Father Saltana, they were interested to be part of that project. However, it was Peter Raymond and Kamal Baba who thought there should not be any duplicated effort, and we all should join hands and continue. This is how my participation with Atree started in early 2000. Now, as you know now, it was Peter Raymond who is bringing the international taxonomic expertise. From my side, whatever data were compiled at Bangalore, the nomenclatural aspects were verified at the Harvard University Herbaria. We have the library potential is enormous, very resourceful, and the herbarium and the library staff, they very well cooperated. And 2 staff members employed by Kamal Baba, including Mr. Kailash, they worked in the library and they were able to scrutinize all the published names against the original literature. And whenever we had doubt, we received input from international experts such as Werner Greuter from Berlin, John Wertham of USDA, John McNeil from Edinburgh. These are all the people who are involved with botanical code. Subsequently, Dr. Ganesan and Mr. Kailash have been in continuous communication with me whenever they have any kind of doubt. Anyway, I thank both Peter and Kamal for involving me in this project. Next. So now you may be surprised to know, until 15 years ago, no one paid attention even to know where the term herb comes from. Because one of my colleagues asked me whether they should use the term herbaria as singular or plural. I checked the Latin dictionary and came to know a Latin dictionary published in 1879 by Lewis and Sharp that the very root of the term herb comes from Sanskrit. When once I saw this, I passed this information to many American botanists, including Peter, and also to hundreds of botanists in India. So now when they teach, when they give talks, they do mention that the very term herb comes from Sanskrit. Next slide, please. So now you all know it, or many of you may know, this is a plant called Striga. And presently everyone knows that it belongs to the family Warabangacea. But you may be surprised to know that when I was a MSc student in Bangalore University in 1969, a classmate of mine, one by name Satya Narayana Achar, who was exceedingly good in plant taxonomy, told me that Striga belonged to the family Warabangacea. I just noted it down. I didn't question his decision, conclusion. Later on, when I worked on the Scrophulariaceae of Assam district, I found that the plant is listed in Scrophulariaceae. Then I checked several floras. Every book treated Striga in Scrophulariaceae. I was surprised why my fellow classmate, who was exceedingly good in plant taxonomy, told me it was in Warabangacea. Then when I went to US, that question continued to pose me a problem, a puzzle. So I checked all the American available books, floras. Every book said Striga belonged to Scrophulariaceae. Then I became involved with Flora of North America. I became the nomenclature editor for Flora America in 2000. Then two experts in this country, after the molecular analysis, they declassified several members of Scrophulariaceae. They removed Striga and the associated parasitic plants from Scrophulariaceae and put it in Warabangacea. This was done in 2001. Whereas prior to that, in 1969, my fellow classmate told me it is in Warabangacea when no other world literature mentioned that information. So I was totally puzzled, but the person is no more. I couldn't ask him what made him to think this plant belonged to Warabangacea at that time when no other literature mentioned it. And it was the molecular taxonomy which established this transfer from one family to another family. Next slide, please. So now, currently we follow what we call Angiosperm phylogeny group system for plant classification. One Professor Peter Stephen, former professor at Harvard, who moved to St. Louis, he has been maintaining this website. I asked several people, did APG system receive any contribution from Indian botanists? And everyone was feeling uncomfortable with my question, and they said, maybe that they were unsure. So I was very unhappy that there has not been any input from Indian side towards this modern botany. Next slide, please. Then it occurred to me that I should inform these experts in APG about the contribution made by an Indian student in Bangalore University in 1969 itself. Of course, he didn't publish it. I am the only living example to mention this. I have been mentioning this example in several of my talks in India. And all the American and European botanists were totally impressed and surprised about the Indian students' potential, forethought, forethinking, how you could have thought that this belonged to Warabangacea in 1969, and what was the evidence. That remains a puzzle, but at least an Indian student was thinking in the right direction long time ago. One professor even said, probably Mr. Achar came from another planet with a lot of high intelligence, a kind of humor. Next slide, please. So now I just show the picture, me on the left side and Achar on the right side. This was taken in 1970. Next slide, please. So now, as the nomenclature editor for Flora of North America, and also the etymology editor for Flora of North America, I have to give the meaning of each and every genus name. Centrella Asiatica is a very common plant, not only in India, in several parts of Asia and in the tropics. But what is the meaning of the genus name Centrella, which was coined by Linnaeus in 1763? The ending part, yellow, everyone know. Small, little. What does scent means? You may be surprised to know I have spent nearly about 4 to 5 hours going through various books. Simply, there is no information anywhere. And whatever information given, it's only a speculation that does not apply to what Linnaeus did in 1763. Then I did come up with an explanation, but it's only again a speculation. So now, anyway, what I'm telling is, such a common plant, we do not know the meaning of that particular name. This is my emphasis, even though the name was published in 1763. Next slide, please.
Dr. Gandhi, please conclude it.
Okay.
May I request you to conclude, please?
So now, here is a plant. The very basic term like dicotyledon and monocotyledon. When I mentioned to people, what is the real meaning? Hardly anyone knew. They all can know how to describe dicot and monocot, but they do not know the real meaning. Again, I have to explain. Next one. Same thing with the octopus. This has been a common name for so long, but again, it's a kind of misnomer. Next slide. So now, I mentioned in all my talks, one should be like Linnaeus, wherein even though Linnaeus was not seen by Jesu during a visit of Linnaeus in 1738 to the Paris garden, by mere talking within a group, Jesu recognized Linnaeus' expertise. What my emphasis here is, every Indian student, every young botanist should strive to be efficient as Linnaeus was. So anyway, so the checklist, so now it is not a static process. It continues going to be an evolving process wherein additional information both in taxonomy and nomenclature will continue. Thank you, Dr. Ganeshan.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi, for such a nice talk. And may I request Dr. V.B. Mathur to briefly talk about the effort of being a chairperson of the National Biodiversity Authority, and who is always helping Professor Kamal Bawa and Professor Vijay Raghavan in bringing out a national mission, biodiversity and human wealth. So, thank you.
Well, thank you for providing this opportunity. I would begin by obviously complimenting Dr. Bawa, Dr. Ganeshaya for this monumental effort. For quite some time during my conversation with Dr. Bawa, I was mentioning what is coming. And I am so pleased that today is an opportunity and I happen to be physically present over there. What I would like to say in a minute or two is the uptake of this monumental work. Obviously, the student, the researchers, academic community, everybody is going to use it. But let me reiterate it one more time here, that the National Biodiversity Authority has a mission. We have the Biological Diversity Act. And under this act, we need to prepare the People's Biodiversity Registers. And for quite some time, we have been at it. And this is a monumental task in the way that there are more than 276,000 biodiversity management committees which have to prepare the People's Biodiversity Register. Now, three components are there of this PBR. One is the faunal checklist, one is the floral checklist, and one is the information about people and the resources. And for quite some time, we have been working that making the PBR itself is difficult, but how to ensure a quality PBR. And that is where, while these discussions were going on, my mind was working that we need to improve the quality of this PBR. And at least for the plant part, now we have a resource. And I am 100% with you, Professor Ganeshaya, when you talk of cyber taxonomy. 100% we need to promote the use. Well, as you said, there will be difference of opinion on what use we can make, but definitely when you have a task of improving the plant checklist of 276,000 people's biodiversity registered, this monumental contribution of yours, and as you said, and I heard it correctly, it's already available online and in cyber taxonomic ways on that, will go a very long way. Because as everybody understands that this is the starting point of that. If our PBRs cannot even correctly document what is available and scientifically correct, then how we are going to look at our management of our resources. So it's also very closely linked with access and benefit sharing. Because if we don't know our resources, if we don't correctly describe our resources, in no way we can benefit our local communities and in that. So I am personally very, very happy. And I wish my colleagues on the faunal side also take a similar kind of a thing. And lastly, I want to say to my colleagues in the Atree Academy, see this debate of having and publishing an academic paper is perfectly fine. One should go for it. But it takes time, it takes effort, and there is a definite time frame involved in producing a paper. But there is also one more option. And that option is a data paper. And there are now, although it's not popular, but I want to come across with you that there is a possibility of producing a data paper on these checklists, whether there are plants or butterflies or insects or whatever. Any kind of a checklist with a proper curation can be published in the form of a data paper. There will be a DOI assigned to you, and your ownership, your intellectual relationship with that will be established by that. So my request will be, think in those lines. I tried to do it at WII, was not very successful. I want to come back again to scientists and researchers and students over here that think of it. Right now, lay your claim to your data set, publish it as a data paper. And as and when you develop more, you work more, and you add on to ecology, biology, or whatever aspects or molecular aspects of it, you can definitely convert it into an academic paper, which you must. But this option of using the curated checklist of whatever taxa that you work with is in form of a data paper will be a real and immediate contribution to science. Because see, academic papers, they get delayed. Even if you have, and nobody produces a list of whatever taxonomic group that you're working in, but data paper allow you. So I would say that two immediate use, one for the academic community in form of data papers in producing their curated checklist as a data paper. And of course, my entire universe of the People's Biodiversity Register. And we would very equally eagerly look and working with you to see how we can do that. And if these lists, as you say, are available electronically, it will be all the more helpful to do that. So that we can say that one step in improving the quality of a PBR is having a correct and a validated checklist of plants. And if we can do it for other taxonomic group, it would be very, very useful. So thank you once again, and congratulations.
Now we will move on to book releasing ceremony, and then with us, Dr. Sanjapa, the former Director of Botanical Survey of India, and Emeritus Scientist of Mahatma Gandhi Botanic Garden, University of Agriculture and Sciences, Bangalore is with us. So I request Dr. Sanjapa, please come and take the seat in the dais. So this is a very, very pleasant moment for me once again and all of us to release the books. So all the 5 volumes are going to be released now. So first volume, I request Professor Kamal Bawa to release it and Professor Ganeshaya to receive it from Dr. Kamal Bawa. Now I request Dr. K. N. Ganeshaya to release the volume 2 and then Professor Kamal Bawa will receive it. Kailash? I request Professor Vijay Raghavan to release the volume 3 and request Kailash to receive it from him. Now I request, sorry. No, not now. I request Dr. Sanjapa to release a volume 4 and I'll be receiving it from, and I'm really fortunate. And now the 5th volume that will be released by Dr. V.B. Mathur and Dr. Sanjapa will be receiving it. All the volumes are received by the lead authors of each volume. And here, Professor Dr. Sanjapa single-handedly worked on legumes. He is the authority of Indian legume plants. And all through his life, he is one of the Asian authority on legumes of India. And he is part of the International Legume Database effort also. So thank you all for Thank you very much for taking your time and releasing the book and receiving the books. And really, it is a proud moment once again for all of us. And then now I request Kailash. Yeah, I'm coming. Kailash to share a few words about the effort he is part of it.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. So most of the things I would like to say, Dr. RG has told already. So the checklist of Indian plants released today is a starting point of an unending journey of plants, names of India, and rich plant diversity in the form of names of India is captured in about 13 volumes. The names are also available in a portal, and it will be further also connected to other repositories holding the plant wealth of India. And the names of plants and sources will be a treasure trove for plant taxonomists and systematic botanists specifically. However, the curated names will be linked to the diverse information available online, similar to the uses of plants to humankind. This will be a boon to diverse users of plant-based knowledge and products. Above all this, the checklist of Indian plants can reflect our nation's commitment to conserving biodiversity, including the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. I hope the checklist of Indian plants will take care of blindness to plants and encourage utilizing the plant wealth of India sustainably. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Kailash. Now I request Professor Vijay Raghavan, the former Principal Scientific Advisor, to take the dais and tell about the book, as well as to inaugurate the plant checklist portal. So I request Professor Vijay Raghavan to come and inaugurate.
What's this one?
Yeah.
This one.
Long, please.
So this has been absolutely fantastic listening to all the brief talks, both online and here, and starting with Ganesha. I really have nothing to add for the very simple reason this audience here knows everything there is to know about ecology and evolution and our sustainable goals. So I really don't have anything to say over there. I'll just very briefly, stress about the extraordinary value Atree has brought to our ecosystem. And one simple measure of the value of any institution is, particularly in a 25-year period, is to ask an imaginary situation. If the institution were not there, would we notice its absence? And that's the loss of function test. And by that test, there's no question that if Atree were not there, the entire ecosystem will miss Atree tremendously. So Atree does really well by the loss of function test. But also there's another test, which is the gain of function test, and ask if there are more Atrees, is it good? Will we benefit? There are some parts of our bodies which, if it's lost, there's a serious problem, but you don't want too many of those parts elsewhere. That would cause a problem. But a good gain of function test means that having more is also good. And having more of Atree, without any doubt, is absolutely fantastic. And that has been my constant song, as it were, about Atree, that we need it to expand here. We need to expand nationally and internationally and have many more of this. And perhaps there is a time during institutional growth where, where building up the institution is the big focus. But now, having done that, its stability and its impact will grow if it actually expands in emulatable ways and itself actually has different, not I would say branches, but more Atrees coming up. And that's a goal which we need to, that's a goal which we need to address. Now, one of the points which which I saw today and yesterday evening's talks is the extraordinary role Atree plays in conveying to the ecosystem about the importance of what's happening to our environment, conservation, biodiversity, and sustainable development. We should also now perhaps start asking what impact the messages we are conveying have on our society. Is anyone listening? And if we go outside this building to the street and ask people what are the top 10 lists of problems they have, ecology and the environment will probably be number 100, even though indirectly or even directly it impacts their lives a lot. In other words, society is not making demands of us as scientists to address these ecological questions as primary. They see this as secondary or tertiary, and they see these as things which will have benefits in the long term. Why is that? That is because we've had an addiction during our development post-industrial age to a situation where we get quality at frugal costs by asking the planet to pay those costs later on. So environment costs are paid by future generations and not by our current generation. And this addiction has taken place over many generations, over a couple of 100 years. So unless we go back and ensure there's a mechanism by which society also demands from us as scientists, as engineers, as bureaucrats, as politicians, that the costs of development are paid now in a sustainable manner, we're not going to get change. We're going to be communicating the importance of change. We're going to be communicating how that change can happen. But the demand for change will not come from current societies, because current societies immediately want benefits right now. The future we'll worry about later. And we're no longer in a situation in the planet where human ingenuity can save us from future catastrophes. We have reached a tipping point where those catastrophes will happen on a large scale unless society makes these demands. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Vijayaraghavan, for your effort to introduce about the portal. And now I request Srikanta to briefly talk about the effort that is going to bring in this e-portal for the Plant Checklist of India. And there is a team behind Mr. Rakesh and Ms. Mahalakshmi are working. So I request very briefly to talk about this effort. Thank you.
Thanks, Ajay. My name is Srikanta Bhaskara. It's been a privilege for me to be part of this Plants of India portal team. I still vividly remember when we first started looking at the plant information documentation that we were supposed to put in the portal. Needless to say, it was very scary, and we thought it was a very difficult task. This portal is intended to be the primary source for all the botanists to create their own content and then build upon it. Like all projects, this project had demanding timelines as well as limited bandwidth. It was actually a great learning experience for us, and also a sense of accomplishment for the entire team to get this on time for this launch. Thanks to the key team members, RG Ganeshan, Kailash, Mahalakshmi, Rakesh, and Rudresh. They really pulled their socks up to get this out, which we thought was not possible in the short time frame. They really did a fantastic job to get this out. We look forward to hearing inputs and suggestions from all of you to take it to the next level in terms of features, functionality, and then the user experience. Thank you. Have a great conference and have a great evening.
Nice. Thank you, Sri. Thank you all. Thank you, Professor Mathur, Professor Ganeshaya, Professor Vijayaraghavan, Professor Kamal Bava, and Dr. Sanjapa, and all the participants to be part of this and wishing us great success. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
காமழம் போட்டே மறி கொடுந்து கப்பிலும் அடி குடிச்சு பிஸ்தாஸ் மாக்கிரா சோமாரி ஜமாக்கிராயா பிஸ்தாஸ் மாக்கிரா சோமாரி ஜமாக்கிராயா சுருக்கர் காமழம் போட்டே மறி கொடுந்து கப்பிலும் அடி குடிச்சு பிஸ்தாஸ் மாக்கிரா சோமாரி ஜமாக்கிராயா பிஸ்தாஸ் மாக்கிரா சோமாரி ஜமாக்கிராயா டமாலே டமா 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 டமாலே டமா டனக்கல கனடே டஸ்கல கனடே டனக்கல டே 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 டே
That explains the music we've all been hearing in Atree.
முழம் லோட்டே லாட்டி மருந்து கணக்கின்னு வாச்சி எடுத்து பிஸ்தாஸ் மாக்கிரா சோமாரி ஜமாக்கிராயா பிஸ்தாஸ் மாக்கிரா சோமாரி ஜமாக்கிராயா சுருக்கர் காமுழம் போட்டே மாறி கொழுந்து கபத்திலும் மாட்டி புடிச்சு பிஸ்தாஸ் மாக்கிரா சோமாரி ஜமாக்கிராயா பிஸ்தாஸ் மாக்கிரா சோமாரி ஜமாக்கிராயா டமாலே டமா 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 டமாலே டமா டனக்கல கனடே டஸ்கல கனடே
Thank you to that group for the energy that we need to begin the cultural program this evening. Atree's community conservation centers are not just establishments of deep engagement with communities for conservation and for ground impact, but are also brimming with talented individuals who will now present a series of regional art forms for us.
I call upon M. Madhivanan to give an overview on Villupattu and Kanyan Kuthu, followed by Geeta, who will give us a description on Chavittu Nadakam. This will be followed by Madhe Gowda C, presenting the Gorukana art form. Thank you.
Good evening, namaste, namaskara, and vanakkam to everyone. Once again, big round of applause to the students who attended this class. So it gives me immense pleasure to be here, and I am really happy to celebrate 25 years of Atree journey with a diverse set of audience and diverse set of programs. I really thank the organizers for giving this opportunity to showcase our tradition and talents from South Tamil Nadu. The South Tamil Nadu is a state that boasts diverse folklore art forms, be it music, song, dance, or drama, performed in temple festivals and community gatherings. These art forms are connected with Tamil culture. According to folklore, these forms are significant from a person's birth till their death, as Talatu, that's lullaby, and Opari express grief during the funeral. Hundreds of local art forms like Kaniyan Kuthu, Villupattu, Karagatam, Nayandi Melam, Parayatam, Kummipattu, Silambam are practiced and performed till this day in rural Tamil Nadu. And today, the artists from South Tamil Nadu are going to perform two oldest art forms. The first one is Kaniyan Kuthu. The Kaniyan Kuthu is also known as Maguda Atam. The Kaniyan Kuthu is performed solely by the Kaniyan tribe during the Kodai festival for local deities Sudalai Madan and Amman. The group consists of 6 or 7 artists. Among them, 2 are dancers, and other 2 are musicians playing Magudam, and another 2 the singers. A specific percussion instrument called Magudam is used for the rhythm with the support of chaldra. 2 men in the disguise of women dance dynamically to the tune of Magudam and the singing of ballad Story of the Deity by the Annavi, who is the main singer. So today we have 7 people, the Annavi led by Mr. Mariappan. So I leave this stage to Mr. Mariappan and crew. நீங்க ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாம் மாரியப்பன். So with your big round of applause, they will start.
Hello. 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 Hello.
பெற்ற தாய் தனை மக மறந்தாலும் பிள்ளையை பெறும் தாய் மறந்தாலும் உயிரை மேவிய உடல் மறந்தாலும் உடலை மேவிய உயிர் மறந்தாலும் கற்றவர் நெஞ்சம் களை மறந்தாலும் கண்கள் என்றும் நன்றிமைப்பது மறந்தாலும் நற்றவத்தவர் உள்ளிருந்தோங்கும் நமச்சிவாயத்தை நான் மறவே நமச்சிவாயத்தை நான் மறவே மறவே
நமச்சிவாய மந்திரத்தை ஓம் நமச்சிவாய மந்திரத்தை நான் மலர்வே மலர்வே
குருவரனே வெற்றி வேளா வெற்றி கொண்டல் வண்டல் மான்மருக சிறை அறுத்த பால அரக்கர் கொள்ளம் ஜெயித்தோனே நான் பாடுகிறேன் நானும் உன்னை நானும் உன்னை பலகால உன்னை தொழுவேன் உன்னை தொழுவேன்
நானுவல்லை பலகால உனை தொழுவேன் ஐயனே பலகால உனை தொழுவேன்
அந்த சிறு தொண்டன் கதைகள் பாட எங்கள் சிவனாரே அருள் புரிவாய அந்த நாட்டிலேயும் நல்ல நாடு அங்கே நாவலர்கள் புகழோ நாடு காவேரி நதி ஓடு நல்ல காவேரி நதி ஓடு நல்ல வளம் கொளிக்கும் நாடதுதான்
காவேரி நதி ஓடு காவேரி நதி ஓடு அழகு மடப்பள்ளி நாடுதானே
மாதமும் மாறி மழை பொழியும் அந்த சோழ நாடு தலம் மதியிலே
மாறி மழை பொழியும் அழகு சோழ நாடு தன்னதில
நாடு காவேரி நதி ஓடும் வளம் செழிக்கின்ற நாடு சோழ நாடு அந்த சோழ நாட்டிலே தெரி செங்காட்டங்குடி என்ற நகரில் பரஞ்சோதி என்பவர் அழகாகவே வாழ்ந்து வருகிறார்களே அவர் அழகாக சிவபக்தனாகவே
சிவன் பக்தனாக
அழகாக வாழ்ந்து வரக்கூடிய
நேரம் மட்டும்
சிவ பக்தர்களுக்கு சிவனடியார்களுக்கே தொண்டு செய்ய வேண்டும் என்று
எண்ணிக்கொண்டு
தன்னை அர்ப்பணித்து
சரி
சிவனடியார்களுக்கு
ஆமா
தொண்டு செய்வதே என் குறிக்கோள் என்று சிறு தொண்டனாகவே வாழ்ந்து வருகிறார் அப்படி வாழ்ந்து வரக்கூடிய நேரம் சிவனுக்கு தொண்டு செய்ய
சிவனுக்கு தான் தொண்டு செய்ய
சிவன் அடியாருக்கு தொண்டு செய்ய
சிவனாருக்கு தொண்டு செய்ய
அழகுடனே
வருவானா
அவர் வருவார் சிறு தொண்ட பக்தனாக
அழகுடனே வருவானா
வருவானா சிறு தொண்டு பக்தன் தானே அந்த சிறு தொண்டு பக்தனாக அந்த வெங்காட்டு நங்கையரை அவர் மனம் முடித்து வாழ்ந்து அவர் வாழ்ந்து பெறும் நாளையில சீராளமாய் என்று சொல்லி அருமை மகனை வளர்த்து வர என்று சொல்லி ஐயா என்று சொல்லி அருமை மகனை வளர்ந்து வர பரம் ஜோதியானவட்டவர் வெங்காட்டு நங்கையரை மனமுடித்து சீராள தேவன் என்ற மகனை பெற்றெடுத்து 5 வயதிலே அறிவுரைகள் எல்லாம் கற்றுணர்ந்து அருமை மகனை வளர்த்து வரக்கூடிய நேரம் தாயினில் சிறந்த கோயிலும் இல்லை தந்தை சொல் மிக்க மந்திரம் இல்லை என்று சீராளன் தாய் தந்தையரை வளர்த்து வரக்கூடிய நேரம் அந்த சிவனாருடைய அருளாலே பக்தன் தானே பக்தருக்கு நாரினாமை வழங்கி வாரா சிவனை அழைத்து சிவனடியார்களை தரை அழைத்து அவர் அன்னம் கொடுத்து வருகின்றாரே சிவனடியாரை தனை அழைத்து சிவனடியாரை தனை அழைத்து அன்னமது கொடுப்பாரா சிவனடியார்கள் எல்லாம் அழைத்து தன்னை நாடி வரும் சிவனடியார்களுக்கு தினம் தினம் எல்லாம் அன்னம் கொடுத்து தன்னுடைய சிவ தொண்டை அழகாகவே பக்தியாக செய்து வரக்கூடிய நேரம் சிறு தொண்டு பக்தனுடைய சிவன் மேல் வெற்றிருக்கும் பாசத்தினை உலகமெல்லாம் அறிய வேண்டும் இந்த உலகமெல்லாம் அறிய வேண்டும் என்பதாக சொல்லி சிவபெருமான் என்ன வடிவம் கொண்டு வருகிறான் வைரவர் போல வடிவம் கொண்டு சிவபெருமான் வடிவம் கொண்டு ஏகி வாரா சிவபெருமா அந்த சிறிதொண்டு பக்தனை சோதிக்கத்தான் சிவபெருமான் அவர் செஞ்சடைத்தானே போட்டுக்கொண்டு கொன்றை மாலை அணிந்து கொண்டு சிறு தொண்டல் அரண்மனைக்கு அவர் அழகுடனே வந்தல்லவோ அவர் சொல்லிடுவார் நல்ல ஒரு வார்த்தை செடிகிளி நல்ல வாய் திறந்து சொல்லிடுவார் நல்ல ஒரு வார்த்தை சோலையிலே வாய் தூரந்து சிவன் மேல் வெட்டிருக்கும் பற்றை இந்த உலகம் எல்லாம் சிறுதுண்ட பக்தன் அறிய வேண்டும் என்று சிவபெருமான் வைரவன் போல் வடிவம் கொன்று செஞ்சடையோடு கொன்றை மாலை அணிந்து கொண்டு சிவபெருமான் வடிவம் கொண்டு அழகாகவே வருகின்றான் சிறுதுண்ட பக்தனாகிய பரஞ்சோதியுடைய அரண்மனைக்கு வந்து அப்பா மகனே 6 மாதம் கழித்து நான் மாமிசம் அருந்த வேண்டும் நரமாமிசம் அறிய வேண்டுமே எனக்கு பிள்ளைக்கறி வேண்டும் 5 வயதுக்குள் இருக்கும் பாலகனை தாயும் தந்தையும் சேர்த்து இருவேரும் சேர்ந்து அந்த பிள்ளையை அறுத்து கரியாக சமைத்து எனக்கு அன்னம் வழங்க வேண்டும் என்று அந்த சிவபெருமானே வைரவர் போல் வடிவம் கொண்டு கேட்க பார்த்தார்களே மன்னனும் தேவிமா ஆகிய ஜோதியானவரும் வெங்காட்டு நங்கையரும் இருவேரும் கூடி பேசி தன்னுடைய மகன் என்றும் பாராமல் என்ன செய்கிறார்கள்? மகன் என்றும் பாராமலே அழைத்தல்லவா சீரால் அனைத்தனை அழைத்து அன்றை கரியாகத்தான் சமைத்து அந்த சிவன் அடியாரை அழைப்பாரா கரியாகத்தனை சமைத்து சிவன் அடியாரை அழைப்பாரா சிவனடியாரை அழைத்துக் கொண்டு தலைவாளை இலை விரித்து அங்கே அன்னத்தை தான் பருமாறி அந்த பிள்ளை கறி இலையில் போட்டு அந்த சீராளனை கறி சமைத்து அழகுடனே அமர வைத்து அவர்கள் அன்னம் அது கொடுக்கவே பார்த்தாரி சிவபெருமான் அப்பா பாலகா என்று அழைத்து பரம் ஜோதியாகி சிறுதொண்டு பக்தனை அழைத்து திருநீர் காப்பணிந்த ஒருவரை அழைத்து என்னோடு அமர வைத்து நான் தனியாக அன்னமருந்தினால் எனக்கு பசி தீராது என்று அழகாகவே ஒருவரை துணைக்கு அழைக்க வேண்டும் என்றார் இந்த சிவனுடைய மாயையினால் யாரும் அழைக்காமல் யாரும் அவருடைய கண்ணுக்கு படாமல் மறைய அப்பா சுவாமி யாருமே இந்த தெருவிலே இல்லை ஊரிலே இல்லை என்று சொல்ல இல்லை என்றால் பரவாயில்லை மகனே உன்னுடைய மகன் சீரானலையாவது அழைத்து வா மகனைத்தான் சீரானலை அறுத்து கறி சமைத்து இலையிலே வைத்திருக்கின்றோமே எங்கே போய் நாம் அழைப்பது என்று இந்த மகரிஷி ஆகிய வடிவம் கொண்டு வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய சிவபெருமானை மனதிலே எண்ணிக்கொண்டு அங்கே அழகாக அவர் மனம் தேற்றுவதற்காகவே அவர்கள் அரண்மனை விட்டல்லவா ஓடி வந்து என் மகனை சீராளா என் மகனை சீராளா என் மகனை ஓடி வாப்பா ஓடி வாப்பா என் மகனே அந்த சிவபெருமானை திருப்திப்படுத்த வேண்டும் என்று மகனை அறுத்து கறி சமைத்து விட்டோம் இருந்தாலும் அவர் மனம் குளிர வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக மகனை அழைக்கின்றார்கள் தெருவோரம் நின்று மகனே சீராளா என் மகனே வா வா என்று அழைக்க அந்த சிவனோட அருளாலே சீராளன் ஓடி வரான் அந்த சிவனோட அருளாலே ஓடி வரான் நல்ல சிவனரோட அருளாலே மகன் சீராளா என்று அழைக்க சிவருமானுடைய அருளால் பள்ளியில் இருந்து வருவது போல் வருகின்றான் பாலகன் தன் மகனாகி சீரால் எப்படி உயிரோடு வருகிறான் என்று கட்டி தழுவி ஆற தழுவி மகனை அழைத்து அரண்மனைக்குள் செல்ல அங்கே சிவபெருமானை காணவில்லை தலைவாழையிலே இலை விரித்த அன்னத்தை காணவில்லை அந்த கரியை காணவில்லையே என்று அழகுடன் எண்ணும் போது சிவனாரும் பார்வதியும் முருக பெருமானோடு சீராளன் முன்னாலே பரஞ்சோதி முன்னால் நின்று அந்த பரஞ்சோதி முன்னால் நின்று சிவபெருமான் ஏது சொல்வார் பரஞ்சோதி முன்னால் நின்று பரஞ்சோதி முன்னால் சீதாவே சொல்வார் சிவபெருமானை அவர்கள் முன் தோன்றி பார்வதி பார்வதி மகனாகிய முருகனோடு சிறுதொண்ட பக்தா என் மேல் வைத்திருக்கின்ற பற்று என் மேல் வைத்திருக்கின்ற அன்பு இந்த உலகம் அறிய வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக உன் மகனாகிய சீராளனை நான் கரிசமைத்து சரி அன்னம் மருந்த வேண்டும் என்று கேட்டதாலே மனம் கோணாமல் மகன் என்றும் வாராமல் கரிசமைத்து தந்தாய் அல்லவா உன் பக்தியை சோதிக்கவே நாம் செய்த இந்த நாடகம் சரி இன்று முதல் நீ சிறிதொண்ட நாயனராக 63 நாயன்மார்களிலே சரி இந்த சிறிதொண்டு நாயன்மாராக நீ சரிதான் இந்த உலகம் உன்னை போட்ட வேண்டும் என்று அழகாகவே வாழ்த்தி வரம் கொடுத்து என் சிவருமானும் பார்வதி மகனாகிய முருகப்பெருமானோடு சரிதான் ஆசி வழங்கி 63 நாயன்மார்களில் அழகாகவே இந்த சிறுதொண்ட நாயனார் என்று பெயர் வாங்கி அழகுடனே
அழகுடனே வந்து அமர்ந்தான்
தன்னே தனனோம் தன்னானே தாரே தந்தோம் தனனானே
தன்னந்தானே நெய்தானும் தன்னானு
தாரே தந்தோம் தனனானே சாமி தந்தனே தோம் தரனானோ
கும்மியடி பெண்ணே கும்மியடி கொண்ட குழுங்கவே தானினை தானான தன்னனை தானோ நானா
நன்றி மாரியப்பன். தேங்க்யூ. ஸோ தேங்க்யூ டு த அண்ணாவி லீட் சிங்கர் மிஸ்டர் மாரியப்பன். அடுத்த ஃபார் த மகுடம் அண்ட் சால்ரா and big round of applause to these graceful, beautiful dancers. So actually, he narrated Sirudunda Nayanar, who is one of the 63 Siva disciples. So that story. So there is no time to explain the story. So you can browse and get it. So now we are moving to the another important local art form, Villupattu. The Villupattu is a very popular local art form in in all parts of Tamil Nadu. Literally, Villupattu means bow song. The large bow is about 4 to 5 feet in length, used without arrows. Will, Kudam, Udukai, Chalra, Kattai are the 5 instruments used in the traditional Villupattu performance. The Pulavar, where in Kanyankudu the lead singer is called Annavi, but here in Villupattu the lead singer is called Pulavar, narrates the story of the deity with the songs while playing the villu with a visuko. The persons playing other instruments support Pulavar in the narration of the story and song of the ballad. So today we have Mr. Ramar and his crew to perform this Villupattu for us. With your big round of applause, Mr. Ramar can start.
ஆனை முகம் ஒருகம் பொம்மகன்ற மார்பு திருகண்ணோ பானை போல் பெருபயரும் பாங்கான பூணலகும் தானே தோன்றி எங்கள் உள்ளத்தில் தயவாய் வாழும் விநாயகரே. நாட்டிலையோ நல்ல நாடு, நல்ல நாடு, நாவலர்கள் புகழும் நாடு, ஓடமழை பொழையோ நாடு, ஓடமழை பொழையோ நாடு, உளுந்ததென்றல் வேழோ நாடு. நாவலர்கள் புகழும் நாடு, அந்த நெல்லை நல்ல மாவட்டத்தில் அங்க சிறப்புடனே பிறந்த நாடு. தமிழர்களும் ஒன்று கூடி போற்றுகின்ற நெல்லையில பேர் போற்ற நதிகள் எல்லாம், பேர் பெற்ற நதிகள் எல்லாம் அந்த தாமர பரணி கதை. தாமரபரணி கதை, தாமரபரணி மேல் வேது, அந்த கதைகளை நாங்கள் பாட போறோம். கைலாச வாசலில, கைலாச வாசலில கடவுளான சிவபெருமான் இவர்கள் ஒன்று கூடி எல்லோருமே அகசியரை வரவழைத்து பகவானுக்கு திருக்குடிக்க கைலாசத்தில் நடக்கும் போது, கைலாசத்தில் நடக்கும் போது அங்க கைலாசம் தாழ்வுலையோ கூட்டமாக இருந்ததனால் கூட்டங்கள்ல அப்படி தேவாதி தேவர்கள் இருக்கிறார்கள். இருக்கின்ற போது அப்பொழுது கைலாசம் தணிகிறது, தென்மலை தூக்குகிறது. தூக்கும் போது தென்மலையின் சமநிலையில் இருந்தால் தான் கல்யாணத்தை முடிக்க முடியும். அப்படின்னு சொல்லி இங்க போகணுமானா யார போக சொல்லலாம்? அங்க கணபதியை போக சொல்லலாம், உண்டான ஆளுதான். ஆனால் அவர் அவ்வளவு வெயிட் கிடையாது. நீதி நேர்மை தவறாத கைலாசத்தில சிவனுக்கு அடுத்தபடி அகசிய மாமுனி என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய மாமுனிவரை வரவழைத்து, அப்பா அகசியா, தென்மலை தூக்கி கொண்டு வடநிலை தனிந்திருக்கிறது. அதனால் நீ அங்கே போனாயானால் ரெண்டும் சமநிலையில் இருக்கலாம். அதனால் நீ தென்மலை போக வேண்டும் என்று சொல்ல, அப்போ சுவாமி உங்களுடைய திருக்காட்சி நான் எப்படி கண்ணால் பார்ப்பது அப்படி என்று எண்ணினார்கள். நீ எங்க இருந்து என்னை நினைத்தாலும் நான் உனக்கு அருள் பாவிப்பேன். அதனால் என்னுடைய கல்யாணம் உனக்கு தெரியும். நீ அதனால் அஞ்ச வேண்டாம், போய் இருன்னு சொல்லும் போது இங்கே கல்யாணம் நடக்கக்கூடிய நேரத்தில் இவர் 2 கண்களை மூடி தவறில் இருக்க, அப்போ கணபதி பார்த்தார், ஆகா நம்மளோட பேர் வாங்கிடுவாரு, பேர் வாங்கிடக்கூடாதுன்னு சொல்லி கணபதி ஒரு காக்கா போல் வடிவம் கொண்டு அவர் கொண்டு வந்த கெண்டி சலத்தை எடுத்து அப்படி பக்கத்துல வச்சிருந்தாரு. பத்தியா அங்க வச்சிருக்கும் போது காக்கா பாய் வர்றாரு. வந்து அந்த சலத்தை தட்டி விட்டு இவருடைய தவத்தை கலைக்க பார்த்தார். கலைக்க பார்க்கும் போது இந்த கெண்டி தண்ணியானது 3 கவராக கீழே விழுந்தது. யமனா சரஸ்வதி என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அதற்கெல்லாம் மேலாக ஒரு பேர் கொடுத்தார் அந்த 3 தண்ணிக்கும். அதான் தாமரை பரணி என்று சொல்லி தாமிரபரணி ஆற்றை உண்டு செய்தார்கள். தாமிரபரணி ஆற்றில சேரும் பேர் கொடுத்தார். பேர் கொடுத்து வைத்த போது எண்ணாயிரம் பேர்கள் எல்லாம் மருத்துவ குணம் அடைஞ்ச அந்த தென்பதிகை மலைத நீலை அகசியர் பேர் கொடுத்தார். அந்த அகசியரும் பேர் கொடுத்தார். அந்த தாமிரபரணி ஆறு என்று வெள்ளருகு வெள்ளையோடு பல பல ஐட்டங்களும் மருத்துவ குணமுடைய செடி கொடி வனங்கள் எல்லாம் தாமிரபரணியில குளித்து நாம நீராடினா நோய் எதுவும் தீர்ந்திடுமே. சரஸ்வதி வள்ளி கொண்ட எல்லோரும் இருக்குகின்ற தாமரை புஷ்பத்தில பல மரங்கள் உண்டு செய்து அந்த நல்ல தாமரையில் அந்த தாமரை குளமதிரை அங்கிருந்து ஊத்தாய் அகசருட அருளாலே பற்றாத ஜீவநதி ஜீவநதியாய் உண்டு செய்து இங்கிருந்து கடல் ஓரத்தில் 21 வழிபாதை ஒரு ஆறாய் ஒன்று சேர்ந்து ஒரு ஆறாய் உண்டு செய்து அந்த கடலுக்குள்ள தாமிரபரணி ஓடு ஓடு உலகத்திலே மருத்துவ குணம் படைத்த மருத்துவம் என்பது எல்லாத்துக்கும் கிடைக்காது. கிடைக்கக்கூடிய தமிழ்நாடு நெல்லை மாவட்டத்திலே ஒரு பெரிய தீர்த்தம் என்று சொல்வார்கள். தாமிரபரணி அப்பேற்பட்ட புண்ணிய நதி. அந்த புண்ணிய நதியானது அப்படியே வருகின்ற போது தூத்துக்குடி பக்கத்திலே உள்ள அந்த தூத்துக்குடிக்கு வலப்புறமாக காயல்பட்டணம் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய காயல்பட்டணத்து வழியிலே வந்து அந்த காயல்பட்டணத்துல வந்து அந்த ஆறு வந்து சேர்ந்தது. ஆறு சேர்ந்த அந்த தண்ணியோடு தனியாக கிடந்து எல்லாம் உள்ள இறைவனாக எங்களுக்கு கொடுத்த இந்த வாய்ப்பினை எங்களுக்கு கொடுத்த அனைத்து உள்ளங்களுக்கும் இந்த ராமர் விழித்த குழு சார்பாக நன்றி கலந்த வணக்கம்.
Because these people, they will, the Kode festival, they will start around 8 o'clock in the night. They will perform till 6 in the morning. So they came all the way from the Valley. They traveled around 600 kilometers. Just they performed 10 minutes. So they are not satisfied. So no problem. But anyway, we'll give one more opportunity in some other occasion. So with your big round of applause, I thank Mr. Ramar and crew for this valuable performance. Actually, they narrated a story of Agasthyar visit to the southern Western Ghats and the story of Tamirabarni, the perennial river Tamirabarni. Thank you for this opportunity.
A warm welcome to all from Team Vembanad.
Check. Hello.
The raving water lanes of Vembanad, India's largest natural lake, situated in Kerala, boasts millenniums of cultural infusions from around the world. While working with the fisher folk in the many scattered islands of Vembanad, we came across a multitude of performing arts, one of which is the Chautanadagam, or the stamping drama. Chautanadagam was developed by the Portuguese Padroado missionaries in the 16th century as a novel method to teach Catholicism to the newly converts. Karalman Cheridam Chautanadagam, or the Chronicle of Emperor Charlemagne stamping drama, the oldest, most translated, most performed play from the entire Chautanadagam corpus, is traditionally played from the twilight to dawn for 15 days. Karalman recounts the stories of Emperor Charlemagne, who is considered the father of Europe, and the valiant stories of his 12 legendary peers. Karalman Chautanadagam has now joined the League of Morosi Cristianos, a string of performing traditions that underwent indigenization in the Americas, Africa, and Asia, so similar yet so distinct, so characteristic yet so universal, detailing the stories of Charlemagne. Today evening, we have an abridged Karalman performance from Kerala Kalanilayam Kochi by Kalasri Brito Vincent and the team. This short musical will introduce Emperor Charlemagne and his peers to the audience, encompassing all the major formations in Chautanadagam. The story describes Emperor Charlemagne receiving a letter from Emperor Constantine, informing him that the holy relics have been stolen from Jerusalem. Charlemagne asks his peers to prepare for the holy war. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming the team onto the stage for the performance.
ആദി നരനാദം ആജ്ഞ തെറ്റി ചെയ്ത പാപം തീർത്തുമർത്യരക്ഷ ചെയ്ത യേശുനാഥ കാർത്തിടേണേ കാരൽസ്മാൻ തൻ ചരിത്രം പാടി പൂർത്തിയാക്കാൻ പരനിരമേൽ ചൊരിയായി കാപ്പൂ.
മായവനേ നരനായി ധരയിൽ അവതരിച്ചു മരിച്ചുയർത്ത നിരയായി ഇവന് വരും ദുഃഖ തരണം ചെയ്ത് നരരെ കാർക്കാൻ സ്വർലോക നാഥനെ സ്തുതി ചൊല്ലി എള്ളിയോൻ നല്ലോ സമൂഹമിൽ വാരായി യേശുനാഥൻ തന്റെ തിരുശേഷിപ്പുകളെ അപഹരിച്ചു അതിക്രമികൾ ജെറുസലേം നഗരിൽ. പൂജ്യമാം തിരുവസ്തുക്കൾ വീണ്ടിങ്ങെടുത്തിടുവാൻ ഒരുങ്ങിപ്പുറപ്പെടേണം വീരരെ.
യോദ്ധാക്കൾ പോരിൽ
Thank you for that energetic performance, Brito Winston and team. I welcome the next team to the stage.
I would like to thanks for Atree providing an opportunity for Adivasi community to perform the Gorukana dance. For centuries, the nature worshipping tribal community of Soliga have been living in the wilderness of the Biligiri Rangan Hills, Karnataka. They have a good symbiotic relationship with the forest, and they are celebrating important festival of Roti Abba or bread festival. During the festival, Soliga sing Gorukana song and Gorukana dance, and also Aduke songs. It includes the subject like a god, goddesses, tiger, birds, flowers, elephant, honeybees. This knowledge transferred from elder generation to the younger generation. The Soligas have been involved in the biodiversity conservation for centuries. The Gorukana, Goru Goruka Gorukana, the sound Gur, they represent the sound from the wind blowing through the forest. A Kana in the Soliga word is the evergreen forest. And also another meaning called Gorukana. The Soliga dialect we call spider. When the spider weaving, it makes sound gur and dance also. That's called Gorukana dance. Now Basavaraj and team, Jedegoda, Pasama and Padma from the Soliga Pusmale Kala Sangha. This Sangha perform the Gorukana dance not only in Karnataka and also other part of India, and also they went to Sweden to perform the Gorukana dance. And now they, from the last 20 years, they have the good team. Now, all them are belong to the Soliga tribal community. Now they from the Biligiri Rangana Hills. Now they perform the Gorukana dance in front of you. Thanks to Basavaraj and team for performing Gorukana dance on behalf of Atree. Thank you.
Hope you enjoyed those wonderful performances. We sincerely thank you all for being with us today, learning, reflecting, rejoicing, and most importantly, celebrating the milestone with Atree. We look forward to seeing you all tomorrow at 9 a.m. for another day of exciting and intriguing events. Thank you and see you tomorrow.
Where is she? Where is her? Oh, yeah, Kannada serial.